Welcome to the Timeless Tales Library, where stories unfold like silk ribbons guiding you toward peaceful dreams. I'm Theodore, your host, and tonight I'll be sharing 6 hours of the coziest rainy bakery fairy tales to ease your mind and guide you gently towards sleep. The Timeless Tales Library is made possible by listeners like you. If you've found comfort here, please subscribe and help us continue creating these peaceful stories. As you settle in, comment below and let me know where you are in the world tonight, and share a place you dream of a story taking you to, perhaps a rain-kissed patisserie window in a storybook village, a warm kitchen bakery while storms roll over rolling hills, a charming bread shop on a drizzly cobblestone lane, or a cozy cafe loft listening to raindrops on an old tin roof. Your ideas keep our little library glowing bright. Now close your eyes and take a long, quiet breath. Tonight, your journey leads to the lantern hall in the Timeless Tales Library. Lanterns hover above every shelf, glowing with warm, colourful light. Each lantern illuminates a story, and the reflection of their glow shimmers across polished wood floors. The gentle scent of parchment and wax fills the air, soft and comforting. Sink into your bed, your cozy corner in this luminous hall. Release your hands, your shoulders, your toes. Let the gentle sway of the lantern's glow lull your body and mind into stillness. Follow the path of light along the shelves. Let each lantern's story drift into your imagination, carrying you softly into the calm of night. The coziest rainy brown, butter biscuit cottage, bakery. A Thanksgiving autumn bedtime story. The rain had begun just after twilight, starting as a whisper against the cobblestones and building steadily into something more insistent. A proper November storm that sent leaves skittering down the narrow lane and made the gas lamps flicker their warmest gold against the gathering darkness. The brown butter biscuit cottage bakery stood on the corner where Mulberry Lane met Harvest Street, its bow windows glowing like amber promises in the deepening gloom, and from within came a scent so welcoming, so perfectly autumnal, that no one passing could help but pause, even in the driving rain. Inside, the bakery was a study in comfort. The walls, painted a soft cream that had mellowed to the colour of clotted butter over the years, were lined with dark wooden shelves holding earthenware crocks and copper moulds. A large cast-iron stove dominated one corner, its surface crowded with copper pots and cast-iron skillets, and beside it stood the pride of the establishment, a magnificent brick oven with a rounded opening that glowed like a setting sun. The oven's warmth radiated through the entire space, mixing with the scent of browning butter, toasting pecans, cinnamon, and something ineffably comforting that might have been vanilla or might have been happiness itself. The baker worked quietly at the heavy wooden counter that ran along the back wall, hands moving with the practiced grace of someone who had kneaded 1,000 loaves and shaped 10,000 biscuits. Tonight was special. It was the evening before Thanksgiving, and the bakery was preparing its annual offering. Brown butter biscuits, each one a small miracle of flaky layers, nutty richness and autumn warmth. The butter had been melted slowly in a copper pan until it turned the colour of hazelnuts and smelled like toasted sunshine, then cooled to just the right temperature before being worked into flour, cream, and a whisper of maple sugar. Outside, the storm intensified, rain drumming against the windows in waves, and the wind sent a loose shutter somewhere down the lane into a gentle, rhythmic tapping. The baker glanced toward the door as if expecting someone, then smiled and returned to work, cutting biscuits with a round cutter and placing them carefully on a blackened baking sheet. The bell above the door chimed softly, and a gust of wind-driven rain swept in along with the first visitor of the evening. She was a young woman with dark hair plastered to her cheeks and a threadbare coat that had clearly seen better days. She carried a leather satchel bulging with papers, and her boots squelched as she stepped inside, bringing with her the scent of wet wool and autumn leaves. Her eyes were bright despite her bedraggled appearance, filled with a fierce determination that no amount of rain could dampen. "Oh," she breathed, pushing the wet hair from her face. "Oh, this is exactly what I needed." "Welcome," the baker said quietly, not turning from the biscuits. "You look like you've come a long way." "From home," the young woman said, setting down her satchel with a sigh of relief. "Well, from my sister's home, actually. I'm Joe March, and I've been writing all day. I lost track of time entirely and suddenly realized I had miles to walk and the storm had already started." She laughed, a warm sound that filled the cozy space. "I told myself I'd just dash between the raindrops, but that worked about as well as you'd expect." The baker turned then, and though shadows seemed to dance across their face in the firelight, their smile was clear and kind. "Sit by the fire, Miss March. I'll bring you something warm." Jo needed no further encouragement. She crossed to the small seating area near the stove, where several mismatched chairs with faded cushions formed a semicircle round a low table. A fire crackled in a small fireplace set into the wall, and Jo held her hands toward it gratefully, watching steam rise from her wet sleeves. The baker appeared moments later with a cup of something that smelled of apples and cinnamon, cloves and star anise, and a small plate bearing 2 brown butter biscuits still warm from the oven, their tops glazed with honey and scattered with chopped pecans. "Oh my," Jo whispered, accepting the cup and plate. "This smells like every Thanksgiving I've ever loved." She took a sip of the warm cider, feeling it spread heat through her chest, then broke open one of the biscuits. The interior was a maze of delicate buttery layers, and the taste was extraordinary, rich and nutty from the browned butter, slightly sweet from the maple sugar, with a hint of something warm and spicy that might have been nutmeg or cardamom. Jo closed her eyes and smiled, thinking of Marmee and her sisters gathered around their own table and feeling, despite the miles, somehow connected to that warmth. "This is perfect," she murmured. "I was working on a story, you see, about Thanksgiving and gratitude and finding home wherever you are, and I got so caught up in it that I forgot to eat lunch or dinner. My sister Meg would scold me terribly if she knew." The baker chuckled softly from behind the counter. Sisters usually do, but stories are important work. I think so too, Joe said, taking another bite of biscuit and letting the flavors dissolve on her tongue. Though sometimes I wonder if anyone else will. They will, the baker said simply, and something in that quiet certainty made Joe believe it. The bell chimed again, and this time the man who entered was tall and lean, with a neatly trimmed beard, going silver at the edges and eyes that held the distant focus of someone who had spent years looking at horizons. He wore a dark wool coat that shed water like a seal's fur, and he moved with a peculiar grace, as though he were more accustomed to the rolling deck of a ship than solid ground. He paused just inside the door, taking in the warmth and light with an expression of someone who had been cold for a very long time. "Captain Nemo," the baker said, as if greeting an old friend. "We've been expecting you." The captain's eyebrows rose slightly, but he didn't question the statement. Instead, he removed his coat, hung it carefully on a peg by the door, and approached the counter. "I've been at sea for many months," he said, his voice carrying the faint music of several languages beneath its English surface, or under it more precisely. "I came ashore just this evening and found myself walking these streets, not quite sure what I was looking for. Perhaps this," the baker said, and gestured toward the seating area where Joe sat by the fire. Captain Nemo nodded and made his way to a chair near the warmth, acknowledging Joe with a polite bow of his head. She smiled in return, raising her cup in a small salute. The baker brought the captain a tall mug of something dark and fragrant. Coffee, but coffee unlike any Joe had ever smelled. Rich and complex with hints of chocolate and spice. And a larger plate with 3 brown butter biscuits, these ones split and filled with a compote of cranberries and orange zest. "Magnificent," the captain murmured, sampling one. "The butter has been browned to perfection. That requires great attention and patience, and the cranberries provide exactly the right tart contrast to the richness." He looked at the baker with new respect. "You are an artist." "As are you," the baker replied. "Though your medium is different." Captain Nemo smiled, a rare expression that transformed his stern features, and settled more comfortably into his chair, cradling the coffee mug between his palms. "It's strange," he said, more to himself than to Joe, "how long one can go without simple comforts like this. Beneath the waves, everything is extraordinary. Luminous creatures, ancient formations, silence like nothing you can imagine. But there's no rain there, no sound of it anyway, no thunder, no bakeries with fires crackling, and biscuits fresh from the oven." "Do you miss it?" Joe asked. "The land, I mean." The captain considered this, staring into his coffee. "I miss certain things. The smell of earth after rain, autumn leaves, the way sunlight looks filtered through ordinary air rather than ocean water." He looked up at her. "What I don't miss are the reasons I left. The greed, the wars, the endless cruelty of men to each other." "But you came back," Joe pointed out gently. "Yes," he admitted. "For an evening. For this." He gestured with his biscuit at the warm bakery, the fire, the storm beyond the windows. Even I need anchors sometimes, Miss March. Joe March. Even I need anchors, Miss March. And sometimes those anchors are as simple as butter and flour transformed by patient hands into something that tastes like home. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, listening to the rain and the crackle of the fire. Then the bell chimed once more and a small figure scurried in from the storm. He was quite small indeed, barely 3 feet tall, with dark fur that was soaked through, large myopic eyes, and small paws that clutched a waterlogged bundle to his chest. His black velvet suit was thoroughly drenched, and he stood dripping on the doormat with an expression of such complete misery that both Joe and the captain made sympathetic sounds. "Oh, my dear Mole," the baker said, coming round the counter with a large soft towel. "Come in properly, come in, let's get you dry." The Mole, for that was indeed what he was, Mole from the riverbank, companion of Ratty and Badger, and the incorrigible Toad, allowed himself to be gently towelled off, though he kept a protective hold on his bundle. "I thought I might," he began, his voice quavering slightly. "It's just that the storm came up so suddenly, and I was visiting my cousin 3 streets over, and the rain was so heavy I couldn't see the way home, and then I saw your lights and smelled your baking, and I thought perhaps—" "You thought quite correctly," the baker said firmly. "You're most welcome here. Come sit by the fire and warm yourself properly." Mole shuffled toward the fire, nodding shyly at Joe and the captain, and settled into a small chair that seemed made precisely for someone his size. The baker brought him a tiny cup of hot chocolate. Real chocolate, rich and dark, with a cloud of whipped cream melting on top, and a plate with several miniature brown butter biscuits. These ones made especially small and delicate, topped with a drizzle of honey and a single candied violet on each. "Oh my," Mole breathed, his eyes going even wider. "Oh my, oh my." He set down his bundle carefully. It was, Joe could now see, a collection of autumn leaves he'd been pressing, and accepted the cup and plate with trembling paws. The first sip of chocolate brought colour back to his cheeks, and the first bite of biscuit seemed to restore his spirits considerably. "I do apologise for appearing in such a state," Mole said, once he'd consumed half his chocolate and 1 entire biscuit. "It's just that underground, you see. One doesn't always notice when storms are brewing. I emerged to gather these lovely leaves. I'm making an autumn album for Ratty, and before I knew it, the sky had opened up." "No apology necessary," Captain Nemo said kindly. "I myself have just come from beneath the waves, and I understand the surprise of surface weather." Mole looked at him with interest. "You go underwater? On purpose? How extraordinary." "I find it peaceful," the captain said, "though I imagine your tunnels offer similar solitude." "Oh yes," Mole agreed eagerly, "though nothing quite compares to coming back up to things like this." He gestured with another biscuit, especially on a stormy evening. "There's something about being warm and dry while the rain falls outside that makes one feel so so grateful, Joe supplied softly. Yes, exactly that. Grateful. Mole beamed at her, then returned to his biscuits with renewed appreciation. The storm outside intensified, rain now coming down in sheets that obscured the street lamps. Thunder rumbled in the distance, low and comforting rather than frightening, and the wind made the old building creak gently, as if settling more comfortably into itself. Inside the bakery, the warmth seemed to deepen, the light to soften, and the smell of baking to grow even more delicious as the baker pulled another tray from the oven and began preparing the next batch. The door opened again, bringing with it a swirl of leaves and rain, and a young woman with red braids and grey eyes that sparkled with delight despite her sodden cape. She stood in the doorway for a moment, taking in the scene, and then laughed. A sound like bells. "Oh, this is exactly like I imagined it would be," she exclaimed. "Even better, actually. The reality exceeds the scope." She bustled inside, hung her dripping cape next to the captain's coat, and turned to face the room with her hands clasped before her. "I'm Anne Shirley, though I suppose just Anne is fine, and I've been walking for ages because I was at the library and I was reading about Thanksgiving traditions and I lost all track of time. I do that, lose track of time when I'm reading, and when I finally looked up it was raining cats and dogs, which is an expression I've never quite understood because I've never actually seen cats and dogs falling from the sky. But anyway, it was raining very hard and I saw your lights and thought, what a kindred spirit that bakery must be, glowing so warmly in the storm, and here I am." She paused for breath, her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright, and the baker chuckled warmly. "Here you are indeed, Miss Shirley. Come and join the others by the fire." Anne needed no further invitation. She settled into a chair between Joe and Mole, greeting them both with genuine pleasure. "How lovely to meet you all. Isn't this cozy? It's just like the bakery I used to imagine when I was at the orphanage, except real, which somehow makes it even more magical." The baker brought Anne a pot of tea, something floral and delicate that perfumed the air, and a generous plate of brown butter biscuits. These ones served with butter infused with sage and a small dish of apple butter made from heirloom varieties. "Oh," Anne sighed after her first bite. "Oh, this tastes like November ought to taste, like gratitude and coziness and all the best things about autumn wrapped up in layers of butter and flour." "That's exactly what I thought," Mole agreed enthusiastically. "Though I'm not usually very poetic about such things, that's more Ratty's department, but these biscuits do inspire rather poetic thoughts." "Everything can be poetic if you look at it the right way," Anne said seriously. "Even biscuits. Especially biscuits like these." Jo smiled, warming her hands on her cup. "I write stories, and I was just thinking earlier how difficult it is to describe something like this feeling of contentment, of safety from the storm. Words always seem insufficient, but you must try anyway," Captain Nemo said, surprising them all. "Because for those of us who don't have the gift of writing, who can only feel these things and not express them, We need people like you to give shape to these moments, to make them permanent." Jo looked at him gratefully, feeling something in her chest expand and warm. "Thank you. I'll remember that the next time I'm struggling with a scene." "What kind of stories do you write?" Anne asked eagerly. "Adventures, romances, mysteries?" "All sorts," Jo said. "But my favourites are about ordinary people doing ordinary things extraordinarily well. About kindness and perseverance and family. Those are my favourite kinds of stories to read," Mole said softly. "The quiet ones, where not much happens, but somehow everything happens." They fell into easy conversation then, the four of them, talking about books and storms and the peculiar comfort of bakeries in general, and this bakery in particular. The captain told them about luminous fish that lived in the deepest trenches. Anne described her beloved Green Gables and her dear friend Diana. Mole spoke of spring on the riverbank and the first time Ratty had taken him out in the boat. Jo shared stories of her sisters and their theatrical productions in the attic. The baker moved quietly in the background, always seeming to appear with refilled cups or fresh biscuits precisely when someone's plate was empty, and the fire crackled steadily, and the rain continued its soothing percussion against the windows. The bell chimed again, and this time the man who entered was immediately striking, not for flamboyance, but for the opposite. He was dressed with such precise formality, despite the storm, that he might have been attending an important appointment rather than sheltering from rain. His suit was impeccably tailored, his shoes polished to a high shine despite the puddles, and his expression was one of mild perplexity, as though he couldn't quite determine how he'd arrived at this particular destination. "Good evening," he said, consulting a pocket watch he'd withdrawn from his vest. "I appear to be off schedule, most unusual." "Mr. Fogg," the baker said warmly. "Right on time, actually." Phileas Fogg, for it was he, the circumnavigator, the man who had wagered he could travel around the world in 80 days and 1, looked up from his watch with one eyebrow slightly raised. "On time for what, if I may ask?" "For shelter," the baker said simply. "For warmth. For this." The baker handed him a cup of something that steamed gently and smelled of cardamom and black tea. Proper English tea, but with Indian spices woven through it, and a plate with 3 perfectly symmetrical brown butter biscuits, arranged in a triangle, each one topped with a thin slice of crystallized ginger. Fogg accepted these items, and after a moment's consideration joined the growing circle by the fire. He sat with perfect posture in his chair, balanced his plate on his knee with geometric precision, and took a careful sip of tea. "Remarkable," he said quietly. "This tastes exactly like a tea house in Mumbai, where I once spent an afternoon waiting for a delayed train." "Good memories?" Jo asked. "Surprisingly good," Fogg admitted. "I'm not usually one for delays, but that particular afternoon, there was a quality to the light, and the rain on the roof, and the tea was exceptional." He took a bite of biscuit, and something in his formal demeanour softened almost imperceptibly. "Rather like this. You went around the entire world," Anne said, her eyes shining. That must have been the most thrilling adventure. It was, Fogg paused, considering, efficient, though I suppose there were moments of unexpected interest. His lips quirked in what might have been the beginning of a smile. My companion Passepartout would insist they were adventures. I maintained they were merely the successful navigation of logistical challenges. Captain Nemo made a sound that might have been a laugh. I too have travelled the world, Mr. Fogg, though my path was entirely aquatic. Tell me, in all your journeying, did you find any place as perfectly situated for a stormy evening as this? Fogg took another sip of tea, considering the question with the same seriousness he likely applied to calculating train schedules. I cannot say that I did, though I confess I was often too focused on my itinerary to properly evaluate the comfort of various establishments. That's rather sad, Anne said impulsively, then blushed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but it seems sad to go all that way and not notice the lovely small things along the way. Not rude at all, miss? Shirley. Anne Shirley. Not rude at all, Miss Shirley. In fact, you're quite right. It's something I've been reconsidering. Since returning home, I find myself paying more attention to the quality of morning light, the taste of a particularly good cup of tea, the sound of rain. He glanced around the warm bakery. The comfort of places like this. Character development, Joe murmured approvingly, and when Fogg looked at her questioningly, she smiled. Sorry, occupational hazard. I think in terms of story arcs, you've just described a beautiful character arc, from efficiency above all else to appreciation of small moments. I suppose I have, Fogg said, and this time the smile definitely reached his eyes. They talked on, this unlikely gathering of travellers and dreamers, as the storm outside reached its peak and then began, almost imperceptibly, to ease. The baker moved among them like a benevolent spirit, refilling cups and bringing out new variations of the brown butter biscuits, some with orange zest and dark chocolate, others with rosemary and sea salt, still others with cinnamon sugar and toasted walnuts, and each person found that the next biscuit was always exactly what they hadn't known they wanted. The door opened once more, so softly that at first no one noticed. The girl who slipped inside was small and thin, with tangled fair hair, and a dress that was more patches than original fabric. She stood uncertainly near the entrance, shivering, her hands clasped before her as though she were holding something invisible and precious. The baker looked up immediately and crossed to her with a gentle smile. Come in, little one. You're safe here. The girl and Joe recognized her with a sudden ache in her chest. Recognized her from a story that always made her cry. The little match girl who had frozen in the snow. Looked up with eyes that held depths of sorrow, but also now a spark of hope. Is it? May I really come in? She whispered. I have no money for anything. Money isn't required here, the baker said firmly. Only need, and you clearly need warmth and food. Come sit by the fire. The baker took the girl's icy hand and led her to the warmest spot, closest to both the fire and the stove, and wrapped her in a thick quilt that appeared from somewhere. The others shifted their chairs to make a space, welcoming her into their circle with soft smiles and kind words. Mole, with instinctive compassion, moved his chair even closer to hers. "You're quite frozen, my dear. Here, share my chocolate. It's still warm." The girl accepted with trembling hands, and her first sip brought tears to her eyes. Not of sadness, but of relief so profound it was overwhelming. The baker brought her a plate piled high with biscuits and a bowl of warm soup that smelled of herbs and comfort, and the girl ate slowly, savouring each bite as though it were miraculous. "What's your name, dear?" Anne asked gently. The girl hesitated, then whispered, I'm not sure anyone ever really asked. People just called me the little match girl." "Then we shall call you whatever you'd like to be called," Joe said firmly. "You can choose." The girl thought about this, wonder spreading across her thin face. "I always liked the name Sarah, from a story I heard once." "Sarah it is then," Captain Nemo said with grave courtesy. "I'm very pleased to meet you, Miss Sarah." Sarah smiled, a real, genuine smile that transformed her entire face, and something tight in Joe's chest loosened. This was what stories should do, she thought. Give people chances, new possibilities. As Sarah warmed and ate, her colour returning and her shivering easing, the conversation around the fire took on an even gentler quality. They spoke of small kindnesses they'd witnessed, of unexpected generosities, of moments when strangers had helped them without asking for anything in return. The baker brought out more treats as the evening deepened: butter tarts with maple filling, small pumpkin cakes dusted with cinnamon, and finally, as the rain softened to a gentle whisper against the windows, a large pan of brown butter biscuit bread pudding, still warm from the oven, studded with cranberries and pecans and served with a sauce of bourbon and vanilla. "This is a Thanksgiving Eve tradition here," the baker explained, serving generous portions to each of them, made from the day's biscuits transformed into something new, rather like how each of you has been transformed by your journeys, your stories, your choices. They ate the bread pudding slowly, reverently, and it was perhaps the most delicious thing any of them had ever tasted. Familiar and novel at once, comforting and surprising, the flavors deepening and developing with each bite. The door opened one last time, and the woman who entered seemed to bring starlight with her despite the rain. She was draped in silks of midnight blue and deep purple, with dark eyes that held centuries of stories, and a smile that suggested she knew secrets that would take 1,000 nights to tell. "Scheherazade," the baker said, bowing slightly. "Welcome." "I smelled stories here," Scheherazade said in a voice like honey and smoke. "And where there are stories, I am drawn inevitably, like moths to flame or travellers to warm lights in storms." She joined them by the fire, and the baker brought her a small cup of coffee thick as dreams and a plate of biscuits unlike any they'd seen yet. These ones were marked with intricate patterns pressed into their tops, decorated with edible gold leaf and rose water, and served with a side of honey infused with saffron. How Perfect, Scheherazade murmured. The marriage of East and West in a single biscuit. She ate delicately, and when she'd finished, she looked around at the gathered company. This eclectic collection of characters from different stories, different worlds, brought together by rain and warmth and the magic of a bakery that existed slightly outside ordinary time. "Shall I tell you all a story?" she asked. "It's what I do, after all. Tell stories to preserve life, to create a meaning, to connect one moment to the next." "Please," Anne breathed, and the others nodded eagerly. So Scheherazade began to speak, her voice weaving a tale of a different bakery in a different time, where a different group of travellers had gathered on a different stormy night, and how they had found in each other's company and in simple shared food a reminder that no one need ever be truly alone, that there was always warmth to be found if one knew where to look, that stories and kindness and brown butter biscuits could make even the darkest night bearable. Her story wound through the listening group like a warm current, and outside the rain finally stopped, leaving only the gentle drip of water from eaves and the occasional rumble of distant thunder. The storm was passing, moving on to other neighborhoods, other cities, leaving behind washed streets and clean air, and the particular clarity that comes after rain. When Scheherazade finished her story, they all sat in silence for a moment, watching the fire burn low and feeling deeply, completely at peace. "I should return home," Mole said eventually, though he made no move to rise. "Ratty will worry." "I have a ship waiting," Captain Nemo added, also not moving. "Green Gables expects me," Anne said dreamily. "My sister will wonder where I am," Joe murmured. But none of them moved, not yet, and the baker smiled and brought out one final round of brown butter biscuits, these ones still warm, unadorned, perfect in their simplicity, and placed them on the low table where everyone could reach. "For the journey," the baker said softly, "wherever it takes you." They each took one, wrapping them carefully in napkins the baker provided. Sarah took two, and when she looked uncertain, the baker nodded encouragingly. "One for now, one for later. Always good to have something for later." Slowly, reluctantly, the gathering began to dissolve. Mole collected his pressed leaves, now dry thanks to the fire's warmth. Captain Nemo donned his coat, which had somehow dried completely. Anne retrieved her cape. Fogg consulted his watch and nodded with satisfaction at some private calculation. Jo gathered her satchel of papers. Sarah wrapped herself in a shawl the baker insisted she keep. Scheherazade arranged her silks and smiled mysteriously. At the door, they paused, this unlikely company, and looked back at the warm bakery and the baker, who stood behind the counter, already beginning preparations for tomorrow's Thanksgiving baking. "Thank you," Jo said, and her simple words seemed to speak for all of them. The baker looked up and smiled. "Thank you for sheltering here. A bakery is only fully alive when it's full of people sharing food and stories." "Will we see each other again?" Anne asked hopefully. "If you need to," the baker said enigmatically. The brown butter biscuit cottage bakery has a way of being exactly where it needs to be, exactly when it needs to be there. They filed out into the rain-washed night, into air that smelled of wet earth and autumn leaves and the promise of tomorrow. The street lamps glowed softly in the darkness, and above, between parting clouds, stars were beginning to appear. One by one, they went their separate ways. Mole toward his underground home, Captain Nemo toward the distant harbour, Annie toward Green Gables, Jo toward her sister's house, Fogg toward wherever precisely calculated destinations awaited him, Scheherazade toward whatever stories called to her next. Sarah stood longest, looking back at the warm lights of the bakery, clutching her 2 biscuits and her new shawl. Then, with a smile that would have melted anyone's heart, she too turned and walked into the night. But this time she was walking towards something, not just away. Toward a future that might hold more warm bakeries, more kind faces, more evenings when strangers became friends over shared food and shelter from storms. Inside the brown butter biscuit cottage bakery, the baker continued working, kneading dough for tomorrow's Thanksgiving loaves, rolling out more biscuits, preparing cranberry sauce, and pumpkin filling and all the traditional treats the holiday required. The fire crackled softly. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving only the occasional drip from the eaves and the distant sound of wind chimes in someone's garden. The bakery would be here tomorrow and the next day and the day after that, ready for whoever needed it, ready to offer warmth and comfort and the simple magic of butter and flour transformed by patient hands into something that tasted like home, like gratitude, like every good thing about autumn gathered into layers of flaky golden perfection. And somewhere in the night 7 people carried with them the memory of this evening, the kindness, the biscuits, the stories, the fellowship of a stormy night spent in exactly the right place at the right time. They carried it like a light inside them, something to remember when the world seemed cold or unkind, something to hold on to during their own storms. The brown butter biscuit cottage bakery glowed on through the night, a beacon for any who might need it, baking its way through darkness toward dawn, filling the air with sense of comfort and welcome and home. And in the morning there would be thanksgiving, there would be gratitude, there would be the continuation of all their stories. But for now, for this perfect moment suspended between storm and sunrise, there was only peace and warmth and the lingering taste of brown butter and maple sugar, cinnamon and kindness, dissolving sweetly on the tongue like a promise kept, like a story well told, like the last perfect bite before sleep.
The Rainy Day Apple Pie Bakery, a Thanksgiving evening. The storm arrived early that Thanksgiving evening, rolling in from the east with clouds the color of pewter and slate. Rain fell in steady sheets against the cobblestone street, and wind pressed against the old brick buildings that lined the narrow lane. But on the corner where Maple Street met Chestnut Avenue, warm golden light spilled from the windows of the Rainy Day Apple Pie Bakery. casting puddles of brightness onto the wet pavement below. Inside, the bakery was everything a storm-weary soul could dream of finding. The walls were painted the soft cream color of fresh butter, and exposed wooden beams crossed the ceiling overhead. A fire crackled quietly in the stone fireplace at the far end of the room, its flames dancing behind a brass screen, sending warmth radiating into every corner. The air itself seemed to embrace anyone who entered, heavy with the scent of cinnamon, nutmeg, brown sugar, and baking apples, that particular perfume that speaks of comfort and home and holidays remembered with fondness. Copper pots hung from hooks near the kitchen doorway, polished to a soft glow. Small round tables with mismatched chairs sat scattered throughout the space, each table holding a candle in a glass jar that flickered with gentle light. The windows, old and slightly wavy with age, streamed with rainwater on the outside, while condensation gathered on the inside, creating a barrier between the storm and the sanctuary within. Behind the counter stood a figure whose face remained pleasantly shadowed, the baker, moving with quiet efficiency among cooling racks and ceramic mixing bowls, pulling treats from the oven with practiced ease, arranging pastries on vintage plates with care. There was something timeless about the baker's presence, as though this person had always been here, would always be here, waiting for those who needed exactly what this place could provide. The bell above the door chimed softly as the first visitor arrived. She was quite small, hardly more than a child, with long blonde hair that had been soaked through by the rain. She wore a simple blue dress with a white pinafore, now damp and clinging to her thin frame, and she clutched a small carpet bag in both hands. Her eyes, very blue and very curious, took in the bakery with wonder and something like relief. "Oh my," she said softly, and her voice carried the precise accent of Victorian England. "What a perfectly extraordinary place." This was Alice, who had once fallen down a rabbit hole and found herself in a land of impossible things. But tonight she was simply cold and wet and far from home, traveling on Thanksgiving evening with nowhere particular to go, and the sight of this warm bakery had drawn her like a beacon. The baker looked up and smiled, gesturing to a table near the fireplace. "Welcome, dear. You look as though you could use something warm." Alice made her way to the table, leaving small puddles with each step, and settled into the cushioned chair gratefully. Within moments, the baker brought her a thick white mug filled with hot spiced cider, steam rising in delicate spirals, and a slice of something that made Alice's eyes widen. "That's maple glazed apple pie with candied walnuts," the baker explained gently. "The apples are Honeycrisps and Granny Smiths, baked with cinnamon, nutmeg, and just a touch of cardamom. The crust is made with butter and a hint of maple syrup, and the glaze on top is maple sugar with vanilla bean. Perfect for Thanksgiving evening." "It's beautiful," Alice whispered, looking at the golden crust, the glistening glaze, the perfectly arranged apple slices visible through the lattice top. She picked up her fork and took a small bite, and immediately her whole body seemed to relax. The pie was perfect, sweet but not too sweet, spiced just right, the apples tender but not mushy, the crust flaky and buttery and slightly caramelized at the edges. "This is the most sensible thing I've tasted in a very long time," Alice said with satisfaction, taking another bite. Outside, thunder rumbled distantly, but inside, the fire crackled, and the rain became simply a gentle percussion against the windows. The bell chimed again. This time, the visitor was quite different, a tall, thin gentleman with a weathered face and the bearing of someone who had spent many years at sea. He wore a long coat, dark and rain-soaked, and carried a harpoon that he leaned carefully against the wall by the door before removing his hat. His name was Ishmael, and he had once sailed on a ship called the Pequod in pursuit of a great white whale. That was long ago now, but the sea never quite left a man's eyes, and his still held the grey-green colour of deep water. "Is there room for one more?" he asked, his voice deep and thoughtful. "Always room," the baker replied warmly, "especially on a night like this. Please, sit anywhere you'd like." Ishmael chose a table near the window where he could watch the rain, a habit formed from years of watching the ocean. Alice looked up from her pie and offered him a small smile, which he returned with a nod of acknowledgement. The baker brought Ishmael a large mug of dark coffee, rich and strong, and a thick slice of pumpkin apple pie that looked almost too perfect to eat. The pumpkin filling was smooth and creamy, the color of sunset, layered with spiced apples and topped with a crown of whipped cream and a sprinkle of toasted pepitas. "For Thanksgiving," the baker said simply, setting the plate down with care. Ishmael wrapped both hands around the coffee mug first, letting the warmth seep into his fingers. "I've been walking for hours," he said quietly, to no one in particular. "Forgot it was Thanksgiving until I saw families through windows, gathering around tables. Made me think of meals on the ship we had, a Thanksgiving once, mid-voyage. The cook did his best with what we had. It was nothing like this." He took a bite of the pie and closed his eyes briefly. "Nothing at all like this." Alice watched him with interest. "Were you a sailor?" she asked politely. "That I was," Ishmael replied, taking another sip of coffee. "Long time ago now. Traveled to places most people never see. Some of it was wonder, some of it was terror. All of it was real, though sometimes I wonder if people believe me when I tell the tales." "I know something about that," Alice said thoughtfully, stirring her cider. "I once attended a tea party that lasted forever, and met a cat that disappeared bit by bit until only his smile remained. People thought I dreamed it all, but I know what I saw." Ishmael studied her for a moment, then nodded slowly. "Some things are too strange to be anything but truth," he agreed. The fire popped softly, and they ate in comfortable silence while the rain continued its steady rhythm against the roof and windows. The third visitor arrived with a flourish, though she seemed entirely unconscious of it. She was a young woman in a travelling dress of deep green, with dark curls pinned up beneath a bonnet that was doing its best to protect her from the rain, but losing the battle. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence and humor, and she carried a small leather bag that suggested she was accustomed to traveling. This was Elizabeth Bennet, who had once refused a proposal from a prideful man named Mr. Darcy before eventually accepting another, and who was now traveling between visits to family and friends during the Thanksgiving season. "Oh, thank goodness," she exclaimed as she stepped inside, shaking droplets from her cloak. "I was beginning to think I should simply resign myself to arriving at my destination looking like a drowned rat. What a delightful refuge this is." She possessed that rare quality of being immediately comfortable anywhere, and she surveyed the bakery with obvious pleasure before choosing a table between Alice and Ishmael, nodding pleasantly to them both. "Good evening," she said brightly. "I hope you don't mind the company. Misery loves it, and I confess I am rather miserably wet at the moment, though the sight of this charming bakery has considerably improved my spirits." The baker appeared with a pot of tea, proper English tea. Elizabeth noted with approval and poured her a cup in fine china, painted with tiny blue flowers. Then came a slice of cranberry apple crumble pie with a scoop of vanilla bean ice cream slowly melting into the warm pie, creating pools of cream among the tart cranberries and sweet apples. "Oh, this is magnificent," Elizabeth declared after her first taste. "The cranberries provide such a lovely sharpness against the sweetness of the apples, and the crumble topping is absolutely perfect, buttery and crisp. I must know your secret. Brown sugar, oats, butter, and patience," the baker replied with a smile. "The patience is the most important ingredient." Elizabeth laughed, a warm and genuine sound. "I'm afraid patience is not my strongest virtue, but I certainly appreciate it in baking. This is exactly what one needs on such an evening." "Are you traveling far?" Alice asked, emboldened by Elizabeth's friendly manner. "Not too far," Elizabeth replied. "I'm visiting my sister Jane. She's recently married and living about 30 miles from here. I was meant to arrive before dark, but the storm had other ideas. And you? What brings you all to this lovely corner of the world on Thanksgiving evening?" "I'm not entirely sure," Alice admitted. "I seem to find myself in unexpected places rather often, but I'm very glad to have found this one. Wandering suits some of us better than staying put," Ishmael observed, finishing his coffee. "Though on nights like this, I'm grateful for a warm place to rest." The conversation drifted on, gentle and undemanding, while the storm outside intensified slightly. Wind rattled the windows, and rain fell harder. But inside the rainy day apple pie bakery, the warmth and comfort only deepened. The fourth arrival came quietly, almost apologetically. He was a gentleman of middle years, somewhat stout, with a round, kind face, and spectacles that had fogged immediately upon entering. He wore a fine but slightly outdated suit, and carried an ebony walking stick with a silver handle. His name was Ebenezer Scrooge, though he was much changed from the man he had once been, the cold, miserly creature who had been visited by ghosts one Christmas Eve long ago. Those visitations had transformed him utterly. and now he spent his holidays seeking ways to spread warmth and generosity wherever he could. "Forgive the intrusion," he said, removing his spectacles to wipe them with a handkerchief. "I was on my way to deliver some Thanksgiving baskets to families in need when the storm became too fierce to continue safely. Might I wait here until it passes?" "Of course," the baker said warmly. "You're most welcome. Please, sit and warm yourself." Scrooge settled at a table near the others, setting his walking stick carefully aside. He nodded to each of them in turn, Alice, Ishmael, and Elizabeth, who all returned his greeting with varying degrees of curiosity and friendliness. The baker brought him hot mulled wine in a ceramic mug, fragrant with cloves and orange peel, and a generous slice of brown butter apple pie, topped with salted caramel sauce and a sprinkle of sea salt. The pie was a study in deep, complex flavors. The brown butter added a nutty richness, the caramel was dark and not too sweet, and the salt brought everything into perfect balance. "My word," Scrooge said after his first taste, "this is extraordinary. Truly extraordinary." "Is it true you're delivering Thanksgiving baskets?" Elizabeth asked with interest. "That's very kind of you. It's the least I can do," Scrooge replied, and there was something humble and genuine in his voice. "I wasted many years being unkind, you see, mean-spirited and cold. I thought only of myself and my money. But I was given a chance to change, to become better, and I'm determined to spend the rest of my days making up for the years I lost to selfishness." "That sounds like quite a story," Ishmael commented. "It is," Scrooge agreed, sipping his mulled wine, "though I still don't quite understand it myself. Sometimes transformation comes in ways we can't explain, only accept and be grateful for." Alice nodded thoughtfully. "I've learned that impossible things happen quite regularly. The trick is not to be too surprised by them." They all smiled at that, and the baker moved among them, refilling cups and bringing out small additional treats, warm apple cider donuts dusted with cinnamon sugar, tiny tarts filled with apple butter, and topped with a single candied pecan, delicate cookies that tasted of maple and ginger. The fifth visitor arrived as the storm reached its peak. The door blew open with a gust of wind and rain, and in stumbled a very wet, very tired-looking young man, with wild dark hair and clothes that suggested a long journey. He carried a small bundle of belongings and had the slightly disoriented look of someone who had been traveling much longer than intended. This was Jim Hawkins, who had once been a cabin boy on a voyage to Treasure Island, who had faced pirates and danger and found treasure, though he had also lost his innocence along the way. "Sorry," he gasped, pushing the door closed against the wind. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Is this place open?" I saw the light and thought. "You're very welcome," the baker assured him gently. "Come in properly, get warm." Jim made his way to an empty table, dripping water as he went, and collapsed into the chair with evident relief. He looked around at the other visitors, Alice with her curious blue eyes, Ishmael with his weathered sailor's face, Elizabeth with her warm smile, and Scrooge with his grandfatherly kindness and seemed to relax slightly, recognizing fellow travelers when he saw them. The baker brought him hot chocolate, real hot chocolate, thick and rich, topped with fresh whipped cream and a dusting of cocoa and a slice of apple pie unlike any of the others. This was a classic double-crust apple pie, simple and perfect, the kind a mother might make, filled with tender apples and just the right amount of cinnamon and sugar, the crust golden and flaky and brushed with butter. Oh, Jim breathed after his first bite. Oh, this is just like this, tastes like home. That's what it's meant to taste like, the baker said softly. Jim ate slowly, savoring every bite, and they could all see the tension draining from his shoulders, his face becoming younger and more peaceful with each moment. He was still quite young, really barely more than a boy, though his eyes held the weight of someone who had seen too much too soon. "You look like you've been on quite a journey," Elizabeth observed gently. "You could say that," Jim replied, wrapping his hands around the mug of hot chocolate. "I've been trying to get home for Thanksgiving. My mother's expecting me. But the storm came up and the roads got impossible, and I thought I'd never find anywhere to stop." "You're safe now," Scrooge said kindly. "Rest here as long as you need." "Were you at sea?" Ishmael asked, recognizing something in the young man's bearing. "Once," Jim admitted. "Cabin boy on a ship. It was supposed to be an adventure, and I suppose it was, but not the kind I expected. There was treasure and danger and people died. I came home different than I left. Most adventures change us," Alice said thoughtfully. "The question is whether they make us better or bitter." Jim considered this, then nodded slowly. "I think I'm still figuring that out." They sat together in comfortable silence for a while, the five of them, listening to the rain and the fire, eating their perfect pies and drinking their warm beverages. The baker moved about quietly, a comforting presence, ensuring everyone had what they needed, that no cup was empty, that the fire was tended, that the candles burned steadily. Outside, the storm began to shift. The wind died down slightly, and the rain, while still falling, became gentler, more rhythmic, less violent. Inside the bakery, time seemed to slow even further, stretching out into something peaceful and eternal. "I've been thinking about gratitude," Scrooge said eventually, breaking the comfortable silence. "That's what Thanksgiving is meant to be about, isn't it? Being grateful for what we have, rather than lamenting what we lack." "That's harder than it sounds," Elizabeth observed, "especially when what we lack feels very present, and what we have feels very small." "True enough," Scrooge agreed, "but I find that gratitude, like generosity, grows with practice. The more we choose to be thankful, the more we find to be thankful for." "I'm grateful for this pie," Alice announced, and there was something both innocent and wise in her statement, "and for being warm and dry, and for finding this place when I needed it. That seems like quite a lot, actually." "I'm grateful for that too," Jim added quietly. "I was pretty scared out there, didn't know where I was going to go, but the light in the windows here, it felt like hope, I guess." Hope is better than treasure, Ishmael said, his voice carrying the weight of experience. Though it took me many years to learn that. I chased something, a white whale, though it hardly matters what, and it nearly destroyed everyone around me. Not me directly, but I was part of it, part of that obsession. I survived, but only just, and only because I knew when to let go. Now I'm grateful for simple things, solid ground, hot coffee, shelter from storms. And we're grateful you're here, Elizabeth said warmly. All of you. It's strange how loneliness can feel so heavy, even in a crowd. But sitting here with all of you, sharing pie and stories, I don't feel lonely at all. I feel rather wonderfully accompanied, actually. The baker appeared with a large teapot and began refilling cups, moving from table to table with practiced grace. Would anyone like more pie? The baker asked. I have fresh slices, or if you'd prefer to try something different, there are other flavors. They all accepted eagerly, and the baker brought out a new array of treats. Apple pie with sharp cheddar cheese melted on top, a savory sweet combination that made them all exclaim in surprise and pleasure. Apple turnovers drizzled with vanilla glaze, individual apple crisps in small ceramic ramekins, the tops golden and crispy, the apples beneath soft and fragrant, and finally, a special Thanksgiving apple tart decorated with pastry leaves in shades of gold and bronze, brushed with egg wash until they shone like real autumn foliage. This is too beautiful to eat, Alice whispered, looking at the tart. Beauty is meant to be experienced, not just observed, the baker said gently. Please, enjoy it. They did, sharing bites and passing plates, their conversation flowing naturally from topic to topic, books they had read, places they had seen, people they had loved, lessons they had learned. Alice told them about the mock turtle and the griffin, describing their strange melancholy with such vividness that everyone could picture them clearly. Ishmael spoke of the sea, of its terrible beauty and its indifference, but also of sunrises over endless water that took his breath away. Elizabeth talked about her sister Jane, about the complicated business of understanding people and being understood, about pride and prejudice, and how love requires seeing clearly despite both. Scrooge shared how he had learned to love Christmas after years of hating it, and how that love had expanded to encompass all holidays, all moments of human connection and celebration. And Jim, slowly warming up, talked about his mother, about the inn she ran, about how he had left seeking adventure and fortune, but now just wanted to return to help her, to be the son she deserved. The hours passed without any of them quite noticing. The storm outside continued to gentle, the rain becoming a soft patter, almost soothing now rather than threatening. The fire burned lower but never went out, tended by the baker's careful hands. More treats appeared, warm cider, fresh and cold apple slices with honey and cinnamon, tiny sandwiches of turkey and cranberry sauce on fresh baked bread for those who wanted something savory. This is the best Thanksgiving I've had in years, Scrooge declared, and the others murmured agreement. It's certainly the most unexpected, Elizabeth added. This morning I had no idea I would spend the evening in a magical bakery with such interesting companions. Do you suppose this place is magical? Alice asked, looking around with fresh curiosity. Really and truly magical? Does it matter? Ishmael replied. Magic or not, it's exactly what we needed. Sometimes that's enough. Jim had fallen quiet, his eyes growing heavy, the warmth and food and safety finally catching up with him. He rested his head on his arms on the table, not quite asleep but deeply peaceful, and the others let him rest without comment. The baker brought out one final creation, a whole apple pie, still warm from the oven, the crust a perfect golden brown, steam escaping from the decorative vents cut into the top crust. It was placed in the center of the largest table, and without discussion, everyone moved their chairs closer, forming a circle around this final, perfect pie. I think, the baker said softly, cutting generous slices for everyone, that this is what Thanksgiving is really about, not just the food, though that's certainly important, but this people coming together, sharing what they have, finding warmth and safety in each other's company during difficult times. Every one of you came here alone, cold and uncertain, but now you're together, warm and safe. That's the real magic. They each took a slice of the final pie. It was somehow exactly what each of them needed it to be for Alice. It tasted like the impossible wonder she had learned to embrace. For Ishmael, it held the contentment of a journey finally ended. For Elizabeth, it captured the joy of unexpected friendship. For Scrooge, it embodied the sweetness of redemption. And for Jim, it tasted like the home he was traveling toward. They ate slowly, savoring every bite, no one wanting this moment to end. Outside, the storm had passed completely. Stars began to appear between the clouds, visible through the rain-washed windows. The street outside gleamed wetly in the lamplight, puddles reflecting the warm glow from the bakery. I suppose we should think about moving on, Elizabeth said reluctantly, though I confess I'm very comfortable here. Stay as long as you'd like, the baker assured them. There's no rush. The storm has passed, but the night is still young, and you're all welcome to remain until you're ready to continue your journeys. And so they did. Scrooge settled into a chair by the fire with a book. The baker provided a collection of poetry that seemed to be exactly what he wanted to read. Elizabeth took out some letter paper and began writing to her sister, describing the evening in her witty, affectionate way. Ishmael simply sat watching the stars emerge, his coffee cup cradled in his hands, looking more at peace than he had in years. Alice curled up in a window seat with a blanket the baker brought her, watching the last of the rain drip from the eaves, her eyes dreamy and content. And Jim slept, truly slept, the deep rest of someone who finally felt safe. The baker moved among them quietly, banking the fire, blowing out some of the candles but leaving others burning, their flames steady and warm. The bakery seemed to wrap itself around its guests like a embrace, holding them in perfect comfort, asking nothing, offering everything. Thank you, Alice whispered to the baker, for all of this. The baker smiled, and in that smile was all the warmth and wisdom of someone who had seen countless souls find shelter, who understood the profound importance of providing comfort to weary travelers. You're so very welcome, dear child. All of you are. Remember this feeling, this warmth, this safety, this peace. Hold on to it when you need it. And know that whenever you need shelter from a storm, places like this exist. You just have to look for the light in the windows. The night deepened. The stars grew brighter. The bakery remained, as it always had and always would, a sanctuary against the storms, a place where magic and reality intertwined so thoroughly that it became impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. And somewhere in that warm apple-scented space, as the old wooden clock on the wall ticked softly and the last embers glowed in the fireplace, 5 weary travelers found exactly what they had been seeking without knowing they sought it: peace, comfort, connection, and the quiet grace of a perfect Thanksgiving evening. The rain had stopped completely now. The clouds were clearing. Tomorrow they would all continue their journeys, Alice to whatever strange adventure awaited her, Ishmael to whatever shores called him, Elizabeth to her beloved sister, Scrooge to his mission of spreading joy, and Jim toward the home and mother who waited for him. But tonight they were here, together, full of pie and gratitude, wrapped in warmth and safety, blessed by the magic of a small bakery on a corner where Maple Street met Chestnut Avenue, where a baker whose face remained gently shadowed continued the eternal work of providing comfort to those who needed it most. And outside, the world was washed clean by rain, ready for whatever tomorrow might bring, but in no hurry to arrive. For now, this moment was enough, more than enough. It was everything. The end. Sleep well, dear listener. May you dream of warm bakeries and perfect pies, of shelter from storms and unexpected friendships, of moments when you are exactly where you need to be, held safe in the gentle embrace of a world that, despite everything, still offers comfort to weary souls.
The coziest rainy butterscotch tart cottage bakery, a Christmas winter bedtime story. The evening began as all the best evenings do, with the first drops of rain tapping gently against glass and the promise of a long, peaceful night ahead. The butterscotch tart cottage bakery stood on the corner of Evergreen Lane and Lamplight Street, its windows glowing amber and gold against the deepening December twilight. Snow that had fallen earlier in the week had melted into silvery puddles that now rippled with rain, reflecting the warm light spilling from the bakery's leaded glass windows. The sign above the door, hand-painted in cream and gold lettering, swayed slightly in the wind, creaking on its iron bracket with a sound that was somehow musical, somehow right. Inside, the bakery was a world unto itself. The walls were lined with shelves of warm honey-coloured wood, each one holding rows of glass jars filled with crystallized ginger, vanilla beans, star anise, and cinnamon sticks bundled with twine. Copper pots hung from hooks above the long wooden counter, their surfaces burnished to a soft gleam by years of use and care. The floor was made of wide planks that creaked pleasantly underfoot, worn smooth in places where countless feet had walked, and scattered with braided rugs in shades of cream and burgundy and forest green. But it was the scent that truly made the bakery what it was. Tonight, as the rain began in earnest, the air was thick and sweet with the aroma of butterscotch, rich, buttery, touched with brown sugar and vanilla, and just a hint of salt. Beneath that golden sweetness ran threads of other scents: cinnamon and nutmeg, the caramel fragrance of baking pastry, the warmth of yeast and fresh bread, and the deeper, darker notes of chocolate melting slowly in a copper pot on the stove. In the corner, a stone fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing over applewood logs that released their own subtle perfume into the air. Before the fire sat two deep armchairs upholstered in velvet the colour of holly berries, and between them a small round table waited with a lamp that cast a pool of amber light across its polished surface. The baker moved quietly through the space as she always did. She was neither young nor old, neither tall nor short, but something timeless and exactly right. Her hair was pinned up beneath a soft white cap, and she wore an apron the colour of fresh cream, dusted with flour and cinnamon. Her hands moved with the sure, practiced grace of someone who had kneaded 1,000 loaves of bread, rolled 1,000 sheets of pastry, and knew by touch alone when the butter was exactly the right temperature for the perfect crust. Tonight's specialty was already cooling on the baker's rack near the window. Christmas winter butterscotch tart. Each tart was a small miracle of buttery pastry filled with butterscotch custard that had been cooked slowly, patiently, until it reached exactly the right balance of sweetness and depth. The top of each tart was decorated with a delicate lattice of spun sugar that caught the light like frost on a window pane, and each was finished with a single star anise and a dusting of gold-tinted sugar that sparkled like snow under street lamps. The baker had just placed a copper kettle on to boil when the bell above the door chimed softly and the first visitor stepped inside. He was tall and lean, with a bearing that suggested command, though his dark coat was soaked through with rain and his beard glistened with water droplets. His eyes, grey as storm clouds, took in the bakery with an expression of something like wonder, as though he had been at sea for a very long time and had forgotten that such places existed on land. "Captain Nemo," the baker said softly, not looking up from the cup she was preparing. "Welcome." The man who had commanded the Nautilus through the deepest oceans of the world paused in the doorway, rain dripping from his coat to pool on the mat beneath his feet. For a moment, he seemed uncertain. This man who had faced giant squids and navigated by the light of phosphorescent creatures through underwater canyons, as though the simple warmth of the bakery was somehow more overwhelming than anything he had encountered in the deep. "I saw your light," he said finally. his voice carrying the slight formality of someone more accustomed to giving orders than asking for shelter. The storm came on suddenly. I found myself. I found that I needed to come in from the rain. Of course, the baker replied, and her smile was gentle, knowing, "There's a chair by the fire. Let me bring you something warm." Nemo moved slowly toward the fireplace, removing his wet coat and draping it over a hook near the hearth, where the heat would dry it. He settled into one of the velvet chairs with a sigh that seemed to come from somewhere very deep, very old. The fire's warmth began to seep into him, and he closed his eyes briefly, as though testing whether this place was real or merely some dream conjured by too many lonely months beneath the waves. The baker appeared at his elbow with a tray. On it sat a cup of hot chocolate. Not the thin, sweet kind, but something dark and rich, made with cream and bittersweet chocolate, and just a touch of sea salt that reminded him of home. Beside the cup sat one of the Christmas winter butterscotch tarts, its sugar lattice gleaming in the firelight, and a small plate with 3 pieces of shortbread dusted with powdered sugar. "The butterscotch is warm still," the baker said softly, "and the chocolate will help with the chill." Nemo took the cup in both hands, breathing in the steam, feeling the warmth spread through his fingers. "Thank you," he murmured. "It has been longer than I can remember since someone offered me such kindness without wanting something in return." The baker's smile was warm. "The only thing I ask is that you enjoy it." She returned to her work, leaving Nemo to sip his chocolate and watch the flames dance across the logs. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming steadily against the windows, but here, in this quiet corner, there was only warmth and peace and the subtle sweetness of butterscotch filling the air. He had just taken his first bite of the tart, and oh, it was perfect. The butterscotch melting on his tongue with notes of brown sugar and vanilla, and that mysterious depth that comes only from patience and care. When the bell chimed again, this time a young man entered, lean and brown-skinned, with hair that fell wild around his shoulders and eyes that held the green depths of jungle canopies. He moved with an unusual grace, almost cat-like, and he paused just inside the door to shake the rain from his hair the way an animal might shake water from its fur. "Mowgli," the baker greeted him. Come in, you must be soaked through." The man-cub, who had been raised by wolves in the jungles of India, grinned, his teeth very white in his brown face. "I am used to rain, baker. The monsoons in the jungle make this seem like nothing more than a whisper." But despite his words, he moved quickly toward the warmth, leaving wet footprints on the wooden floor. "Still, I won't refuse your hospitality. Something smells." He inhaled deeply, like the sweetness I remember from the village, but richer, better. "It's butterscotch tart tonight," the baker said. "Sit wherever you like. I'll bring you something." Mowgli glanced at Nemo by the fire, and the captain nodded in greeting. The young man chose a seat at the long wooden table that ran down the center of the bakery, settling onto the bench with that same fluid grace. He ran his hands over the polished wood as if appreciating the grain and texture. The baker brought him a tall glass of chai, the real kind brewed with black tea and fresh ginger, cardamom and cinnamon, sweetened with honey and enriched with warm milk. Beside it, she placed a Christmas winter butterscotch tart and a small basket lined with cloth, filled with what Mowgli recognized as chapati, still warm, with a small dish of mango chutney. You remember," he said, surprised and pleased, "from my mother's village." "I remember what brings comfort," the baker replied simply. Mowgli tore a piece of the chapati and tasted the chutney, and his eyes closed with pleasure. For a moment he was back in the village of his birth, before the jungle, before Bagheera and Baloo, before everything. Then he tasted the butterscotch tart, and the flavors, so different from anything in the jungle or the village, filled his mouth with this new kind of sweetness, one that spoke of warmth and safety and the joy of discovering something unexpected. "This is very good," he said to Nemo across the room. "Have you tried the tart?" "I have," the captain replied, and something in his stern face softened. "It is remarkable. Everything here is remarkable," Mowgli agreed, taking another sip of chai. "I was out walking. I don't do well in rooms for too long, you understand, and the rain started. I thought I might shelter under a tree, but then I saw this light and I felt..." He paused, searching for words. "I felt called, as if I was meant to be here tonight." "Perhaps you were," Nemo said quietly. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the rain providing a steady percussion against the windows, the fire crackling its counterpoint. The baker moved about her work, kneading dough, checking the oven, stirring something fragrant on the stove, with movement so natural and unhurried that watching her was like watching water flow downhill, inevitable and soothing. The third chime of the bell brought a girl of perhaps 12 or 13, with cheeks flushed pink from cold and rain, blonde braids plastered to her head beneath a woolen cap. She wore a simple dress under a heavy shawl, and her eyes, blue as alpine flowers, went wide at the sight of the bakery's warmth and the smell of baking that filled the air. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, how wonderful!" "Heidi," the baker said warmly, "come out of those wet things. You'll catch your death." The girl, who had lived high in the Swiss Alps with her grandfather, moved quickly to obey, peeling off her soaked shawl and hanging it near Nemo's coat. "I was visiting friends in the village," she explained, her voice carrying the musical lilt of her mountain home. "The rain came so suddenly. I thought I knew every shop on this street, but I've never seen this bakery before. How can that be?" "Perhaps," the baker said, bringing Heidi a thick towel for her hair. "You've never needed it before. Tonight you do." Heidi accepted this with the straightforward wisdom of someone who had learned to trust in the goodness of the world. She dried her hair and face, then looked around the bakery with open delight. It smells like my grandfather's house when Clara came to visit and we made treats for her. And like the baker's shop in the village. And like," she paused, "like Christmas." "That's exactly what it should smell like," the baker agreed. "Now sit by the fire and warm yourself. I'll bring you hot milk and something sweet." Heidi settled in the second armchair, curling her feet beneath her and holding her cold hands toward the flames. She smiled shyly at Captain Nemo, who found himself smiling back, something he did so rarely that it felt strange on his face but not unpleasant. "Are you a sailor?" Heidi asked, noting his bearing and his weathered face. "I am," Nemo replied. "Or I was. I've spent a great deal of time beneath the sea." "Beneath it?" Heidi's eyes went round. "In a submarine? I read about those. Did you see fish and coral and all the things that live down in the deep water?" And so Nemo found himself describing the wonders of the ocean depths to the girl from the mountains, the gardens of coral, the schools of luminous fish, the gentle giants that sang to each other across miles of darkness. Heidi listened with rapt attention, her expression full of wonder, and Nemo discovered that telling these stories to someone who truly wanted to hear them was like releasing something he'd been holding too tightly for too long. The baker brought Heidi a mug of hot milk sweetened with honey and vanilla, and a Christmas winter butterscotch tart on a plate decorated with a little mountain painted in blue. The girl took one bite and sighed with pure contentment. "This tastes like happiness," she declared. Then, with the generosity that defined her, she asked, "Would anyone like to share? There's so much, and it's too good not to share." So Nemo and Mowgli joined her by the fire, and the baker brought more cups of hot chocolate and chai, and they passed pieces of butterscotch tart between them, and talked quietly of mountains and jungles and oceans, of the strange and beautiful things each had seen in their travels. The fourth visitor arrived just as the conversation was flowing most easily. She was perhaps 20, with dark hair pinned back in a practical style that was already coming loose, ink stains on her fingers, and an intensity in her brown eyes that suggested she was always thinking 3 steps ahead of wherever she currently stood. She wore a simple dress that was wet at the hem, and she carried a leather satchel that she held protectively against her chest. "Joe March," the baker said with particular warmth, "I was hoping you'd find your way here tonight." The aspiring writer from Concord shook rain from her skirts and looked around the bakery with the keen observation of someone who filed away every detail for future use. "This place," she said slowly, "is exactly like something I'd write about. Except I'd never believe somewhere this perfect could really exist." She paused. "Am I dreaming?" "Does it matter?" the baker asked gently. "You're here, the tart is real, and you look like you could use both." Joe laughed, a warm, genuine sound. "You're absolutely right. I've been writing for 6 hours straight, and I forgot to eat lunch, and then the rain started, and I realized I was blocks from home, and..." She trailed off, setting her satchel carefully on a chair. "This is exactly where I needed to be. Then sit," the baker said. "I'll bring you something to restore you." Jo joined the group by the fire, introducing herself with the friendly directness that made people instantly comfortable around her. "I'm a writer," she explained, "or trying to be anyway. I'm working on a novel about 4 sisters, and I've been wrestling with a particular scene all day. I couldn't get it right, and I was getting so frustrated that I decided to warp, rain or no rain." "And did the walk help?" Mowgli asked with interest. "Actually," Jo said thoughtfully, "I think it did. Or maybe it's being here with all of you. Sometimes you need to step away from a thing to see it clearly, don't you?" The baker returned with a tray laden with treats. For Jo, there was a large cup of strong coffee, slightly sweet the way she liked it, and a Christmas winter butterscotch tart, and a plate of what Jo immediately recognized as her mother's ginger cookies, though she couldn't imagine how this baker would know the recipe. "Oh," Jo breathed, picking up one of the cookies. "These are exactly like... But how did you..." She looked up at the baker with wonder. "Eat," the baker said softly. "Write later, for now just rest and enjoy." So Jo did, savouring the butterscotch tart between sips of perfect coffee, and listening to the others' stories, and finding that her mind, which had been tangled and frustrated for hours, was slowly beginning to unwind and settle. The scene she'd been struggling with seemed less impossible now. Perhaps after this, after the rain, she'd be able to see what it needed. The 5th arrival was announced by the sound of the bell and a cultured British voice saying, "I do apologise for the intrusion at this hour." The man in the doorway was impeccably dressed despite the rain, or rather he had been impeccably dressed before the downpour. His suit was expertly tailored, his posture perfect, and he carried himself with the unflappable composure of someone who had travelled the entire world in 80 days without ever losing his temper or his pocket watch. "Mr. Fogg," the baker said with a smile, "right on time as always." Phileas Fogg, that most punctual of adventurers, allowed himself the smallest smile. "I confess, I was not expecting to find this establishment here. I thought I knew every street in this district, yet I have no memory of this bakery." He paused. "Nevertheless, here I am, and the rain shows no sign of stopping, so perhaps I might impose upon your hospitality for a brief time." "As long as you need," the baker assured him. "Please, join the others." Fogg removed his wet coat with precise movements, hanging it with mathematical exactness on an empty hook. He joined the gathering by the fire, nodding politely to each person in turn. "Captain Nemo," he said, recognizing the submariner, "I've long admired your work in marine engineering, and you must be the young man raised by wolves in India. I read the accounts. Quite fascinating." Mowgli grinned. The accounts were probably more exciting than the reality. Much of it was just learning to hunt and trying not to get eaten by Shere Khan. "And yet," Fogg said, settling into a chair the baker had drawn up, "you survived and thrived. That in itself is remarkable." The baker brought Fogg a cup of Earl Grey tea, prepared exactly as he preferred, though he'd never been here before, and a Christmas winter butterscotch tart on fine china, accompanied by small, precise biscuits that tasted of lemon and crystallized ginger. "Excellent," Fogg pronounced after his first sip of tea. "The temperature is precisely correct." "Everything here is precisely correct," Joe said with a smile. "I think that's part of the magic." They talked then of travel, Fogg's journey around the world, Nemo's voyages beneath the seas, Mowgli's wanderings between jungle and village. Heidi listened with bright-eyed interest, asking questions that showed a keen intelligence beneath her gentle manner. Joe absorbed it all, her writer's mind filing away phrases and images for future stories. The rain continued its steady rhythm against the windows, but inside the bakery time seemed to slow and soften, becoming something elastic and dreamlike. The fire burned without needing new logs. The cups of tea and coffee and chocolate never quite emptied, and the scent of butterscotch and cinnamon wrapped around them all like a warm blanket. The sixth and final visitor arrived near what might have been midnight, though no one was quite sure anymore what time it was, and no one particularly cared. He came with the sound of something heavy, a crutch perhaps, striking the wooden floor, and when the door opened they saw a tall man with a weather-beaten face, one leg ending at the knee with a wooden peg replacing what was missing below. He wore the clothes of a sailor, rough and practical, and his eyes, blue and sharp as broken glass, swept the room with the wariness of someone who had learned to trust no one. "And here's Long John Silver," the baker said, her voice carrying no judgment, only welcome. "Come in from the storm." The pirate from Treasure Island paused in the doorway, his hand still on his crutch, suspicion written clearly on his face. "How do you know my name? And what makes you think I'm looking for shelter from the likes of you?" "Because everyone is looking for shelter," the baker replied simply. "And because you're standing in a doorway getting soaked when there's warmth and food inside. So you can stand there being suspicious, or you can come sit by the fire and have something hot to drink. Your choice." For a moment Silver remained frozen. Then slowly his weathered face creased into something that might have been a smile. "Well now, I've never been one to turn down a meal, especially when it's offered so plain and honest-like." He stumped inside, moving with surprising grace despite the crutch and the wooden leg. "Though I'll warn ye, I'm not the most respectable company." "Neither am I," Nemo said quietly from his chair. "I've been called a pirate myself, among other things. Sit, Mr. Silver. We're all just travelers tonight." Silver eyed the assembled group. The naval captain, the jungle boy, the mountain girl, the writer, the gentleman adventurer. And something in his suspicious expression eased slightly. He settled onto a bench by the table, propping his crutch against the wall within easy reach. "What's this place, then?" he asked, looking around at the warm, honey-coloured wood and the soft lights. "Some kind of charity house." "It's a bakery," Heidi said simply. "And the baker makes the most wonderful butterscotch tarts. Here, try mine. I've had plenty." She held out her plate with such open, guileless generosity that Silver could only stare. Then, carefully, as if the gesture might vanish if he moved too quickly, he took a small piece of the tart. His eyes closed as he tasted it. "Blimey," he said softly. That's really something, that is." The baker brought him a tankard of hot rum punch, rich with spices and brown sugar, and his own Christmas winter butterscotch tart, and a bowl of hearty fish stew that steamed in the lamplight. Silver ate slowly, savouring each bite as if he couldn't quite believe it was real. "I don't deserve this kind of treatment," he said after a while, his voice gruff. "I've done things. Well, let's just say I'm not the hero of my particular story. No one here is just a hero or just a villain," Joe said thoughtfully. "We're all more complicated than that, aren't we? I'm trying to write about that. How people are full of contradictions and how that's what makes them interesting and real." "The jungle doesn't care about heroes or villains," Mowgli added. "It only cares about what's clever and what survives, and whether you can be trusted when it matters." "And the mountains," Heidi said softly, "teach you that everyone needs help sometimes, and everyone deserves warmth and shelter, no matter where they've been or what they've done." Silver looked at each of them in turn, his sharp eyes softening slightly. "You're a strange lot," he said finally, "but I suppose I'm in no position to judge." He raised his tankard. "To strange lots and warm bakeries on stormy nights. To butterscotch tarts," Mowgli added with a grin. "To safe harbours," Nemo said quietly. They drank together, and the baker moved among them, refilling cups and plates without being asked, knowing somehow exactly what each person needed before they knew themselves. The storm outside reached its crescendo, rain drumming hard against the windows, wind howling around the corners of the building, but inside the bakery remained an island of peace. The fire crackled softly, the lamps glowed warm and steady, and slowly, naturally, the conversation wound down into something quieter, more contemplative. Fogg pulled out a small leather-bound book and began to read, adjusting his spectacles with precise fingers. Heidi curled up in her chair with her eyes half closed, watching the flames dance and thinking of her grandfather and the mountains. Mowgli had found a cushion on the floor and sat there cross-legged, perfectly content. Nemo stared into the fire, but his expression was peaceful now, almost meditative. Joe had taken out a small notebook and was writing, but slowly, dreamily, letting words come without forcing them. And Silver, that hardened pirate, sat with his hands wrapped around his tankard, staring at nothing in particular, but with an expression that might have been contentment. The baker emerged from the kitchen carrying a large tray. On it sat 7 small glasses filled with something golden and warm, and a plate heaped with fresh butterscotch tarts, each one perfect, each one gleaming with its sugar lattice and starriness. "One more round," she said softly, "for the road, though I suspect none of you will be travelling far tonight." "What is it?" Heidi asked, sitting up and accepting a glass. Hot spiced apple cider with butterscotch, the baker replied, and a touch of magic perhaps, the kind that helps you sleep well and dream peacefully. They each took a glass and a tart, and they sat together in the warm, quiet bakery, sipping and eating slowly, letting the sweetness and the warmth and the profound sense of safety sink deep into their bones. Outside, gradually, almost imperceptibly, the rain began to soften. The wind died down. The storm that had raged and howled settled into something gentler, a soft patter against glass, a whisper rather than a shout. "It's passing," Fogg observed, checking his pocket watch. "The worst is over." The best parts often come after storms," Jo said dreamily, her eyes distant with thought. "That's something I want to remember for my writing." "In the jungle," Mowgli said softly. "After the monsoons pass, everything is washed clean. The air smells green and new. And you can see for miles." "In the mountains too," Heidi agreed. "After the rain you can see all the way to the next valley. Everything sparkles." "The sea is calmest after a storm," Nemo added quietly. "That's when the water is clearest, when you can see deepest into the blue." Silver said nothing, but he nodded slowly, understanding something he couldn't quite put into words. The baker stood at the window looking out at the rain-washed street. The puddles reflected lamplight like scattered stars. A few late-night wanderers hurried past, heads down against the drizzle. But in the bakery all was stillness and warmth. "You're all welcome to stay as long as you need," she said without turning around. "There are blankets in the cupboard, and the chairs are comfortable, or you can brave the rain if you prefer. But know that you can always come back. The bakery will be here." "Will it?" Jo asked. "I feel like this place might disappear when we leave, like it only exists when we need it." The baker smiled. "Perhaps that's exactly what it is." One by one they settled into their chosen spots. Fogg wrapped himself in a blanket and returned to his book, reading by lamplight with perfect contentment. Heidi curled up in her armchair like a cat, already half asleep. Mowgli stretched out on the cushions by the fire, his breathing deep and even. Nemo remained in his chair, staring into the flames, but peacefully now. All the restless energy of the sea finally quieted. Jo wrote for a little while longer, then set her notebook aside and pulled a blanket around her shoulders, content to simply sit and be. And Silver, surprisingly, settled on a bench with his coat rolled up as a pillow, his crutch within reach, his weathered face softening into sleep. The baker dimmed the lamps one by one, leaving just enough light to see by, a warm, golden glow that made the whole bakery feel like the inside of a lantern. She added one last log to the fire, though it hardly seemed necessary, and stood for a moment looking at her gathered guests. 7 souls from 7 different stories, all seeking the same things: warmth, safety, sustenance, and perhaps a moment of peace in a world that had asked much of them. She moved through the bakery one final time, tucking a blanket here, adjusting a cushion there, leaving a final butterscotch tart wrapped in paper beside each sleeping figure, a gift for morning, for the journey ahead. Then she retreated to her kitchen, where she would knead tomorrow's bread and prepare tomorrow's treats, where she would keep the ovens warm and the kettle ready, where she would wait for whoever might need shelter next. Outside, the rain faded to the merest whisper, then stopped entirely. The clouds began to break apart, revealing stars between the gaps, bright, cold, and infinitely distant. The street steamed slightly in the aftermath of the storm, and somewhere far off a clock tower chimed the hour, though no one in the bakery heard it. They were all deeply, peacefully asleep, dreaming of mountains and jungles and oceans, of adventures past and comforts found, of the surprising kindness of strangers, and the way a simple butterscotch tart could taste like home. And in that warm, golden space between waking and sleeping, between one day and the next, they were all exactly where they needed to be. The butterscotch tart cottage bakery stood quiet on its corner, its windows dark now except for the faint glow of banked coals in the fireplace. The sign swayed gently in the clearing breeze, and inside 7 travelers slept the sleep of the truly safe, the truly sheltered, the truly at peace. Tomorrow they would wake to fresh bread and hot coffee and the last of the Christmas winter butterscotch tarts. Tomorrow they would thank the baker and step back out into their own stories, carrying with them the memory of this strange, perfect night. But for now, there was only sleep and warmth, and the lingering scent of butterscotch and cinnamon, and the quiet certainty that somewhere in the world there would always be a light in a window, a door left unlocked, and a place where weary travelers could rest. The rain had stopped, the storm had passed, and in the butterscotch tart cottage bakery all was well, all was well, all was deeply, perfectly, wonderfully well. And outside, as the last clouds drifted away, the stars came out one by one, cold and bright and beautiful, keeping watch over the sleeping city and the small magical bakery where 7 souls found exactly what they'd been seeking, even if they hadn't quite known what that was until they stepped inside. The night grew deeper, softer, quieter, and anyone walking past that corner at that hour might have paused, noticing the faint golden glow in the windows, the warm scent of baking that lingered in the air even after the ovens had been banked for the night, and thought to themselves, what a lovely place that must be. Perhaps one rainy evening they might stop in themselves, and they would be right to do so, for the butterscotch tart cottage bakery was always there, exactly when it was needed, with exactly what each visitor required: a warm tart, a hot drink, a comfortable chair, and the irreplaceable gift of sanctuary from whatever storm they'd been weathering. The fire burned down to embers. The sleepers breathed deeply, peacefully, and the night wrapped itself around the bakery like a blanket, protecting this small pocket of warmth and light and perfect contentment until morning should come. The coziest rainy candle-lit winter cottage, bakery, a Christmas bedtime story. The storm arrived at twilight. It began as snow, those large lazy flakes that drift rather than fall, catching the last purple light of the winter afternoon. But as darkness settled over the small village, the temperature shifted and the snow became rain. Not the gentle spring rain that whispers against window pane, but the determined drumming rain of deep winter, when the world feels particularly dark and cold, and the idea of warmth becomes not just pleasant, but necessary. In the heart of the village, on a cobblestone street that curved like a gentle question mark, stood the rainy day candlelit winter cottage bakery. It had been there for as long as anyone could remember, longer, perhaps, than memory itself. The building leaned slightly to the left, as if bending down to listen to secrets, and its windows glowed with a golden light that seemed impossibly warm against the steel-grey evening. Inside, the baker moved through the kitchen with practiced grace, humming a melody that had no beginning and no end. The scent of baking bread mingled with cinnamon, cardamom, star anise, and something else, something that smelled like comfort itself, if comfort could be measured in teaspoons and folded into dough. The front room of the bakery was a study in coziness. Exposed wooden beams crossed the low ceiling, draped here and there with garlands of dried orange slices, cinnamon sticks, and deep red ribbon. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its flames casting dancing shadows across the worn floorboards. Mismatched armchairs and sofas created small islands of seating throughout the space, each with its own side table, each table bearing a small oil lamp with a glass chimney that caught and multiplied the firelight. The windows, those glowing beacons that could be seen from the far end of the street, were framed with thick, hand-carved woodwork, and each one bore a different scene etched into the frost gathering on the panes: a ship on stormy seas, a palace with minarets reaching towards stars, a forest where shadows and moonlight wove patterns between trees. Against the far wall stood the display case, and it was here that the true magic of the candlelit winter cottage bakery revealed itself. Behind the curved glass, arranged on snowy white doilies and wooden boards, were the evening's offerings. There were Christmas stollen, thick with marzipan and studded with candied fruit that gleamed like jewels. There were spice cookies cut into stars and trees, each one glazed with white icing that looked like fresh snow. There were braided breads glazed with butter and sprinkled with pearl sugar that caught the light, and there, on the center shelf, were the specialty items that changed with each visitor's need. Treats the baker prepared with some mysterious foreknowledge, as if the bakery itself whispered the requirements of weary souls still making their way through the storm. The rain intensified, rattling against the windows like someone asking permission to enter. The baker paused, head tilted, listening to something beyond the storm. Then, with a small smile, the baker returned to the kitchen, and the sound of gentle work resumed. The soft thump of dough being kneaded, the whisper of a pastry brush against golden crust, the musical clink of a spoon stirring something warm and sweet. The bell above the door chimed, a sound like small silver bells in winter air. The first visitor stepped inside, bringing with her the scent of rain and distant spices. She was tall and graceful, with dark eyes that held 1,000 stories and dark hair that fell in intricate braids threaded with gold. She wore a travelling cloak of deep blue, now beaded with raindrops that caught the firelight like scattered stars. "Welcome," the baker called from the kitchen, voice warm and unhurried. "Please, come in from the storm. You must be Scheherazade." The woman's eyes widened slightly at being recognized, but she smiled, a smile that suggested she was accustomed to small magics and unexpected knowledge. "I am," she said softly, her voice like honey and smoke. "I have been travelling for a very long time. I saw your lights from the road." She crossed to the fireplace, extending her elegant hands toward the warmth. For a moment she simply stood there, and the tension in her shoulders, tension that seemed to have been present for 1001 nights, began to ease. The baker emerged from the kitchen carrying a small tray. On it sat a cup of cardamom coffee, its surface barely rippling, and beside it, a pastry that gleamed with honey glaze. "Date and pistachio baklava," the baker said, setting the tray on a table beside a deep velvet armchair, "and Persian rose cookies, dusted with powdered sugar. I thought you might enjoy a taste of home." Scheherazade's eyes shimmered as she looked at the treats, each one a memory made edible. "Thank you," she whispered. She settled into the armchair, tucking her legs beneath her, and lifted the coffee cup in both hands. The first sip brought a sigh that seemed to release years of held breath. "I told stories to survive," she said quietly. To the baker, to the fire, to the rain. Every night another tale, another dawn postponed. But here, she glanced around the warm bakery, at the gentle shadows, the peaceful corners. Here I need no stories. Here I can simply rest. "Stories are important," the baker said gently, "but so is silence. So is stillness." Scheherazade nodded, breaking off a corner of baklava. The pastry shattered delicately, releasing the fragrance of honey and roses. She closed her eyes as she tasted it, and for the first time in longer than she could remember, she thought of nothing at all. She simply existed, warm and safe, with pastry and coffee and the sound of rain. The fire crackled. The rain continued its patient percussion against the windows. The bell chimed again. This time, a young man entered, still boyish in the face despite the capable set of his shoulders and the weathered look in his eyes. He wore a sailor's coat dark with rain, and his sandy hair was plastered to his forehead. He carried with him the scent of salt water and adventure, though his expression spoke of weariness. "Jim Hawkins," the baker called out in greeting, "from across the sea, if I'm not mistaken." The young man, Jim, started slightly, then managed a tired smile. "Aye, though how you knew that, I couldn't say." He glanced at Scheherazade, who offered him a gentle nod. "I hope I'm not intruding." "Not at all," Scheherazade said. "This place seems made for gathering." Jim removed his wet coat, hanging it on a hook by the door where it began to drip quietly onto the old floorboards. He approached the fire from the other side, rubbing his hands together. "Been at sea for months," he said conversationally. "Found treasure, fought pirates, nearly lost my life more times than I care to count. Finally made it home to the Admiral Benbow, but..." He paused, staring into the flames. "It's strange. I survived all those adventures, but now that I'm back, I feel more lost than I did on Treasure Island." "The hardest journey," the baker said, appearing with another tray, "is often the one that brings us home. We expect to return unchanged, but we never do." On the tray sat a steaming bowl of bread pudding studded with rum-soaked raisins and topped with a thick vanilla cream sauce. Beside it were slices of gingerbread, each one decorated with white icing the shape of ships and stars and compasses. Jim accepted the tray with grateful hands, settling into a leather chair that had the shape of many previous occupants worn into its cushions. He took a spoonful of the bread pudding and his eyes closed. "Tastes like the Admiral Benbow," he murmured, "like home used to taste before everything changed." "Home doesn't change," Scheherazade offered from her corner. "We do, and we must learn to love it all over again, with our new eyes." Jim considered this, taking a bite of gingerbread. "You're very wise." "I've had a lot of practice at thinking," she said with a slight smile. "It's what kept me alive." They sat in companionable silence, these two travellers from such different tales, bound by the common thread of survival and the need for rest. The baker moved quietly between the front room and the kitchen, tending to things unseen, preparing for visitors yet to arrive. The storm outside grew stronger. Wind joined the rain, howling around the corners of the cottage, making the warmth inside feel even more precious by contrast. The bell rang a third time. The woman who entered was young, with a sweet, serious face and practical wool coat buttoned against the cold. She carried a worn leather satchel and moved with the efficient grace of someone accustomed to being useful. Her cheeks were flushed from the cold, and snowflakes, yes, the rain had turned back to snow, dusted her dark hair like a crown. "March," she said by way of introduction, looking around the bakery with wonder. "I was trying to reach home before the storm worsened, but..." She smiled ruefully. "I'm afraid I underestimated the weather." "Better to stop than to struggle on," the baker said, appearing as if summoned by her voice. "You're most welcome here, Miss March. Please warm yourself." Meg approached the fire and Scheherazade shifted to make room, gesturing to another chair. Jim stood politely, offering a small bow that made Meg smile. "A gentleman of the sea," she observed. "Formerly," Jim said, "mostly retired from adventure now." "And you?" Meg asked Scheherazade. "A teller of tales," Scheherazade replied, "though tonight I am simply a grateful guest." The baker brought Meg a tray laden with treats that spoke of home and hearth, apple cider donuts, still warm and rolled in cinnamon sugar, molasses cookies, soft and deeply spiced, and a cup of hot cider with a cinnamon stick standing at attention in the amber liquid. There was also a slice of brown bread spread thick with butter and honey. Meg's eyes welled up at the sight of such simple, honest food. "This is perfect," she said softly. "My mother makes molasses cookies just like these. I've been away at work, teaching, and I've missed home terribly." "Homesickness is a particular kind of ache," Scheherazade said gently. "It lives in the chest, just beside the heart." "Yes," Meg agreed, biting into a donut. The cinnamon and sugar, the tender cake, the warmth. It all combined into something that tasted like comfort itself. Exactly that. Jim raised his mug of mulled wine. The baker had replaced his empty bowl with a steaming cup. "To homes we've left," he said, "and to finding new ones in unexpected places." They touched their cups together, a soft clink in the quiet bakery. Outside, the snow continued to fall, no longer driven by wind but drifting down in that peaceful way that makes the world feel muffled and safe. "Tell me," Meg said, addressing the room, "do you believe places can have souls? I've been thinking about this lately. Whether buildings can hold the love and warmth of the people who've passed through them." "Without question," Scheherazade said immediately, "every palace in my tales had a soul. Some were kind, some were cruel, but all were alive in their way." "Ships too," Jim added. "The Hispaniola. She was more than wood and sail. She had a temperament, a will." "Then this place," Meg said, looking round the bakery with soft eyes, "has the gentlest soul I've ever encountered." The baker, passing through with fresh logs for the fire, simply smiled. The bell chimed once more, but this time the sound was lighter, smaller, as if made by a much smaller hand. What entered was not exactly human, or not entirely. He was small, no more than a foot tall, and crafted from painted tin that gleamed in the firelight. He wore a bright red uniform with gold buttons, and he balanced on one leg, moving with careful, precise hops toward the warmth. His face bore the determined expression of someone who had travelled far on limited means. "Oh," Meg exclaimed softly, "how extraordinary! The steadfast tin soldier," for that is who he was, paused as if expecting mockery or dismissal, but he found only friendly curiosity in the faces around the fire. "Welcome, soldier," the baker said, crouching down to be at eye level with the small figure. "You've come a long way, haven't you?" The tin soldier nodded. His voice, when it came, was small but clear, like the ring of a tiny bell. "I have travelled through water and fire, through the belly of a fish and the hands of cruel children. I was seeking—" He paused, his painted eyes showing something that might have been embarrassment. "I'm not certain what I was seeking, but I saw your light." "You were seeking rest," the baker said simply, "and perhaps friends. You shall have both." The baker lifted the tin soldier gently, carrying him to a small side table near the fire that stood just at his height. There, on a thimble-sized plate, was a miniature gingerbread cookie, iced to look like a uniform, and a thimble filled with warm honey milk. The tin soldier stared at the offerings, then up at the baker, then at the others in the room. For a creature made of metal, his eyes held remarkable depth of emotion. "I have never," he said slowly, "been treated with such kindness." Then it's long overdue, Scheherazade said warmly. Jim raised his mug in salute. To the soldier, he said, who proved that size matters not when the heart is steadfast. The tin soldier touched his hand to his forehead in a small, perfect salute. Then he sat, carefully balancing on his single leg, and began to enjoy his cookie, taking tiny, precise bites that somehow conveyed immense satisfaction. The fire burned lower, and the baker added logs that caught quickly, sending up a shower of sparks that glowed briefly before vanishing up the chimney. The scent of pine and applewood smoke mixed with the sweetness of baking, creating an atmosphere so perfectly cozy that each person in the room felt their last defenses against relaxation crumble away. The snow outside had become gentle, steady, the kind that would pile up quietly through the night, transforming the world into something clean and new by morning. The bell rang again, twice more in fact in quick succession. Two figures entered together, a young man with skin bronzed by tropical sun and eyes that held the wisdom of the jungle, and a young woman in a nightgown covered by a sensible coat, her hair in a practical braid, but her eyes full of starlight and faraway places. "Mowgli," the baker said, greeting the young man, "and Wendy, darling, how wonderful. I was hoping you'd find your way here." Mowgli moved with the unconscious grace of someone raised by wolves, his bare feet silent on the wooden floor despite the cold outside. Wendy, by contrast, moved like a girl just waking from a dream, looking around with a mixture of wonder and relief. "I was flying," Wendy said, slightly bewildered. "Or I was dreaming of flying. And then I was walking through snow and I saw your lights. I was in the jungle," Mowgli said, his voice carrying the cadence of someone who learned human speech as a second language. "Then I was not. Then I was cold, which I'm not accustomed to. Then I was here." He seemed unbothered by this sequence of events, approaching the fire with the same calm curiosity a panther might show. "Magic is like that," Scheherazade said. "It doesn't always explain itself. Introductions were made, stories briefly exchanged. The group around the fire grew, but instead of feeling crowded, the room seemed to expand somehow, making space for everyone, ensuring each person had their own perfect corner of warmth and comfort. The baker brought Mowgli a feast: roasted nuts glazed with honey and curry spices, bread that tasted of grain and earth, sliced fruits candied with ginger and cardamom, and a cup of chai so perfectly spiced it made him close his eyes and see for just a moment the jungle canopy above him dappled with sunlight. For Wendy, there were treats that tasted of childhood and comfort: hot chocolate thick as silk with marshmallows floating like clouds, butter cookies cut into stars, and, most precious of all, a small fairy cake, as the British call them, with pink icing and a single silver sugar ball on top. "This is better than Neverland," Wendy whispered, taking a sip of chocolate that left a faint moustache of cream on her upper lip. "Because this is real." "Is Neverland not real?" the tin soldier asked, genuinely curious. "It's real," Wendy said thoughtfully. "But it's real in the way dreams are real. This she gestured around the bakery, is real in the way home is real. I understand, Mowgli said, though his experience was opposite. He'd left the too-real jungle for the world of men. There are different kinds of real. The jungle was real, but so are these spices, this warmth, these people. It is simply a different chapter. Jim nodded vigorously. That's it exactly. Different chapters. I spent so long trying to make the next chapter feel like the previous one, but maybe that's not the point. The point, Meg said softly, her teaching instincts emerging, is that each chapter has its own gifts. And right now, this chapter, this moment, is giving us exactly what we need. Warmth, the Tin Soldier said. Stories, Scheherazade added. Friendship, Wendy offered. Peace, Mowgli concluded. They all fell silent, contemplating this, sipping their drinks and enjoying their treats. The baker moved among them, refilling cups, offering seconds, bringing out a tray of Christmas stollen, the German bread filled with marzipan and candied fruit, dusted with powdered sugar until it looked like it had been kissed by winter itself. Each person took a slice, and the room filled with the sounds of contentment. Small sighs, quiet mms, the rustle of napkins and the clink of forks on plates. Outside, the storm had gentled completely. The snow fell in that hypnotic way that makes watchers forget time, each flake visible against the dark sky, each one contributing to the soft blanket growing on the ground, on the roofs, on the window sills. Well, I have a question, Jim said suddenly. For all of you, what does home mean to you now? There was a thoughtful silence. Scheherazade spoke first. Home used to be the palace, but that was also my prison. Now, I think home is any place where I am free to be silent if I choose, where stories are optional, not mandatory. Mowgli considered, chewing slowly on a piece of candied ginger. The jungle was home because it was all I knew. The man village was supposed to become home because it was where I belonged. But now I think home is not a place at all. It is a feeling. It is this feeling. He gestured around the bakery. Home is where they have to take you in, Meg said, quoting something her mother had once told her. But it's also where you want to be taken in, where you choose to return to again and again, because it feeds something in your soul. The Tin Soldier's voice was quiet but firm. Home is where you are whole. I was made in a factory. I'm missing a leg, but I have never felt as whole as I do here now with all of you. Wendy's eyes had filled with tears, but they were good tears. Home is where you are allowed to grow up at your own pace, not stay a child forever, but not rush to be an adult either. Home is where you can be exactly who you are in this exact moment. Jim nodded slowly. Home is what you carry with you, he said finally. It's the people, the memories, the feelings. I've been trying to go back to a place, but what I really need is to carry the good parts forward. Yes, Scheherazade said. Yes, exactly. The baker emerged from the kitchen carrying a large tray, and on it was the evening's final offering, a massive gingerbread house, but not the kind made for decoration. This one was meant to be eaten, shared, enjoyed. Its walls were thick gingerbread, its roof was shingled with chocolate cookies, its windows were panes of clear sugar candy that glowed with the firelight behind them. A path of white icing led to the door, and around it stood marzipan figures, small people, animals, creatures of all kinds, all gathered around a tiny house in apparent celebration. In honor of finding home, the baker said simply, setting it on the central table. Please, share it together. They gathered around, Meg and Jim and Scheherazade, Mowgli and Wendy, even the steadfast tin soldier, who was carefully lifted to table height by Mowgli's gentle hands. They broke off pieces of the gingerbread house with fingers and forks, exclaiming over the details, the flavors, the care that had gone into its creation. The shutters are cinnamon, Wendy discovered. The door is chocolate, Mowgli added. There's marzipan beneath the icing on the roof, Meg said. How clever! They ate slowly, savoring each bite, sharing discoveries. The tin soldier was given crumbs that he declared the finest food he'd ever tasted. Scheherazade broke off a wall and found that inside the gingerbread were layers of spices, nutmeg and clove and cardamom that spoke of her homeland. As they ate, the baker moved around the room, lighting more candles, banking the fire so it would burn low and steady through the night. The atmosphere became even cozier, even more dreamlike, the kind of space where the boundary between waking and sleeping grows thin and permeable. I find, Scheherazade said dreamily, licking marzipan from her fingers, that I can barely remember the storm. It seems like something from another story entirely. It's still snowing, Jim observed, looking at the window, but gently now, peacefully. Everything feels peaceful, Wendy agreed, stifling a yawn. The baker brought out blankets, soft, thick quilts that smelled of lavender and cedar, and began draping them over shoulders, tucking them around legs. Pillows appeared, placed strategically behind heads and under arms. The fire crackled softly, its light growing dimmer, more golden, more perfect for sleeping. You're welcome to stay, the baker said softly. All of you. Stay as long as you need. Sleep here, where it's warm and safe. No one protested. They were all too comfortable, too full, too content. One by one, they settled into their chosen spots. Scheherazade curled up in her velvet armchair, the blanket pulled up to her chin, her eyes already closed. For the first time in 1001 nights, she fell asleep without fear, without needing to plan the next story. She simply slept, deeply and dreamlessly. Jim stretched out on the leather sofa, his sailor's coat rolled under his head as a pillow, the quilt tucked around him. His last thought before sleep was that he had finally found it. Not treasure, not adventure, but something better, a moment of perfect peace. Meg chose a window seat, curling up with a blanket and a pillow, her face turned toward the falling snow. She thought of her sisters, her mother, her father, and sent them all her love. Then she thought of nothing at all, drifting into sleep with a small smile on her lips. Mowgli lay down on the floor near the fire, old habits from jungle sleeping, but accepted a blanket and pillow with grace. He fell asleep almost immediately, his breathing deep and even, his body finally relaxed after years of moving between worlds. The steadfast tin soldier was placed gently in a matchbox lined with soft cotton, set on the mantel where the fire's warmth would reach him, but not overwhelm him. He fell asleep feeling for the first time truly safe and truly valued. Wendy found a rocking chair near the fire and curled up in it like a cat, the blanket wrapped around her, her head resting on the chair's high back. As she fell asleep, she dreamed not of flying, but of being gently, lovingly, perfectly grounded. The baker moved quietly through the room, checking on each sleeper, adjusting blankets, making sure everyone was comfortable. The bakery itself seemed to settle around its guests, the walls creaking contentedly, the windows catching and holding the soft light of the candles. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but inside all was warmth and peace. The fire burned low, just embers now, but still providing gentle heat. The candles flickered in their glass chimneys, creating moving patterns of light and shadow across the sleeping faces of travelers from different stories, different worlds, different kinds of adventures, all united now in the simple, profound experience of rest. The last candle burned down to a stub and then to nothing. But the bakery wasn't dark. A silver glow came through the windows, moonlight reflecting off fresh snow, filling the room with a soft, gentle radiance that was just enough to see by, just enough to make the sleepers sigh contentedly in their dreams. The baker sat in a chair by the door, keeping watch in the way that good hosts do, making sure all guests were safe, comfortable, cared for. Outside, the storm had completely passed. The night was crystal clear now, the stars brilliant against the black sky, the moon full and bright above the snow-covered village. Inside the rainy day, candlelit winter cottage bakery, 7 souls rested, humans and toys, adventurers and homebodies, storytellers and listeners. They had all been seeking something: home peace, comfort acceptance, warmth, and here, in this magical space that existed perhaps in a fold between stories, perhaps in the collective dream of everyone who has ever sought shelter from the cold, they had found it. The night deepened. The snow stopped falling. The moon traced its path across the sky, and in the bakery everyone slept on, deeply and peacefully, knowing without knowing that when they woke they would be changed, not dramatically, but in that subtle, important way that happens when we allow ourselves to truly rest, to truly be cared for, to truly accept comfort without guilt or hesitation. The baker smiled, watching over them all, and began to plan tomorrow's treats. Because there would be a tomorrow, and it would bring new travelers, new stories, new chances to offer warmth and sweetness to those who needed it. But that is a story for another night. For now, let the fire's embers glow. Let the moonlight shine through sugar-frosted windows. Let the sleepers dream of peace and home, and the simple, profound gift of a place where all are welcome, all are safe, and all are loved. Let the rainy day candlelit winter cottage bakery work its gentle magic, transforming storm-soaked travelers into rested souls, ready to face whatever adventures tomorrow might bring. But not yet. Not quite yet. First, sleep. Deep, restful, perfect sleep. The kind that heals, the kind that restores, the kind that makes everything for just this moment exactly as it should be. Sleep now. The bakery will watch over you. The snow has stopped. The stars are bright, and all is well, all is well, all is well. The coziest rainy cornbread cottage bakery. An autumn bedtime story. The rain began just after twilight, soft at first, then building into a proper autumn storm that sent leaves swirling through the cobblestone streets and made the lampposts glow like amber moons in the gathering dark. On the corner where Maple Street curved into Chestnut Lane, the rainy day cornbread cottage bakery stood with every window blazing warm and golden, a beacon of comfort on this blustery November evening. Inside, the air was thick with the most wonderful smells. The sweet, grainy warmth of cornbread just pulled from the oven, the butter and honey scent that seemed to wrap around you like a favourite blanket, and underneath it all, the deep, spiced notes of cinnamon, nutmeg and sage that spoke of Thanksgiving and autumn harvests and everything cosy in the world. The bakery was small but perfectly formed, with low wooden beams across the ceiling, copper pots hanging in neat rows, and a stone fireplace crackling softly in the corner, sending dancing shadows across the cream-coloured walls. Round tables with mismatched chairs dotted the main room, each one set with a small oil lamp that added to the gentle glow. The wooden floors were worn smooth by countless feet, and they creaked in the most comforting way when you walked across them. Shelves lined the walls, filled with cookbooks with faded spines, ceramic jars of honey and jam, and baskets of autumn gourds and Indian corn purely for decoration. The large front window was fogged with condensation, and rain streaked down the glass in silver rivulets that caught the lamplight. Behind the counter, in the warm cave of the kitchen, the baker worked in that mysterious, unhurried way of theirs. You could see a shadow moving, hear the soft clank of pans, catch the flash of a flour-dusted apron, but the baker themselves remained wonderfully vague, as if they were made of the same warm light that filled the shop. What mattered wasn't who they were, but what they created. Magic in the form of bread and pastry and everything good. Tonight, the specialty was clear from the chalkboard menu written in graceful script. Thanksgiving Autumn Cornbread Delights. There were honey butter cornbread muffins, still warm and splitting at their golden tops. Maple cornbread scones dotted with dried cranberries. Sage and onion cornbread stuffing cakes. Savoury and perfect. Sweet potato cornbread with a whisper of brown sugar. And the signature item, the gratitude loaf. A tall, beautiful pan of golden cornbread studded with herbs and served with 3 kinds of compound butter. The door chimed softly, and the first visitor of the evening stepped inside, bringing with her a gust of cool, rain-scented air and the sound of the storm momentarily louder before the door swung shut again. Heidi, for it was Heidi, all grown now but with the same rosy cheeks and bright eyes that had once gazed at the Swiss Alps with such wonder, shook the rain from her wool cloak and looked around the bakery with immediate delight. She'd been travelling down from the mountains, visiting old friends in the city, and had gotten caught in the storm. Her boots were mud-splattered, and her auburn hair was damp at the edges, but her smile was as warm as summer sunshine. "Oh," she breathed, taking in the scene. "Oh, how lovely." Come in," came a gentle voice from the kitchen, though the baker didn't emerge. "Sit anywhere you like. There's a seat by the fire that's just right." Heidi needed no further encouragement. She peeled off her wet cloak, hung it on the brass hook by the door where it began to drip softly into the tray beneath, and made her way to the chair nearest the fireplace. The heat from the flames was immediate and glorious, and she held her cold hands out to it with a sigh of pure contentment. A moment later, the baker appeared just long enough to set down a tray, a plate with 2 golden cornbread muffins split and slathered with honey butter, a small crock of apple butter on the side, and a large mug of hot apple cider with a cinnamon stick resting against the rim. Steam curled up from the cider, carrying that perfect autumn scent. "I didn't even order yet," Heidi said with wonder, but the baker had already disappeared back into the kitchen with a knowing chuckle. Heidi picked up one of the muffins, still warm, almost hot, and took a bite. The cornbread was perfect, slightly sweet, with a tender crumb that practically melted on her tongue, and the honey butter soaked into it until each bite was pure golden comfort. She closed her eyes and thought of her grandfather, of the mountains, of simple meals shared in that high Alpine hut, with the wind whistling outside and safety within. This felt like that. This felt like home, wherever you found it. She sipped her cider slowly, feeling the warmth spread through her chest, and watched the fire dance and pop. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming steadily against the windows, but inside it only made everything feel more sheltered, more safe. The door chimed again. This time it was Jo March who entered, her dark hair wind-blown and her long coat soaked at the shoulders. She carried a leather satchel stuffed with papers, manuscripts probably, or letters, and she had that distracted, determined look of someone who had been walking through a storm while working out the plot of a story in her head. Jo had a room nearby where she'd been holed up writing for the past week, but tonight the words had gone dry and her room had felt too cold and lonely, so she'd ventured out in search of something. She hadn't known what exactly, until she saw the bakery's lights. "Good evening," she called out, not shy in the least. She spotted Heidi by the fire and gave her a quick, friendly nod. "Quite a storm, isn't it?" "It is," Heidi agreed, her voice soft and content. "But it's so nice in here." "It certainly is." Jo hung up her coat next to Heidi's cloak, dropped her satchel by an empty table near the window and stretched. "I've been writing all day and forgot to eat. Suddenly I'm ravenous." "The cornbread," came the baker's voice from the kitchen, "is particularly good tonight, and I have something special for someone who works with words." Jo grinned. "I like this place already." She settled at her chosen table, pulling out a notebook and pencil from her satchel out of pure habit, though she didn't open them. Instead, she looked around, taking in the warm, lived-in coziness of the bakery, the gentle firelight, the sound of rain, and Heidi sitting peacefully with her cider. It felt like stepping into an illustration from a storybook. The baker emerged, just briefly, just a silhouette with kind hands, and set down Joe's order, a thick slice of the gratitude loaf still warm from the oven, with 3 little pots of flavoured butter, honey thyme, maple cinnamon and sage brown butter, and a large mug of strong black tea with cream and sugar on the side. There was also a small plate with 2 cornbread cookies, spiced with ginger and studded with candied orange peel. "This is perfect," Joe said, and meant it. She spread the sage brown butter on her first bite of cornbread and nearly groaned at how good it was, savoury and rich, with the earthy herb flavour and the sweet corn playing off each other beautifully. The cornbread itself was moist without being heavy, with a fine golden crumb and crispy buttery edges. She ate slowly, something she rarely did, and found herself actually relaxing for the first time in days. The tea was perfect too, strong and hot and bracing, exactly what she needed. She added a splash of cream and watched it swirl through this dark liquid, making amber clouds. "Are you a writer?" Heidi asked from her spot by the fire, her voice gentle so as not to intrude. "I am," Joe said. "Or trying to be, anyway. I'm working on a novel. It's about sisters, mostly. Family, love, growing up, that sort of thing." "It sounds lovely," Heidi said sincerely. "It's hard work," Joe admitted, "but it's what I love." She took a bite of one of the cookies and was surprised by the bright, spicy warmth of it. "These are wonderful. Everything here is wonderful." They fell into a comfortable silence, each woman lost in her own thoughts, but comforted by the presence of another person nearby, the way travellers in a storm are comforted by shared shelter. The rain continued its steady drumming. The fire crackled. Time seemed to slow down and spread out like honey. The door chimed a 3rd time, and both women looked up in interest. The man who entered was tall, broad-shouldered, and carried himself with the unmistakable bearing of someone used to command. His dark beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes were the deep, thoughtful grey of the ocean on an overcast day. He wore a heavy peacoat that dripped with rain, and he paused just inside the door as if needing a moment to adjust to being on land, in a small, warm place after vast, cold spaces. Captain Nemo, though he didn't announce himself as such, removed his coat slowly and hung it up. His hands were steady, capable, the hands of an engineer and explorer. He looked around the bakery with an expression that was hard to read, something between loneliness and relief, between skepticism and desperate hope that perhaps here he might find a moment's peace. "Welcome," came the baker's voice, warm and entirely unsurprised. "There's a table in the back corner, very quiet if you'd prefer. Or you're welcome to join the others nearer the fire." Nemo hesitated. He was not by nature a joiner. He had spent so long in the depths, in the isolation of his submarine, in the company of his own genius and his own ghosts. But something about the bakery, the warmth, the smell of baking bread, the gentle presence of the two women who looked at him not with fear or judgment, but simple acknowledgement, made him choose the middle path. He took a table between the fire and the back corner, close enough to feel part of the small community but with space to himself. He nodded politely at Heidi and Joe, and they nodded back. "Good evening," Joe said, because she couldn't help herself. "Good evening," Nemo replied. His voice was deep and accented, cultured, the voice of a man who had read 1,000 books and thought about them deeply. The baker brought him a plate without being asked, a generous serving of the sage and onion cornbread stuffing cake, rich and savoury and studded with herbs, along with a small tureen of turkey gravy for drizzling. There was also a mug of hot beef broth, simple and deeply flavoured, and a small glass of amber whiskey on the side. Nemo looked at the food for a long moment, and something in his stern face softened. "Thank you," he said quietly. He ate slowly, methodically, savouring each bite as if it had been a long time since he'd had a proper meal, or perhaps as if he'd forgotten what it was to eat something made with care, meant for comfort rather than mere sustenance. The cornbread stuffing was perfect for a man who'd spent time in cold, metallic spaces. It was warm and herbaceous, tasting of home and earth and Thanksgiving tables surrounded by family, even if that family was long lost or far away. The broth warmed him from the inside out, and the whiskey, when he sipped it, burned gently and made his shoulders drop from their rigid line. Heidi watched him from the corner of her eye and thought he looked like her grandfather had sometimes looked. Stern and isolated, but with a core of deep feeling hidden underneath. She wanted to say something kind, but didn't want to intrude, so she simply smiled at him when his eyes happened to meet hers. That small smile seemed to surprise him. He nodded back, almost formally, but there was a hint of warmth in it. Outside, thunder rumbled softly in the distance, and the rain settled into a steady, soaking rhythm. Inside, the three of them sat in their separate spaces that somehow felt connected, eating and drinking and listening to the fire and the storm. The door chimed again, and this time a young woman entered, though she carried herself with a dignity that made her seem older than her years. Sierra Cruz shook out her umbrella just outside before stepping in, careful not to drip on the floor, and closed it neatly. She was soaked despite her best efforts, her simple dress clinging to her thin frame, but she held her head high, and her eyes were bright with intelligence and quiet strength. Sarah had been a princess once, at least in her heart and imagination, and then she'd been a servant, scrubbing floors and going hungry. Now she was in between, trying to find her place in the world, teaching at a small school and living in a modest room, but still dreaming, still believing in magic and kindness even when life was hard. The bakery to her looked like a dream made real. "Oh," she whispered, taking it in. "It's beautiful." "Come in, dear," the baker's voice called gently. "You look like you could use some warming up," Sarah smiled, a real genuine smile that lit up her whole face, and made her way to a small table near the centre of the room. positioned so she could see both the fire and the rain-soaked window. She sat down carefully, folding her cold hands in her lap. The baker appeared with a tray that made Sarah's eyes widen. A bowl of sweet potato cornbread pudding, warm and custardy, drizzled with maple syrup and topped with a dollop of whipped cream and a sprinkle of cinnamon. There was also a pot of hot chocolate, rich and dark, with real cream on top, and on a small side plate a piece of honey butter cornbread muffin, split and toasted with raspberry jam. "I can't possibly afford all this," Sarah said softly, honestly. "It's paid for," the baker said, and there was a smile in the voice. "By the rain, by the storm, by the fact that you found your way here when you needed to. Eat, child. Let yourself be warm." Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "The good kind, the kind that come from unexpected kindness." "Thank you," she whispered. She took a spoonful of the cornbread pudding and closed her eyes. It was sweet and comforting, with the earthy richness of sweet potato and the buttery corn flavour melding perfectly. The maple syrup added just enough sweetness, and the whipped cream made it feel like a special occasion. She ate slowly, reverently, making it last. The hot chocolate was perfect too, not too sweet, deeply chocolatey, warming her from the inside out. She wrapped her hands around the cup and felt the cold finally begin to leave her fingers. Joe looked over and caught Sarah's eye. "Good?" she asked with a grin. "Wonderful," Sarah said, smiling back. "The best thing I've tasted in a long while." "Everything here is like that," Heidi added from the fire. "It's magical." "It does feel magical," Sarah agreed. Captain Nemo in his corner listened to their conversation and felt something ease in his chest. The voices were gentle, feminine, kind. There was no shouting, no orders, no machinery grinding. Just women talking softly about food and warmth and small pleasures. It had been so long since he'd been part of something so ordinary and so lovely. The storm outside intensified briefly. A gust of wind that rattled the windows. A sheet of rain that sounded like pebbles thrown against glass. And everyone instinctively drew closer to the light and warmth, grateful for their shelter. The door chimed yet again, bringing with it a burst of energy and chatter. Anne Shirley practically tumbled inside, laughing and dripping wet, her red hair plastered to her face, and her cheeks flushed from the cold and the excitement of the storm. She'd been caught outside during a walk. She'd been composing poetry in her head and hadn't noticed the storm building until it broke overhead, and had run through the rain with absolute delight, because Anne Shirley could find joy in almost anything. "Oh, my stars," she exclaimed, pushing her wet hair back. "This is the coziest place I've ever seen. It's exactly like something from a story. Better than a story. It's like all the best parts of all the stories I've ever loved, combined into one perfect little bakery." She was talking to everyone and no one, her eyes taking in every detail with genuine rapture. The fireplace, the copper pots, the golden loaves of cornbread cooling on racks, the warm faces of the other visitors. "Hello," she called out cheerfully to the room at large. "Isn't this the most perfect evening?" Well, it's perfect now that I'm inside. Outside was getting rather wild, though I do love a good storm. There's something romantic about storms, don't you think? All that power and drama and the rain washing everything clean. Jo laughed out loud. She recognized a kindred spirit immediately. I'm Jo March. I agree about storms. I think they're inspirational. I'm Aunt Shirley, Anne said, making her way over, dripping water with every step. Oh, I should hang up my coat before I flood the floor. How do you do? Are you a writer? You look like you might be a writer. I can always tell. I am, Jo said, delighted. And you look like you might be prone to imagination and dramatic pronouncements. Guilty on both counts, Anne said with a grin. She hung up her soaked coat and then took the seat across from Jo without invitation, but with such friendliness that it didn't feel like an intrusion. I teach school, but I write poetry and stories too, or I try to. Mostly I live in my imagination, which is vast and full of possibilities. The baker brought out Anne's order without being asked. A plate piled high with warm maple cornbread scones studded with cranberries, a small pot of butter, another of honey, and a large mug of spiced chai tea with milk and sugar. Oh, this is exactly what I needed, Anne breathed. How did you know? It's like you read my mind. My soul mind, not just my regular mind. The deep part where I keep my truest hungers. She bit into a scone and made a sound of pure happiness. These are ambrosial, actually ambrosial, food of the gods. If I were to die right now, which I won't, I'm far too young and have far too much to do, but if I were, I would die perfectly happy having tasted these. Sarah giggled from her table, charmed by Anne's enthusiasm. Even Captain Nemo found himself almost smiling at the girl's unrestrained joy. Heidi raised her cider mug in a small toast. "To good food on stormy nights," she said. "Hear, hear," Jo agreed, raising her tea. Anne raised her chai. "To finding exactly the right place at exactly the right time, to serendipity and sanctuary and the beauty of sharing space with strangers who might become friends." They all drank to that, and the bakery seemed to glow a little brighter, a little warmer. The women fell into easy conversation, Anne asking questions and telling stories, Jo matching her enthusiasm with her own sharp observations, Sarah listening and contributing quiet, thoughtful comments, and Heidi adding gentle wisdom from her own experiences. Captain Nemo remained at his table, separate but listening, and found that he didn't mind the chatter. In fact, it was soothing, like the sound of a bubbling stream or wind through trees. Natural, alive, human. The rain continued, the fire crackled. The baker moved in the background, creating more magic with flour and butter and corn. And then the door chimed one more time. The man who entered was clearly a sailor. It was there in every line of him, from his rolling gait to his weather-beaten face, to the way his eyes automatically scanned the room like he was assessing a ship's deck. He was older, with a crutch under one arm and a parrot. Yes, an actual parrot, perched on his shoulder. He had a wild grey beard, a scarred face, and the kind of roguish look that suggested a very interesting and probably checkered past. Long John Silver paused in the doorway, water streaming off his long coat, and surveyed the bakery with one sharp eye. The parrot ruffled its feathers and squawked softly. "Well," Silver said in a rough but not unkind voice, "this be a pleasant surprise. Weren't expecting to find such a cosy berth in the middle of this blow." He stumped inside, his crutch tapping on the wooden floor, and made his way to the coat hooks. The parrot hopped from his shoulder to a nearby shelf, seemingly unbothered by the change of scenery. "Good evening," the baker called from the kitchen. "Welcome, sailor. There's food and drink aplenty, and you and your companion are both welcome." Silver chuckled, a low, rolling sound. "Ain't often I hear such greetings. Usually folks take one look at me and my bird and find somewhere else to be." "Not here," Sarah said quietly, surprising herself with her boldness. "Everyone's welcome here." Silver looked at her, really looked at her, and something in his expression softened. Thanky, miss, that's kindly said." He chose a table near the fire, his old bones appreciating warmth, and settled himself with a sigh of relief. The baker brought him a plate loaded with the sage and onion cornbread stuffing cake, a thick piece of the gratitude loaf with honey-thyme butter, and a large tankard of hot mulled cider, spiced with cloves and orange peel. There was also a small bowl of cornbread crumbs and seeds for the parrot. "Now that's what I call hospitality," Silver said, clearly moved. He set the bowl up on the shelf for his bird, who dug in immediately with happy chirps. He ate his own meal with obvious pleasure, and the women watched him curiously but not unkindly. There was something about the old sailor, despite his rough appearance and the clear signs of a hard life, that suggested depth, complexity, someone who'd made mistakes but also knew the value of kindness when it was offered. "You've come far?" Heidi asked gently. "Aye, lass, been at sea most of my life, some of it honest, some of it less so if I'm being truthful, which seems the thing to do in a place like this." He took a long drink of the mulled cider and sighed with contentment. "But tonight I'm just an old sailor grateful for a warm meal and a dry seat." "We're all just grateful tonight," Jo said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. "For this place, this food, this storm that drove us all inside." "To gratitude, then," Captain Nemo said, speaking up for the first time in a while. Everyone turned to look at him, and he raised his whiskey glass slightly. "To finding harbour in unexpected places." "To harbour," they all echoed. Raising their various cups and mugs, they drank together, this unlikely gathering of travellers and dreamers and wanderers, all brought together by rain and luck, and the warm lights of the rainy day cornbread cottage bakery. The baker emerged from the kitchen then, carrying a large tray with a whole pan of fresh-baked cornbread, the gratitude loaf, golden and perfect and steaming, along with small plates, more butter, and a gentle smile that somehow made everyone feel seen and known and cared for. "I thought you all might like to share," the baker said, setting the pan down on the largest table. That's what Thanksgiving's really about, isn't it? Sharing what we have, being grateful for shelter and food and company, even, especially, when we're strangers. One by one, they gathered around the table. Anne helped Sarah bring her chair over. Jo pulled Heidi away from her comfortable spot by the fire. Captain Nemo stood and moved closer, his posture less rigid now. Long John Silver stumped over with his crutch, the parrot flying to land on the back of his chair. They sat together, this strange fellowship, and the baker cut the cornbread into generous pieces, still warm from the oven, the butter melting as soon as it touched the golden surface. For a long moment no one spoke. They just ate, slowly savouring every bite. The cornbread was everything good, simple but perfect, made with care and skill and something else. Something that tasted like comfort and home and safety. The herbs were earthy and savoury, the corn sweet and rich, the texture somehow both light and substantial. Outside, the storm was passing. The rain had gentled to a soft patter, and the thunder was distant now, rolling away toward other towns, other shores. Through the fogged window you could just make out the clouds beginning to break, revealing slivers of deep purple sky and the first evening stars. This has been a perfect evening, Anne said softly. Her exuberance mellowed into something peaceful and genuine. I won't forget it. Nor will I, Sarah agreed. I felt alone when I came in, and now I feel held. Does that make sense? Perfect sense, Heidi said, reaching over to squeeze Sarah's hand. It's rare, Captain Nemo said slowly, as if the words were difficult but necessary, is to find such peace. I have spent much of my life seeking solitude, and yet tonight I find that I am grateful, deeply grateful for your company. Aye, Silver added. Strange how the best moments come unexpected like. I've had grand adventures and won treasure and sailed exotic seas, but this simple meal, this warm room, this fellowship, this be something I'll carry with me. Jo pulled out her notebook then, not to write a story exactly, but to jot down a few words, a few feelings so she wouldn't forget. She wanted to remember how this felt, the warmth, the rain, the faces around the table lit by lamplight and firelight, the taste of cornbread and gratitude. The baker moved quietly around the room, refilling cups with hot cider and tea and coffee, adding another log to the fire, making sure everyone had exactly what they needed. The parrot preened itself contentedly. The lamps glowed steady and warm. They talked quietly as the evening deepened, sharing stories but not in any urgent way, just letting words flow naturally, the way conversation does when people feel safe and unhurried. Anne told about her childhood as an orphan, and how she'd found love and a home with unexpected family. Sarah spoke of similar experiences of loss and recovery. Heidi talked about the mountains and her grandfather and learning what home truly meant. Jo discussed her sisters and her writing and her hopes for the future. The men spoke less, but when they did, their words carried weight. Captain Nemo talked briefly about the ocean, about the strange beauty of the deep sea and the creatures that lived there. Silver told a sanitized version of his sailing days, focusing on the wonder of distant ports and exotic islands, leaving out the darker chapters. No one judged, no one questioned. They simply listened, and in the listening gave each other the gift of being truly heard. As the evening grew late, drowsiness began to settle over the group like a soft blanket. Heidi yawned first, covering her mouth with her hand. Then Sarah's eyelids grew heavy. Even Anne's bright energy mellowed into something slower, dreamier. The baker appeared one last time with a final offering, small cups of warm milk with honey and a tiny pinch of nutmeg and a plate of miniature cornbread cookies, sweet and delicate, perfect for ending the evening. For sweet dreams, the baker said gently, and safe travels whenever you choose to leave. But there's no rush. Stay as long as you need. They accepted the milk gratefully, sipping the sweet, warm, soothing drink that tasted like childhood and safety, and being tucked into bed by someone who loved you. The cookies were perfect, a last little taste of sweetness to carry into sleep. The fire had burned down to glowing embers now, radiating steady, gentle heat. The rain had stopped completely, and through the clear window you could see stars emerging one by one in the deepening night sky. The storm had passed, leaving everything clean and quiet and peaceful. One by one they began to gather their things, but slowly, reluctantly, not wanting to break the spell. "Thank you," Heidi said to the baker, and her voice carried all the depth of feeling she couldn't quite express. "For everything." "Thank you for coming," the baker replied, "for sharing your evening with us." They each said their goodbyes, to the baker, to each other. There were promises to return, hopes that they might meet again, warm handshakes and gentle embraces. Even Silver, the old pirate, found himself shaking hands all around, his rough exterior completely melted by the evening's warmth. As they filed out into the cool, clear night, their cloaks and coats dry now, the air fresh and rain-washed, they each paused on the threshold to look back at the bakery. It glowed in the darkness like a jewel, like a promise, like a place that would always be there when you needed it most. The baker stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the warm light behind, raising one hand in farewell. The parrot squawked a goodbye from Silver's shoulder. And then, one by one, they walked away into the peaceful night, their hearts full, their bodies warm, their minds quiet and ready for sleep. Inside the bakery, the baker extinguished the lamps one by one, banked the fire, and covered the remaining cornbread with a clean cloth. The kitchen settled into comfortable silence, ready to rest until morning when the ovens would warm again and new travellers might find their way to the door. But that was tomorrow's story. Tonight, the rain had stopped, the storm had passed, and everyone who had found shelter in the rainy day cornbread cottage bakery was safe, fed, and deeply, perfectly at peace, ready to drift into the most restful sleep, carrying with them the warmth of good food, kind company, and the knowledge that somewhere in the world there was always a light in the window and a place at the table for anyone who needed it. The night grew quiet, The stars shone clear, and in the morning there would be fresh cornbread, still warm from the oven, and the promise of another cozy day. But for now, sleep. Deep, peaceful, grateful sleep, with dreams as sweet as honey butter and as warm as a crackling fire on a rainy autumn evening. Good night. The Coziest Rainy Cranberry Crunch Cottage Bakery. A Thanksgiving autumn bedtime story. The rain had been falling since afternoon, that particular kind of autumn rain that seems to have no beginning and no end, just an endless patient drumming against rooftops and window panes. The kind of rain that makes the whole world softer somehow, blurring the edges of things, turning the streets into rivers of amber light beneath the old-fashioned lamps. And on Mulberry Lane, tucked between a bookshop that never seemed to open and a curiosity shop that was always closed, the Cranberry Crunch Cottage Bakery glowed like a small warm heart, beating steadily against the storm. The bakery had been there longer than anyone could quite remember, though everyone in the neighbourhood knew it well. Its windows, round-topped and leaded, each pane slightly uneven in that way that speaks of genuine age, cast golden rectangles onto the wet cobblestones. Through those windows, if you paused in your hurrying through the rain, you could see the flicker of firelight, the gentle movement of someone working peacefully in the back, and always, always, the promise of something wonderful just coming out of the oven. Tonight, the bakery seemed to call more insistently than usual. Perhaps it was the particular chill in the November air, or the way the wind carried with it the first real whisper of winter, or simply that it was the kind of evening when all wandering souls seek shelter. Whatever the reason, the Cranberry Crunch Cottage Bakery stood ready, its door painted a cheerful red that seemed to say, "Here is warmth, here is rest, here is everything you need." Inside, the bakery was a study in autumn comfort. The walls were exposed brick, mellowed to a soft russet by time and the patina of countless wood fires. Wooden beams crossed the low ceiling, hung with bunches of dried herbs, thyme and rosemary and sage, and strings of cranberries that caught the light like tiny rubies. The floor was made of wide planks, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, covered here and there with rag rugs in shades of rust, and gold and deep forest green. But it was the fireplace that dominated the room, a massive thing built of river stone, with a hearth wide enough to sit in, and a fire that crackled and popped with that particular music that only burning applewood makes. Before it, several mismatched armchairs had been arranged in a loose semicircle, each one deep and welcoming with cushions that looked like they'd been chosen for comfort rather than coordination. Small tables stood at convenient intervals, perfect for setting down a cup or a plate. Along one wall ran the bakery counter, its surface a thick slab of butcher block, worn into gentle valleys by years of rolling pins and kneading hands. Behind it, open shelves displayed the evening's offerings on cake stands and in wicker baskets lined with linen cloths. And oh, what offerings they were! The Cranberry Crunch treats were legendary, and tonight they were everywhere. There were cranberry crunch tarts, their latticed tops golden and glistening, the cranberries visible beneath like jewels in a treasure chest. There were cranberry crunch scones, studded with whole berries and topped with a buttery streusel that promised to melt on the tongue. Cranberry crunch muffins rose in proud domes from their papers, while cranberry crunch bread, dense, moist, perfect, sat in thick slices ready to be toasted. And in the place of honor, a massive cranberry crunch coffee cake, its surface a landscape of crumbled topping and ruby fruit still warm from the oven. The scent that filled the bakery was beyond description. It was butter and sugar caramelizing together, the bright tartness of cranberries, the warm spice of cinnamon and nutmeg, and the faintest hint of orange zest. It was the smell of autumn distilled, of Thanksgiving mornings and harvest festivals, of every warm kitchen you'd ever love. It wrapped around you like a blanket the moment you stepped through the door, and it promised that here, in this place, everything would be all right. The baker herself, or himself, for no one was ever quite sure and it seemed impolite to ask, remained mostly in the back, visible only as a shadow moving peacefully behind the kitchen door, occasionally bringing out fresh trays or refilling the copper kettle that sang on its hook above the fire. The baker never intruded, never pressed, simply provided what was needed exactly when it was needed, as if by some gentle magic. The rain intensified as the evening deepened, and with it came the first visitor. The door opened with the soft chime of a bell, and a gust of wind-driven rain swept in, bringing with it a very damp, very tired mole. He stood in the doorway for a moment, water streaming from his velveteen coat, his small paws clutching a thoroughly soaked handkerchief, his whiskers drooping with moisture. He blinked at the warmth and light, and a sound that might have been a sigh of profound relief escaped him. "Oh my," he said softly, his voice carrying that gentle courtesy that was so characteristic of him. "Oh my, what a perfectly lovely place." He stepped inside properly, closing the door carefully behind him, and looked around with the wondering eyes of someone discovering a treasure. Mole had been walking for some time, having taken a wrong turn somewhere near Sir Wildwood, and finding himself quite thoroughly lost. The prospect of another night in the rain had been weighing heavily on his kind heart, and the sight of this bakery was nothing short of miraculous. Without a word, the baker appeared from the back room carrying a thick towel the colour of chestnuts. Mole accepted it gratefully, patting his face and paws dry, and allowed himself to be guided to the armchair closest to the fire. A small footstool was produced for his feet, which barely reached the floor, and before he quite knew what was happening, a cup of steaming tea appeared at his elbow. Not just any tea, but exactly the sort of strong, sweet, comforting tea that Mole loved best, with just a drop of milk. "I was just thinking," the baker said quietly, "that someone might enjoy a warm cranberry crunch scone, fresh from the oven, perhaps with a little butter." Mole's eyes grew wide. "That sounds like heaven itself," he whispered, and so a plate appeared. bearing not one but 2 scones, their tops crisp and golden, the butter already melting into their warm crumb. Mole took a bite and closed his eyes. The scone was perfect, tender and crumbly, the cranberries providing little bursts of tartness that balanced the sweet, nutty crunch of the topping. It tasted like home, like safety, like every good thing in the world. He settled deeper into his chair, his teacup cradled in both paws, and watched the fire dance. The rain hammered against the windows, but inside all was peace. He thought he might never want to leave. He had barely finished his first scone when the bell chimed again, and the door opened to admit a figure who seemed to bring the very essence of distant, exotic lands with her. Scheherazade entered with remarkable grace, considering the violence of the storm outside. Her travelling cloak, though rain darkened, was of the finest silk, embroidered with patterns that seemed to shift in the firelight, peacocks and arabesques, crescents and stars. Her dark hair was bound with a silver cord, and her eyes held the depth of someone who had seen 1,000 stories and lived to tell them all. She paused just inside the door, taking in the scene with a storyteller's eye for detail, and smiled a smile that suggested she had found exactly what she'd been seeking, though she hadn't known she was seeking it. "Peace be upon this house," she said softly, her voice carrying the music of many languages. "I am a traveller far from home, and your light called to me through the storm." Mole, who had learned in his adventures with rat and badger to be hospitable to travellers, half rose from his chair. "Do come in and warm yourself," he said earnestly. "The fire is excellent, and the scones are beyond anything you can imagine." Scheherazade inclined her head in thanks and allowed the baker to take her cloak. Beneath it she wore a simple travelling dress of deep blue, and when she settled into the armchair beside Mola's, she moved with the contained grace of someone accustomed to sitting very still for very long periods, holding the attention of powerful listeners with nothing but the power of her words. The baker brought her a cup of something that steamed and smelled of cardamom and honey, and with it a slice of the cranberry crunch coffee cake, still warm, with a small pitcher of cream on the side. "I have told many stories of magical feasts," Scheherazade said, taking a delicate bite, "but rarely have I tasted anything so wonderful. There is comfort in this, and craft, and something else. Love, perhaps?" "I think perhaps there is," Mole agreed, and they sat together in companionable silence, 2 wanderers who had found unexpected shelter, watching the fire and listening to the rain. They had not been sitting long when the door burst open more dramatically than before, and a young man half fell through it, breathing hard, his sailor's jacket dark with rain. He pushed wet hair out of his eyes and stood panting for a moment, looking around as if he expected to find himself somewhere entirely different. Jim Hawkins had the look of someone who had seen adventure and danger, whose boyhood had been cut short by circumstances beyond his control. There was a wariness in his eyes, even as he took in the cosy safety of the bakery, as if he couldn't quite believe in it yet. His hand went instinctively to his side, where a sailor might carry a knife or other weapon, but found only empty belt. "Safe harbour," the baker said simply, appearing with another towel. "You're safe here." Something in Jim's posture relaxed just slightly. He accepted the towel and scrubbed it over his face and hair, and allowed himself to be led to a chair near the others. He nodded cautiously to Mole and Scheherazade, who both smiled at him with the kindness of those who recognize a fellow survivor of difficult journeys. "I've been walking," Jim said abruptly, as if he needed to explain himself. "Walking for I don't know how long. Needed to clear my head. The sea gets in your blood, you know, but sometimes..." He trailed off, staring at the fire. "Sometimes we need solid ground," Scheherazade finished gently. "I understand. I too have known what it is to feel adrift." The baker brought Jim a mug of mulled cider, hot and spiced with cloves and cinnamon, and a generous wedge of cranberry crunch bread that had been toasted until its edges were crispy, then buttered lavishly. Jim took it with muttered thanks and bit into it almost defensively, as if expecting it to disappoint him. But his expression softened immediately. That's really good," he admitted, and took another bite. "Reminds me of my mother's kitchen, before everything." "Before your great adventure?" Mole asked gently. Jim nodded, his jaw working on the bread. "Found treasure, fought pirates, nearly died a dozen times, came back rich and empty somehow. Does that make sense?" "All the sense in the world," Scheherazade said. "I once told stories to save my life. 1,001 tales spun out night after night. When it ended, when I was free, I found I didn't quite know who I was without the stories, without the danger." "What did you do?" Jim asked, leaning forward slightly. "I kept telling stories," she said with a small smile. "But for pleasure now, and for love, not for survival. It changed everything." They fell into quiet conversation then, the three of them, sharing pieces of their histories while the fire crackled and the rain continued its gentle assault on the windows. Mole listened more than he spoke, content to be in their company, occasionally fetching more tea or refilling plates from the generous offerings the baker brought out at intervals. The fourth arrival came so quietly that at first no one noticed. The door opened just a crack, admitting a swirl of rain and a small figure who slipped inside like a mouse and stood uncertainly in the entryway, dripping onto the mat. She was perhaps 8 or 9 years old, with cheeks reddened by the cold and mountain wind, her simple dress and apron soaked through, her blonde braids hanging heavy with water, but her eyes were bright and undaunted, the eyes of someone accustomed to climbing mountains and tending goats, to being small but capable. "Excuse me," Heidi said in a clear, polite voice with just a trace of Swiss accent. "I was taking the shortcut through the city to visit my grandmother, but I got turned around in the rain. Might I warm myself for just a moment?" "Oh, you poor dear." Mole was on his feet in an instant, his natural kindness overcoming any shyness. "Come in at once. You must be frozen through." The baker appeared with yet another towel and soft woolen shawl, wrapping Heidi in both and guiding her to a small stool near the fire. Closer even than the others, for the child was shivering despite her brave smile. A cup of hot chocolate appeared rich and dark, topped with a cloud of cream, and beside it a cranberry crunch muffin still warm enough that steam rose when Heidi broke it open. "I've never had cranberry before," she admitted, taking a careful bite. Her eyes widened. "Oh, it's like the berries we pick in the alpine meadows, but different. Tangy and sweet at once." "Are you really travelling alone?" Jim asked, his protective instincts clearly aroused. That's brave." Heidi straightened with pride. "I've lived on the Alm with my grandfather. I'm not afraid of travelling, though I admit I've never been lost in a city before. Mountains are easier. You can always see where you're going." "The mountains must be beautiful," Scheherazade said warmly. "I have told stories of mountains that touch the sky, but I have never seen them myself." And so Heidi began to describe her Alps, her voice taking on a dreamy quality as she spoke of meadows full of flowers, of the song of the goat bells, of cheese and fresh milk, and the way the sunrise painted the peaks gold and rose. The others listened transported, and the bakery seemed to grow even cozier, as if her words were weaving additional warmth into the very walls. The evening deepened. The baker brought out a tray of cranberry crunch tarts, each one a work of art with its woven lattice top, and distributed them among the group. They ate slowly, savouring each bite, speaking less now and simply being present with one another and the storm. Then came a tap at the door, not the sound of a hand, but something smaller, more deliberate. The baker opened it to reveal a small figure standing at attention on the doorstep, the steadfast tin soldier, in his faded red and blue uniform, missing one leg, but standing perfectly balanced nonetheless, his painted-on expression as stoic as ever. "I beg your pardon," he said in a precise military voice that somehow conveyed both dignity and vulnerability. "I seem to have been swept along by the storm. I was travelling to find something I lost long ago. Might there be room by your fire for a soldier?" "There is always room," the baker said simply, and helped the tin soldier inside. He was placed on the hearth itself, near enough to the fire to warm his metal, but not so close as to be uncomfortable, and the others rearranged themselves to include him in their circle. Someone, Mole, with his gentle consideration, placed a small piece of cranberry crunch tart on a doll-sized plate beside the soldier. "I cannot eat, I'm afraid," the soldier said apologetically, "but I thank you for the kindness. It has been some time since anyone showed me such consideration." "What are you searching for?" Heidi asked, her child's directness cutting through any pretense. The tin soldier was quiet for a moment. "A paper dancer," he said finally. "We were separated by chance and cruelty. I've travelled through storm drains and fish bellies, through fire and flood, and still I search. It's foolish, perhaps." "It's not foolish," Jim said firmly. "I've searched for treasure and found it. The searching matters. The faithfulness matters." You will find her, Scheherazade said with the certainty of someone who understood the logic of stories. All true loves find each other in the end. That is how the best stories go. The tin soldier's painted expression didn't change, of course, but somehow he seemed to stand a little straighter, as if hope had been restored to him. The conversation turned then to tales of love and loss, of searching and finding, of the difference between treasure and true wealth. Jim spoke of Silver, the complex villain who had been both betrayer and unlikely mentor. Scheherazade told a story of two lovers separated by fate and reunited by persistence. Mole talked quietly of the day he had first found his home, dusty and forgotten, and how Rat had helped him make it beautiful again. Time seemed to slow and soften, the way it does in the deepest evening hours when the difficult outside has gone to sleep, and those awake feel themselves part of a secret society, keepers of the quiet hours. The fire burned lower and was built up again. The rain continued, but its violence had lessened to a steady, soothing rhythm. It was during this peaceful interlude that the final visitor arrived. Wendy Darling pushed open the door with more confidence than any of the others had shown, though she too was soaked through. She was older than Heidi, perhaps 16, with her hair pinned up in a style that suggested someone trying very hard to be grown up, while not quite being ready to leave childhood behind. She carried a small carpet bag, and her dress, though wet, was practical and well made. "I'm so sorry to intrude," she said, though her tone suggested someone who was rarely actually sorry about anything. "But I was travelling home from my teaching position, and the trains have all stopped running due to the storm. I saw your light and thought, well, I hoped you might have a dry corner where I could wait until the weather clears." "We have more than corners," Mole assured her. "We have chairs and fire and the most wonderful cranberry treats you've ever tasted. Do come in." The baker took Wendy's cloak and bag, provided the now familiar towel, and guided her to the last remaining armchair. A cup of tea appeared, something floral and delicate, along with a slice of the cranberry crunch coffee cake that had been calling to her since she walked in. Wendy settled with a sigh that released considerable tension. "What a remarkable place," she said, looking around at the gathered company. "It's like something from a story." "We're all from stories," Scheherazade said with a gentle smile, "in one way or another." "I suppose that's true," Wendy admitted. She took a bite of cake and closed her eyes. "Oh my, that's extraordinary. It tastes like autumn evenings and home and everything good you've ever remembered." "That's exactly it," Jim agreed. "I've been trying to figure out what makes it so special, and that's exactly it." Wendy looked at each of them in turn. The small, earnest Mole, the elegant Scheherazade, with her air of distant mysteries, Jim with his sailor's wariness, little Heidi curled contentedly on her stool with her hot chocolate, the tin soldier standing at attention on the hearth. "Are we all travellers tonight?" she asked. "All of us caught by the storm and finding shelter here." "It seems so," Mole said, "though I think perhaps we were meant to be caught, meant to find this place." I stopped believing in meant to be a long time ago, Wendy said, but her tone was wistful rather than bitter. I had adventures once when I was younger, flew away to a place where no one had to grow up, but reality has a way of reclaiming us, doesn't it? Does it? Heidi asked, genuine curiosity in her voice. My grandfather says the mountains teach us that reality is bigger than we think, that there's always room for wonder if we keep our eyes open. Your grandfather sounds wise, Scheherazade said. I think perhaps growing up doesn't mean losing wonder. It means learning to find it in new places, in a bakery on a rainy night, for instance, in the company of kind strangers, in a perfect cranberry tart. I never learned to let go of wonder, the tin soldier said quietly. It's all I have, really. Faith that my dancer is out there, that love matters, that the story isn't over. Without that, I'm just a toy soldier with one leg, worth nothing. You're worth everything, Heidi said fiercely with a child's absolute certainty. Everyone is. Wendy blinked rapidly and turned her attention very deliberately to her cake. When she looked up again, her eyes were bright. Thank you, she said simply. I think I needed to hear that, to be reminded of that. The baker emerged then from the kitchen, carrying a large teapot from which steam rose in fragrant curls. Moving quietly among them, the baker refreshed cups and mugs and brought out a final tray. Small cranberry crunch cookies, each one decorated with a delicate pattern of pressed oats and a single dried cranberry pressed into its center. They each took one and bit into them simultaneously, and the collective sigh that went around the circle was one of complete contentment. I think, Mole said slowly, that this might be the most perfect evening I've ever spent. There's something about sheltering from a storm, Jim mused. Something about finding unexpected company in an unexpected place. It makes you remember what matters. What matters? Heidi prompted, sleepy now, her head drooping slightly against the arm of her chair. This, Jim said, gesturing to encompass them all. The bakery, the moment. Connection, kindness, knowing you're not alone. Stories, Scheherazade added softly. We are all stories, and we are all storytellers. Every life is a tale being told, and every meeting writes a new chapter. Hope, the tin soldier contributed. The belief that better things are coming, that what we love is worth pursuing, worth standing steadfast for. Home, Wendy said, surprising herself. Not a place, necessarily, but a feeling. The feeling of being safe, being seen, being enough exactly as you are. Wonder, Heidi murmured, her eyes drifting closed. Never forgetting to see the magic in ordinary things. Mole looked around at his companions, his heart full to bursting. All of it, he said. Everything you all said. That's what matters. That's what I'll remember about tonight. The baker moved among them once more, this time bringing soft blankets that had been warming on a rack near the fire. These were draped gently over shoulders and laps, and Heidi was lifted, still clutching her now empty hot chocolate cup, and settled more comfortably in her chair with a cushion behind her head. Outside, the storm was passing. The rain had gentled to a soft patter, more lullaby than percussion. Through the windows they could see that the wind had died down, and though the night was still dark, it had lost its fury. Inside the Cranberry Crunch Cottage Bakery, 6 travellers sat in perfect peace. The fire had burned down to glowing coals that pulsed like a gentle heartbeat. The scent of cranberries and cinnamon and butter still hung in the air, mixed now with the wool smell of wet clothes drying and the indefinable scent of contentment. Scheherazade began to tell a story, very quietly, her voice pitched low and soothing. It was a story about a garden where it was always autumn, where the leaves never finished falling and the harvest never ended, where there was always enough and everyone was welcome. Her words wove through the room like a gentle spell, and one by one the others' eyes began to close. Heidi was first, curled like a kitten in her chair, her breathing deep and even. The tin soldier next, standing at attention even in sleep, having found for one night at least a place where he was valued. Jim slouched lower in his chair, his sailor's vigilance finally released, his face softening into boyishness again. Mole tucked his paws under his blanket and let his head rest against the wing of his chair, a small smile on his whiskered face. Wendy fought sleep the longest, wanting to hold on to this perfect evening, this moment of peace. But eventually even she surrendered, her teacup tilting gently in her lap before the baker quietly removed it to safety. Scheherazade's story wound to its gentle conclusion, and there, in that garden, all souls found rest, and all stories found their happy ending for now and forever. And then she too was still, her head tilted back, her hands folded peacefully in her lap. The baker moved silently among them, checking that blankets were secure, that the fire was safe, that each dreamer was comfortable. More wood was added to the coals, just enough to keep the room warm through the night. The remaining cranberry treats were covered with clean cloths. The candles were snuffed one by one, leaving only firelight. At the windows, the rain finally stopped. The clouds began to break apart, revealing between them glimpses of stars hard and bright and impossibly distant. The street outside was washed clean, the cobblestones gleaming, the air smelling of wet earth and autumn leaves. Inside the Cranberry Crunch Cottage Bakery, 7 souls rested. 6 travellers who had found unexpected shelter, and 1 baker who had provided exactly what was needed. The fire glowed. The old building settled with small creaks and sighs, and outside the night stretched on, peaceful and deep, ready to carry them all safely toward morning. In that warm, dark, safe space, there was no past to regret and no future to fear. There was only now, the rise and fall of breathing, the pop of settling embers, the infinite comfort of knowing that for this moment, this perfect moment, all was well, and all manner of things were well and would be well. The travellers slept on and dreamed of autumn gardens and mountain meadows, of distant shores and paper dances, of flying and coming home, of cranberry crunch and kindness and the magic of finding exactly the right place at exactly the right time. and the Cranberry Crunch Cottage Bakery held them all safely through the night, as it had held so many travellers before and would hold countless more to come. For that is what such places do. That is their magic, their purpose, their gift. They offer shelter. They offer sweetness. They offer the simple, profound blessing of peace. And on this stormy November evening, that was everything. That was more than enough. That was, in fact, absolutely perfect. The Coziest Rainy Apple Crisp Cottage Bakery, an autumn bedtime story for adults. The rain began just after sunset, gentle at first, a whisper against the cobblestones of Millbrook Lane, then gradually building into a steady, drumming symphony that turned the little street into a river of amber light reflected in puddles. The kind of rain that makes you grateful for shelter, for warmth, for the simple blessing of being inside. And there, halfway down the lane where the street lamp cast its softest glow, stood the rainy day Apple Crisp Cottage Bakery. From the outside, it looked like something from a dream or a half-remembered illustration in a very old book. The building itself seemed to lean slightly forward, as if eager to embrace anyone who might approach. Warm golden light spilled from its diamond-paned windows, and even through the rain, the scent that drifted from its door was unmistakable. Cinnamon and nutmeg, butter and brown sugar, and above all the sweet tart perfume of baked apples still warm from the oven. Tonight was a special night at the bakery. November had settled in with all its contemplative beauty, and Thanksgiving was near enough that the very air seemed to hum with gratitude. The baker, whose face no one could ever quite remember, but whose kindness everyone recalled perfectly, had spent the entire day preparing apple crisps. Not just any apple crisps, but variations both traditional and whimsical, each one perfect for the autumn evening and the travellers who might need them. Inside, the bakery glowed like a jewel box. The wooden floors were worn smooth by countless footsteps, their honey-coloured planks reflecting the firelight that danced in the stone hearth along the far wall. Exposed beams crossed the ceiling, from which hung bundles of dried herbs and copper pots that caught the light. Small tables were scattered throughout the space, each with a single candle in a glass holder and a small vase holding the last brave chrysanthemums of the season, deep burgundy and burnt orange. The display case near the entrance held the evening's treasures: classic apple crisp in individual ramekins, their oat and butter toppings golden and crumbly, apple crisp bars cut into perfect squares and drizzled with caramel, tiny apple crisp tartlets no bigger than a silver dollar. And something special the baker had created just today: apple crisp bread pudding, where chunks of cinnamon bread had been nestled among sliced apples and topped with that beloved streusel before being baked into custardy perfection. Behind the counter, copper kettles steamed gently on a vintage stove. The baker had prepared hot apple cider with cinnamon sticks, chamomile tea with honey, and warm milk with a hint of vanilla. Everything needed for a stormy November evening. The first guest arrived just as the rain found its rhythm. The bell above the door chimed softly, and a young woman stepped inside, shaking droplets from her blue gingham dress. She wore her dark hair in 2 braids, slightly dishevelled from the wind, and she carried a small wicker basket over one arm. Her eyes, bright and wondering, took in the bakery with evident relief. "Oh," Dorothy Gale breathed, her Kansas accent warm as summer wheat. "Oh, this is perfect." She had been walking for what felt like hours, though in this particular neighborhood time had a way of bending and stretching like taffy. After all her travels to strange lands over rainbows through territories both wonderful and frightening, Dorothy had developed a deep appreciation for simple, genuine comfort, and this bakery radiated it from every worn floorboard and copper pot. The baker appeared from the kitchen, as if summoned by need itself, and smiled. Without a word, they gestured to a table near the fire, one with a particularly comfortable-looking chair upholstered in faded rose velvet. "Thank you," Dorothy said softly. "I'm not sure how I found this place, but I'm so glad I did. The storm came up so suddenly." The baker nodded with understanding and returned a moment later with a small plate bearing a generous serving of classic apple crisp, the oat topping still slightly warm with a small pitcher of thick cream on the side, and a mug of hot apple cider that smelled of cinnamon, cloves, and home. Dorothy settled into the chair, drawing her legs up beneath her, in a way that would have made her Auntie Em click her tongue, but there was no one here to mind. She wrapped her hands around the warm mug and simply breathed for a moment, letting the steam carry the scent of spiced apples to her face. Outside, the rain pattered steadily against the windows, but inside the fire crackled with contentment. She took a bite of the apple crisp and her eyes closed. The topping was buttery and rich, with just enough brown sugar to make it caramelized at the edges. The apples beneath were tender but not mushy, still holding their shape, their tartness balanced perfectly with cinnamon and a hint of nutmeg. The cream she poured over the top melted into the warm oats like a sweet, cool blessing. "There's no place like home," Dorothy murmured to herself. But places like this come awfully close. She had just begun to relax fully, feeling the warmth seep into her bones when the bell chimed again. The second arrival was a girl woman, caught in that curious age between childhood and something more complicated. She had blonde hair that fell past her shoulders and an air of constant curiosity, as if she were perpetually on the verge of asking a question or peering around a corner to see what lay beyond. She wore a blue dress with a white pinafore, though both had seen some adventure. There was a small tear in the pinafore and a grass stain on the hem of the dress. Alice stepped inside and immediately sneezed from the rain, then laughed at herself. "Oh dear, I didn't mean to be so dramatic. Though I suppose arriving during a thunderstorm is rather dramatic by itself, isn't it?" She spoke to no one in particular, or perhaps to everyone at once. It was hard to tell with Alice. Dorothy looked up from her apple crisp and smiled. "It's quite all right. I just arrived myself. The rain does have a way of finding you, doesn't it?" Indeed it does, Alice agreed, approaching Dorothy's table with the easy friendliness of someone who had taken tea with much stranger company. I was just thinking about how I'd gotten quite thoroughly lost, though that's nothing new for me, and then I saw the light from this place and thought, well, Alice, that looks considerably more sensible than most of what you've encountered today. The baker emerged again this time with a knowing smile and led Alice to a small table adjacent to Dorothy's. Within moments, Alice had before her one of the apple crisp tartlets, small enough to be eaten in a few bites, its miniature perfection somehow exactly right, and a cup of chamomile tea with honey that steamed gently in a delicate china cup painted with violets. "Oh, this is lovely," Alice said, admiring the tiny tartlet. "It's so nice when things are the size they ought to be. I've had quite enough of things changing sizes unexpectedly." She took a bite and made a small sound of pleasure. "And it tastes exactly as an apple crisp should taste. Not too sweet, not too tart, not too anything, but just right." Dorothy smiled. "I was just thinking the same about mine. There's something very satisfying about food that knows exactly what it is." "A rare quality," Alice agreed solemnly, "in food and in everything else." The two fell into easy conversation, their voices low and companionable, discussing their various travels and the strange comfort of finding oneself somewhere warm and safe when the world outside had turned wet and wild. They spoke of home, Kansas for Dorothy, England for Alice, and how travelling changes you in ways you can't always explain to people who've stayed in one place. The rain continued its steady percussion against the windows, and the fire burned lower and warmer, and the bakery seemed to breathe around them with contentment. The third arrival came in a rush of energy barely contained. The door burst open with more force than necessary, and a young woman strode in, shaking rain from her dark hair and clutching a leather satchel that looked stuffed with papers. She wore a practical brown dress with ink stains on the cuffs, and her face was flushed from walking quickly through the storm. "Oh, thank goodness!" Joe March exclaimed, pushing wet hair from her forehead. "I thought I'd never find anywhere to stop. I've been working on a story all day, walking and thinking, and I completely failed to notice the weather until I was soaked through." She laughed at herself, the sound warm and unself-conscious. "My sister Meg would say I have my head in the clouds, and she'd be absolutely right." The baker appeared, as they always did, at exactly the right moment, and gestured Joe toward the counter where a towel waited on a hook. Joe accepted it gratefully and dried her face and hair, still chattering cheerfully. "I do hope you don't mind wet customers, though I suppose on a night like this we're all likely to arrive a bit damp." She noticed Dorothy and Alice and gave them a friendly wave. "Good evening. Miserable weather for a walk, but perfect for finding sanctuary, isn't it?" "It is indeed," Dorothy agreed, returning the wave. "Please join us by the fire. There's plenty of room." Joe needed no further invitation. The baker brought her to a table that completed a small triangle with Dorothy and Alice, creating an intimate conversation space illuminated by candlelight and firelight in equal measure. Before her, the baker placed something special, a square of apple crisp bar, its layers visible in cross-section, apples on the bottom, streusel on top, and a thin layer of what appeared to be cream cheese in the middle. Beside it, a mug of warm milk with vanilla and a hint of cinnamon. "Oh my stars," Joe breathed, examining the bar. "This looks like something Beth would have made. My sister, she's the angel of the family, truly. She has a gift for making ordinary things beautiful." A shadow of old worry crossed her face. Beth had been so ill once, but then she focused on the present moment, the warmth, the kindness. "This is exactly what I needed, though I didn't know it until I saw it." She took a bite and closed her eyes. "Perfection," she declared. "Absolute perfection. The cream cheese adds such a lovely tangy note. It's like the plot twist in a very satisfying story. Unexpected but completely right." Alice laughed. "What a wonderful way to describe food. I shall have to remember that." "Are you a writer?" Dorothy asked Joe. "I am," Joe said with pride and no false modesty. "Or at least I'm trying to be. I write stories, sensational ones mostly, though I'm working on something more serious now. Something about sisters and growing up and all the complicated, beautiful mess of family." She pulled her satchel onto her lap protectively. "I carry my manuscripts everywhere. Can't risk losing them, you know." The three women fell into the kind of conversation that happens when strangers realize they're not strangers at all, not really. That they've all experienced variations of the same longings, the same questions, the same wonder at the world's strange workings. They spoke of ambition and home, of adventure and the equally brave act of staying, of the people they loved and the versions of themselves they were still becoming. The baker moved quietly in the background, refreshing tea, bringing small plates of extra treats to share, a few apple crisp tartlets, some slices of the bread pudding, all placed in the centre of the tables so the women could sample and share as they liked. The rain drummed on, sometimes harder, sometimes softer, but always present, always a reminder of how precious it was to be dry and warm and fed. The fourth arrival was different from the others, and announced itself with a creaking mechanical sound that preceded the opening of the door. The Tin Woodman bent slightly to fit through the doorway, his metal body gleaming wetly from the rain. He moved carefully, as he always did, conscious of his strength and weight. His axe he left propped carefully outside. No need for such things in a bakery. And he entered with the gentle courtesy that had always defined him, even when he'd believed he had no heart. "Good evening," he said, his voice carrying that peculiar metallic resonance that somehow conveyed more warmth than coldness. "I do hope I'm not intruding. I saw the light and thought I might wait out the worst of the storm here, if that's acceptable." "Of course." Dorothy jumped up from her seat. "Nick! Oh, how wonderful to see you!" She approached her old friend with genuine delight, though she was careful not to hug him. The Tin Woodman was many things, but comfortable to embrace, was not one of them. "Dorothy," he said, and the pleasure in his voice was unmistakable. "What extraordinary luck to find you here. How long has it been?" "Too long," Dorothy said warmly. "Please come sit with us. This is Alice and this is Joe. We're all refugees from the rain." The baker had already anticipated the need and brought forward a sturdier chair, one without upholstery that could handle the Tin Woodman's weight. They also brought something that made Dorothy laugh with delight. A small bowl of apple crisp served warm, with a tiny silver spoon that looked almost comical next to the Tin Woodman's metal hands, yet somehow perfect. "How thoughtful," the Tin Woodman said softly. "Though I confess I cannot taste as you do, but I remember taste. I remember the flavour of apples from when I was... before." He paused, then continued more cheerfully. "And the warmth will be pleasant. Metal gets so cold in the rain." He settled carefully into the chair, which held him well, and accepted the bowl. True to his word, he couldn't eat as humans did, but he held the warm bowl gently and let the steam rise toward his face and seemed content. Joe watched him with barely contained fascination. "Forgive me for staring," she said, "but I'm a writer, and I've never met anyone quite like you. You're like something from a fairy tale, except you're real and sitting right here." "I am indeed from a fairy tale, I suppose," the Tin Woodman said with gentle humour. "Or at least my life has been rather like one. I was a man once, then bit by bit became this." He gestured to himself. "It's a long story, and not without its sorrows. But I learned something important, that having a heart isn't about flesh and blood. It's about caring, about feeling, about loving deeply, and letting yourself be moved by beauty and sadness alike." Alice leaned forward. "That's lovely, and quite true, I think. The most important things are so often the ones you can't see or touch." The four of them, metal, flesh, and friendly spirit, settled into conversation that ranged from the philosophical to the mundane. The Tin Woodman spoke of his ongoing care of the forests, of protecting growing things despite his own inability to grow. Joe asked him questions about his experiences, clearly storing every detail for future stories. Alice contemplated whether having a mechanical heart might solve some of the complications of having a feeling one. Dorothy simply enjoyed the company of her old friend, warm with the comfort of reunion. The baker brought more treats, adjusting the offerings to the growing group. A larger plate of apple crisp bars to share, more hot cider, a fresh pot of tea. The fire was fed and stirred till it burned with steady, radiating warmth. Outside, the storm had found its peak, the rain now a downpour, the wind making the old building creak gently, but inside everything felt more cozy and protected because of the contrast. The fifth and final arrival came quietly, almost apologetically. The door opened just wide enough for a slender figure to slip through, and then closed quickly as if to keep from disturbing anyone. A young woman stood dripping in the entryway, her practical nightgown soaked through, though over it she'd thrown a sensible coat, and her hair, brown and slightly curled, plastered to her head. She looked tired in a way that went beyond physical exhaustion, the kind of tired that comes from too much responsibility accepted too young. "I'm so sorry to intrude," Wendy Darling said softly, her voice carrying the careful politeness of someone who's spent years being the sensible one. "I don't quite know how I got here. One moment I was walking in London, unable to sleep, thinking too much, and the next I saw this place and—" She trailed off, looking almost embarrassed. "Please, come in," Dorothy said warmly, standing. "You're not intruding at all. We're all here for the same reason. Shelter from the storm, and perhaps something we didn't know we were looking for." The baker was already there with another towel, guiding Wendy to a seat near the fire where she could warm up. Within moments, a steaming mug of chamomile tea appeared before her, along with a small bowl of the apple crisp bread pudding, its custardy warmth seeming exactly right for someone who looked so chilled, so worn. Wendy wrapped her hands around the mug and breathed in the steam. "Thank you," she whispered. "I can't remember the last time someone took care of me like this. Usually I'm the one doing the caring." "You have the look of someone with younger siblings," Joe observed gently. "I recognize it because I see it in my own mirror." Wendy smiled a bit sadly. "Brothers, yes. 2 of them, John and Michael, and others I cared for once in a place that seems more like a dream now than reality." She took a sip of tea and seemed to gather herself. "I grew up too fast, I think. One day I was a child having adventures, and the next I was meant to be a proper young lady who would put away childish things. But sometimes late at night I remember flying, and I wonder if I gave it up too soon, if I chose responsibility over joy too quickly." The table fell into a contemplative silence, the kind that feels respectful rather than awkward. Rain pattered against the windows with renewed vigour, and somewhere in the distance thunder rumbled gently. Alice spoke first. "I think," she said carefully, "that growing up is rather like falling down a rabbit hole. You can't help but go where it takes you, but you can choose how you move through it. And perhaps sometimes you find doorways back to the wonder you thought you'd left behind. And perhaps," the Tin Woodman added, his metallic voice soft, "responsibility and joy need not be opposites. Perhaps the trick is to carry both, to let them balance each other rather than choosing one over the other." Dorothy nodded. "When I came home from Oz, everyone expected me to forget it, to settle down and be ordinary. But you can't unknow magic, it stays with you. And maybe that's all right. Maybe we're meant to be people who've seen both the extraordinary and the ordinary, and find the places where they meet." Jo was already pulling out a small notebook from her satchel. "I have to write this down," she said. "All of this conversation, this moment. It's too perfect to lose." She looked up at the others. "May I? Would you mind if you all ended up in a story someday?" They laughed together, the sound mingling with the rain and the crackle of the fire. Wendy tasted the bread pudding and her eyes widened. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, this tastes like childhood, like the treats my mother would make for special occasions when everything felt safe and possible." She took another bite, savouring it. It tastes like before everything got so complicated. The baker, moving through the space like a benevolent ghost, brought more provisions. A fresh pot of tea, more apple crisp bars cut into generous squares, small glasses of warm milk with honey for anyone who wanted it, and, surprising everyone, a plate of apple slices, fresh and crisp, with a small dish of caramel for dipping. Simple, perfect, a reminder that sometimes the plainest offerings are the most appreciated. The group of 5 settled into a deeper kind of comfort. They shared the treats, passing plates back and forth. Jo read a passage from her manuscript, a scene about sisters gathered around a fire which felt remarkably appropriate. Alice told them about the mock turtle and the griffin, acting out the voices until everyone was laughing. Dorothy described the Emerald City in detail, painting it so vividly that they could almost see it. The Tin Woodman spoke of his garden, of watching things bloom and grow under his careful tending, and how it taught him more about having a heart than he'd ever learned before. Wendy, gradually relaxing, told them about Neverlander, not the adventures, which she'd recounted too many times, but the quiet moments. Watching the sun set from the treehouse, Peter teaching the Lost Boys to dance, the mermaids singing at dawn. Time moved differently in the bakery. Outside, the storm gradually began to ease, the downpour softening to a gentle, steady rain, the kind that would last all night but no longer threatened. Inside, the candles burned low and were gently replaced by the baker. The fire was fed once more and settled into glowing coals that radiated steady warmth. "I've been thinking," Alice said, her voice dreamy with contentment and warmth, "about how strange it is that we all ended up here on this particular night. All of us from different stories, different worlds, really. And yet here we are, and it feels like we were meant to find this place together." "Perhaps we were," the Tin Woodman said. "I've learned not to question too carefully the ways that magic works. Some things simply are, and accepting them is its own kind of wisdom." Dorothy pulled her knees up to her chest, looking younger than her years. "In Oz, I learned that the things you seek are often closer than you think. I spent so long trying to get home, only to discover I'd had the power all along. Maybe this is like that. Maybe we all needed shelter, company, warmth, and it found us. Or we found it," Jo added, ever the storyteller seeking the right narrative thread. Maybe in walking through the storm, in being willing to be lost and cold and uncertain, we opened ourselves to finding exactly this. Wendy smiled, and for the first time since she'd arrived, she looked truly peaceful. "Whatever the reason, I'm grateful. I didn't realize how much I needed this. To sit somewhere warm with kind people, to eat something sweet, to not have to be in charge or responsible for anyone but myself, just for an hour or two." The baker emerged one final time, carrying a large serving dish. On it was arranged a beautiful apple crisp, larger than the individual portions, clearly meant for sharing. The topping was golden and perfect, and they'd arranged fresh apple slices in a decorative pattern on top before baking, so they'd caramelized into beautiful amber spirals. 5 small plates and 5 forks accompanied it. "Oh my," Dorothy breathed. "That's beautiful." The baker set it in the center of the pushed-together tables, smiled at the assembled group with infinite kindness, and retreated to the kitchen, leaving them with this final gift. They served themselves in silence, each taking a portion of the communal dessert. The first bites were taken quietly, reverently, each person tasting not just apples and cinnamon and butter-rich oats, but something else: gratitude, safety, belonging. The simple pleasure of being exactly where you needed to be. "To rainy nights," Jo said, raising her fork in a gentle toast. "To finding shelter," Alice added. "To unexpected friends," said Dorothy. "To hearts, whether tin or flesh," the Tin Woodman contributed. "To coming home," Wendy finished softly, "even when home is somewhere you've never been before." They touched forks together in a gentle, silly gesture that made them all smile, and finished their apple crisp as the storm outside finally gradually began to quiet. The rain eased to a whisper. The wind died down to occasional gentle gusts. The violence had passed, leaving only the clean, fresh smell of rain-washed air and the promise of clear skies come morning. Inside the rainy day apple crisp cottage bakery, the fire burned down to perfect coals. The candles flickered in their glass holders. The 5 travellers, for that's what they all were really, travellers through story and life and the strange spaces in between, settled into comfortable chairs with books the baker had quietly left out, or with their own thoughts, or with the last precious drops of chamomile tea, gone lukewarm but still soothing. Jo had filled several pages of her notebook and was now simply watching the others, storing these images for future stories. Dorothy curled in her chair like a cat, finally fully relaxed, Alice examining the dregs of her tea with scientific curiosity, the Tin Woodman motionless, but somehow conveying absolute contentment. Wendy with her eyes half closed, finally allowing herself to rest. The Tin Woodman broke the comfortable silence. "I should be going soon," he said, though he made no move to rise. "The rain has stopped, and the forest will need checking after such a storm." "In a moment," Dorothy said sleepily. "Let's just stay a moment more." And they did. They stayed in that liminal space between action and rest, between departure and arrival, between story and dream. The bakery held them gently, as it held everyone who needed holding. The scent of cinnamon and baked apples had faded to a gentle sweetness that perfumed the air. The fire was nearly out, just glowing embers now, but the warmth remained. One by one, without announcing it, without making it a thing, they began to gather their belongings. Jo tucked her notebook away. Alice straightened her pinafore. Wendy folded the towel she'd used and set it neatly on her chair. Dorothy picked up her basket. The Tin Woodman stood carefully, his joints moving smoothly. The cold of the rain finally banished. At the door they paused. Outside the night was quiet, the street washed clean, the puddles reflecting stars that had emerged from behind the departing clouds. The storm had passed completely, leaving only peace in its wake. "Thank you," Wendy said to the baker, who had appeared to see them off, "for everything, for knowing exactly what we needed." The baker smiled and nodded, accepting the gratitude with the same gentle grace with which they'd offered hospitality. "Will we meet again?" Alice asked. Not to the baker, but to the others. "I think," Dorothy said, looking at each of them in turn, "that we will. Maybe not here, maybe not soon, but somehow." People who share apple crisp and stories during a storm, they're connected after that. It's a kind of magic. "The best kind," Joe agreed. They said their goodbyes. Warm handshakes, gentle words, promises to remember this night. Then they slipped out into the clean, quiet darkness, each heading their own direction. Dorothy toward home, wherever that was. Alice toward the next adventure, or perhaps back from the last one. Joe toward the room where she'd write this all down before the memory faded. The Tin Woodman toward his forest. Wendy toward the life she was still learning to build. The baker watched them go, then turned back to the empty bakery. The tables needed clearing, the floor needed sweeping, the fire needed banking. Tomorrow there would be more baking, more rain, more travellers seeking shelter and apple crisp, and the particular magic that only a cosy bakery on a stormy evening could provide. But for now, for this perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. The storm had passed. The night was peaceful. The travellers had found what they needed and carried it with them back into their stories. And somewhere in the distance, so faint it might have been imagination, the sound of gentle rain began again. Not a storm this time, but a lullaby, soft and steady and eternal. The sound that means you're safe inside while the world outside is washed clean and made new. The door closed, the lights dimmed, the rainy day. Apple. Crisp cottage bakery settled into contented sleep, waiting for the next story, the next storm, the next souls who would need its particular brand of magic. And somewhere, in 5 different beds in 5 different worlds, 5 travellers drifted towards sleep with the taste of cinnamon and apples still sweet on their lips, and the memory of firelight and kindness warm in their hearts, and the certain knowledge that some shelters exist not just in space, but in story, in memory, in the eternal present tense of once upon a time. The rain whispered on, the night deepened, all was well. Sleep came soft as apple crisp cream, sweet as brown sugar, warm as cinnamon, gentle as the rain, and that, dear listener, is exactly where we leave them, and where we leave you. Safe, warm, content, and drifting toward dreams as soft as fresh fallen rain. Good night. The Coziest Rainy Spiced Cider Donut Cottage Bakery, a Thanksgiving autumn bedtime story. The rain began just after twilight, the way November rain often does, quietly at first, then building into a steady, rhythmic drumming against rooftops and cobblestones. The wind carried the scent of wet leaves and wood smoke, and somewhere in the distance thunder rumbled like a giant turning over in sleep. On the corner of Lamplight Lane and Copper Kettle Court, where the old gas lamp still flickered behind foggy glass and the streets wound in comfortable, illogical patterns that made perfect sense to those who belonged there. The rainy day spiced cider donut cottage. Bakery glowed like an amber jewel in the deepening darkness. The bakery itself seemed to have grown rather than been built. Its timber frame weathered to silver grey, its pitched roof covered in aged terracotta tiles that gleamed copper when wet, and its windows, oh, those windows, filled with diamond-paned glass that split the warm interior light into 1,000 welcoming stars. Ivy climbed the eastern wall, well-behaved and trim, and a painted wooden sign swung gently in the wind. A steaming cup surrounded by falling leaves and the words "Rainy Day Bakery" in elegant faded script. But it was the scent that truly called to travellers on this particular evening. The scent of spiced cider donuts, that perfect autumn alchemy of cinnamon, nutmeg, cardamom and fresh apple cider, combined with butter and sugar and something indefinable that might have been magic or might have been simply the work of a baker who understood exactly what a soul needed on a stormy November night. Inside, the bakery was everything a refuge should be. The floors were wide plank oak, worn smooth by countless feet, and warm to the touch from the great brick oven that occupied the entire back wall. That oven radiated heat like a sleeping dragon, its iron door decorated with raised images of wheat sheaves and fruit-laden vines. The fire inside whispered and crackled, visible through a small glass window that glowed orange gold. Rough-hewn beams crossed the ceiling, hung with bundles of dried herbs, lavender, rosemary, sage, and strings of copper measuring cups that caught the light. The walls were exposed brick on one side, whitewashed plaster on the other, covered with shelves holding mismatched teacups, vintage tins, and old cookbooks with cracked spines and stained pages. A long wooden counter stretched along the back, behind which the baker moved like a whisper, more felt than seen, a presence of flour-dusted apron and gentle hands, a shadow that somehow made everyone feel completely safe and utterly cared for. But it was the display case that caught the eye and stirred the soul. Inside, illuminated by soft Edison bulbs, sat the evening's offerings. Rows of spiced cider donuts still warm. From the oil, their surfaces crystallized with cinnamon sugar that caught the light like morning frost. There were apple cider fritters, their edges crispy and golden, studded with chunks of fresh apple. Pumpkin spice scones with maple glaze, pecan sticky buns arranged in a spiral, their caramel coating still bubbling gently. Mini apple pies with lattice tops, each one perfect as a painting, and in the centre, a special creation, spiced cider donut holes arranged in a wreath shape on a brass platter, each one glazed with apple butter and dusted with gold sugar that seemed to shimmer. 6 small tables occupied the front room, each with mismatched chairs and small oil lamps with amber glass chimneys. A fireplace took up most of the left wall, and there, oh blessed comfort, a fire burned low and steady, the logs arranged just so, the flames dancing in shades of orange and blue. 2 armchairs sat before the fire, upholstered in worn velvet the colour of burgundy wine. Between them, a small table held a stack of books, a pair of reading glasses, and a dish of wrapped butterscotch candies. The rain intensified, running down the windows in silver streams, and then the door opened. The first visitor arrived with the cautious air of someone who has travelled too far and seen too much. Tall man with a weather-beaten face and eyes that held the memory of strange horizons. He removed his soaked tricorn hat and stood in the doorway, water dripping from his long coat onto the welcome mat, and simply breathed in the scent of the bakery as though it were the first good air he'd had in months. "Come in, Mr. Gulliver," said the baker's voice, soft and knowing from somewhere behind the counter. "You're soaked through. Lemuel Gulliver," for it was indeed the famous traveller himself, grown older now and wearier from his voyages to Lilliput and Brobdingnag and stranger shores beyond, stepped fully inside and closed the door against the storm. He was a man of middling years but ancient eyes, someone who had been too large and too small, who had lived among horses more rational than men, and seen the folly of his own species reflected in 100 mirrors. "I don't know how you knew my name," Gulliver said quietly, hanging his coat on a hook by the door where it dripped into a copper tray. "But I'm grateful. I've been walking for hours, and I confess I am thoroughly lost." "No one's ever lost who finds this place," the baker replied, "only finding their way home in a roundabout fashion. Sit, please. Warm yourself." Gulliver moved to one of the armchairs by the fire, lowering himself with a sigh that seemed to come from his very bones. The heat reached for him immediately, wrapping around his damp clothes, and he closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, the baker was there, a figure half seen in the firelight, setting down a tray on the small table. On it, a large mug of steaming spiced cider, its surface filmed with melted butter and topped with a cinnamon stick. 2 spiced cider donuts on a small plate, still warm, the sugar glittering, and a white ceramic ramekin filled with apple butter, a small silver spoon beside it. "For travelling men who've been too far from home," the baker said simply. Gulliver's eyes grew bright. "How did you—" But the baker had already drifted away. He lifted the mug and sipped. The cider was exactly right, hot but not scalding, spiced but not overwhelming, sweet but not cloying. It tasted like October afternoons and November evenings, like apple orchards and wood-burning stoves, like every good thing about autumn distilled into a single cup. The donut was even better. The exterior had that perfect slight crispness, the interior tender and almost cake-like, infused with the essence of apple cider and warming spices. He spread some of the apple butter on the second donut and bit in, and for the first time in months, perhaps years, Lemuel Gulliver felt himself relax. He had been so large, he had been so small, he had been so many things in so many places, but here, in this moment, he was simply the right size, simply himself, simply home. The rain played its gentle percussion on the windows, the fire crackled and sighed, and Gulliver settled deeper into the burgundy velvet chair, the warmth finally reaching through to his bones. The door opened again 15 minutes later, bringing with it a swirl of wet wind and autumn leaves. A young woman stepped inside, shaking rain from her sensible wool cloak. She was in her early 20s with a kind face and tired eyes, dressed in a simple but well-made dress of dove grey. She carried a worn leather bag over one shoulder and had the practical air of someone used to taking care of others before herself. "Oh," she breathed, taking in the warmth and light and that incredible scent. "Oh, this is exactly what I needed." "Margaret March," the baker's voice came warmly. "Welcome home." Meg March, eldest of the 4 March sisters, the responsible one, the one who had married John Brooke and tried so hard to build a life of quiet domesticity, even while her heart sometimes longed for the brightness of her sisters' more dramatic existences, smiled with genuine relief. "You know, I don't even question it anymore when places know my name," she said, removing her cloak and hanging it beside Gulliver's coat. "My sisters would say it's magic. I say it's kindness, which might be the same thing." Gulliver looked up from his armchair and nodded in greeting. "Another storm refugee," he said with a gentle smile. "The storm caught me on my way home from visiting Joe," Meg explained, moving closer to the fire. "I was supposed to be home an hour ago and John will worry, but..." She looked around the bakery with wonder. "I don't think I could have made it another step without something warm." "The storm has its own timing," Gulliver observed, "as do safe harbours." The baker appeared with another tray, this one set for Meg at one of the small tables near the fire. On a pale blue plate sat 3 items: a generous slice of apple cider fritter still warm and fragrant, a small bowl of warm vanilla custard for dipping, and what appeared to be a miniature apple pie, perfectly golden, sized just for one. Beside this, a delicate cup of tea, chamomile and apple blossom from the scent, and a small pitcher of cream. "For the sister who takes care of everyone," the baker said softly. "Tonight, let yourself be cared for." Meg felt tears prick her eyes. She sat down at the table, pulling off her gloves, and simply looked at the spread before her for a moment. It was such a small thing, really, just pastries and tea, but it felt like someone had looked into her heart and seen exactly what she needed. Not just food, but the permission to rest, to be looked after, to let someone else do the caring for once. She broke off a piece of the fritter, the edges shatteringly crisp, the inside tender, and filled with chunks of sweet apple, and dipped it in the custard. The combination was heaven. Sweet, but not too sweet, spiced with cinnamon and nutmeg with the subtle tang of apple cider underneath. "This is remarkable," she said softly. "I don't think I've ever tasted anything quite like it." "The baker has a gift," Gulliver said from his chair. He had finished his doughnuts and was now simply holding his cider, watching the fire. "For knowing what a person needs, I mean. Not just what they want, but what they truly need." Meg sipped her tea and felt the tension begin to leave her shoulders. The chamomile calmed, the apple blossom soothed, and the warmth spread through her like a gentle wave. Outside, the rain continued its steady rhythm. Inside, the fire whispered and the oven hummed its deep, warm note, and Margaret March, who had spent so much of her life being responsible, being the eldest, being the one everyone relied upon, let herself simply be. She ate the miniature apple pie slowly, savouring each bite. The crust was buttery and flaky, the filling thick with spiced apples and just a hint of maple syrup. It was exactly the size she needed, not too much, not too little. Just right. "Are you travelling far?" Meg asked Gulliver, in that gentle way she had of making conversation that eased loneliness. "I was," Gulliver replied. "Now I think perhaps I'm exactly where I should be." They smiled at each other, two souls who had wandered far in different ways, now sharing a moment of perfect peace in a bakery that seemed to exist just slightly outside of ordinary time. The third arrival came not through the door, but with a peculiar metallic tapping sound, like someone knocking politely with an implement rather than flesh. When the baker opened the door, there stood a figure that made both Gulliver and Meg look up in surprise and then somehow acceptance. Because in a place like the Rainy Day Bakery, where the ordinary and extraordinary met over pastries, anything seemed possible. The Tin Woodman stood on the threshold, his jointed body gleaming dully in the rain, his funnel hat dripping water. He held his axe carefully to one side so as not to alarm anyone and managed a creaking sort of bow. "I do hope you'll forgive the intrusion," he said, in that careful, precise voice of his, the voice of someone who thinks very deeply about feelings, perhaps because he once lacked them entirely. "I was caught in the storm, and I'm afraid I'm beginning to rust at the joints. I saw your light and hoped. You hoped for warmth and oil and shelter," the baker finished. "Come in, dear woodman. You're most welcome here." The Tin Woodman, Nick Chopper, who had once been a man of flesh before a series of unfortunate accidents and a wicked witch's curse led him to replace his body piece by piece with tin, who had travelled to Oz seeking a heart and found he'd had one all along, stepped carefully inside, his joints squeaking slightly. "I have oil for your joints," the baker said, "but first come sit by the fire. The heat will help." "I had no idea tin men ate pastries," Meg said kindly, making room at the table nearest the fire. The Tin Woodman settled carefully into a chair, placing his axe respectfully against the wall. "Oh yes," he said, and there was something like joy in his mechanical voice. "One of the great surprises of having a heart, even a tin one, is discovering all the things that can fill it. Music, friendship, and yes, good food. I may not need to eat, but I find I very much want to." The baker returned with a small oil can first, and the Tin Woodman gratefully allowed his joints to be tended, each knee, each elbow, each finger carefully oiled until he moved smoothly again. The sound was soothing somehow, that quiet mechanical whisper. Then came the food. The baker set before the Tin Woodman a plate arranged with obvious care 3 spiced cider donut holes arranged in a triangle, each one glazed with something that caught the light like liquid copper. A small dish of caramel sauce made with apple cider. And, most touchingly, a small red velvet cushion with a heart embroidered on it in silver thread, on which rested a single perfect cinnamon cookie shaped like a heart. For the one who values hearts above all things, the baker said. The Tin Woodman's eyes grew bright behind his metal face. He picked up one of the donut holes carefully. His fingers, despite being tin, were remarkably gentle, and dipped it in the caramel. When he bit in, the expression on his face was one of such pure contentment that both Meg and Gulliver smiled. "Oh," the Tin Woodman said softly. "Oh, that's wonderful. It tastes like autumn leaves and apple orchards, like the harvest season in Oz, like home." He ate slowly, savouring each bite, occasionally pausing to simply sit with the sensation. This was what having a heart meant, he had learned. Not just feeling emotions, but being able to fully experience joy, to let it fill you up, to recognize a moment of perfect contentment and honor it. This cinnamon heart cookie he saved for last, breaking it gently in half and offering one piece to Meg. "Would you share it with me?" he asked. "I find that joy is always better when shared." Meg accepted with a warm smile, and they ate together, the spiced cookie crisp and sweet, while Gulliver watched from his armchair, and the rain drummed its peaceful rhythm on the roof. "What brought you out on such a night?" Meg asked the Tin Woodman. "I was visiting a friend," he replied. "The Scarecrow, you may have heard of him, has a farm not far from here, in that way that places in stories are always not far from anywhere else. I was walking back to my own cottage when the storm caught me. I confess I was beginning to feel rather sorry for myself, worrying about rust, when I saw the light from this bakery." "We all saw the light," Gulliver observed quietly. "I think that's rather the point." They sat together in comfortable silence then, these three travellers from such different tales, sharing the warmth of the fire and the comfort of the baker's gifts. Outside the storm continued, but inside all was peace. The fourth arrival came with a gust of wind that made the lamps flicker and brought with it the scent of jungle rain, different from the civilized November rain of the neighborhood, wilder somehow, greener. A young man slipped through the door, moving with an unconscious grace that spoke of years spent in trees rather than on streets. He was lean and brown, dressed in something between clothing and not quite clothing, and his dark eyes took in the bakery with the alertness of someone who had lived by his wits and instincts. "Mowgli," the baker said, and there was particular warmth in that greeting. "You're far from your jungle tonight." Mowgli, the man-cub raised by wolves, taught by Baloo and Bagheera, who had defeated Shere Khan and chosen to live between the world of beasts and the world of men, relaxed visibly at the welcome. He was older now than when he'd first left the jungle, but he still moved like something not quite tame, not quite domesticated, and probably never would be. "I was visiting the wolves," he said simply, his voice carrying a slight accent that belonged to no single place. "There's a pack denning in the hills beyond the city. I go sometimes to remember, to be reminded of who I was, The storm caught me between worlds, as it often does. Then you're exactly where you need to be, the baker replied. Come, sit. There's room by the fire. Mowgli moved to one of the tables, nodding greetings to the others. The Tin Woodman tilted his funnel hat politely. Meg smiled her warm sisterly smile. Gulliver raised his cider mug in quiet salute. The baker brought Mowgli a wooden trencher, somehow the right choice for someone who existed between civilized and wild, piled with autumn abundance. 4 spiced cider donut holes still warm and fragrant, a small bowl of honey from wild bees, golden and thick, slices of fresh apple arranged in a fan, and something special, a small loaf of what appeared to be banana bread, studded with walnuts and dates, sliced thick and spread with butter that was already melting into golden pools. For the one who lives between worlds, the baker said, food that's both simple and refined, wild and tame. Mowgli looked at the spread, and something like wonder crossed his face. He had eaten fine foods in the village and simple foods in the jungle, but this was something that honored both parts of who he was. He drizzled honey over a donut hole and bit in. The sweetness of the honey combined with the spice cider and cinnamon sugar to create something that tasted like autumn itself. Like the season when the jungle began to cool and the air grew crisp and clear, when the best fruits ripened and the bees made their richest honey. This is good, he said simply, which from Mowgli was high praise. It reminds me of belonging, of having a place. You always have a place here, Meg said gently. She had the gift of making people feel welcome, of creating family wherever she went. Mowgli smiled at her, that quick, bright smile he'd learned from Baloo. He ate the banana bread slowly, remembering the jungle fruits of his childhood, but appreciating the civilized comfort of butter and spices. The apples he crunched with obvious pleasure, his teeth white and strong. What do you do? The Tin Woodman asked curiously. When you live between 2 worlds, how do you choose? You don't choose, Mowgli replied, considering. You carry both. The jungle taught me to hunt, to survive, to understand the law. The village taught me to speak, to think in new ways, to understand what it means to be human. I need both. I am both. Yes, Gulliver said softly from his chair. Yes, I understand that. I've been to places where I was enormous, and places where I was tiny. I've lived among beings more rational than humans, and among humans who proved themselves less than beasts. And now I'm just myself, carrying all of it. That's the real journey, Meg added quietly. Not the travelling itself, but learning to carry all the versions of yourself you've been, and still be whole. The Tin Woodman nodded, his joints whispering softly. I was flesh, then I became tin, then I gained a heart. Sometimes I'm not sure which version was truly me. Perhaps all of them, perhaps none. They fell into a comfortable silence, each pondering this mystery of selves and belonging, while the rain continued its ancient song against the windows and the fire crackled its warm commentary. The 5th visitor arrived so quietly that at first no one noticed. There was just the softest click of the door, the briefest gust of cold air, and then he was there, a small figure, no more than 6 inches tall, standing at attention just inside the doorway. The steadfast tin soldier, that brave one-legged figure who had sailed paper boats through sewers, survived the belly of a fish, and loved a paper ballerina with such constancy that it became the stuff of legend, stood dripping on the welcome mat, his rifle at attention, his single leg planted firmly as though he were still on guard at the toy castle of his birth. "Oh!" Meg saw him first and knelt down carefully. "Oh, you poor dear, you're soaked through." "I can manage," the soldier said stiffly, his voice tiny but carrying clearly. He had his pride, after all. He had been through worse than rain, but there was weariness in his small face, a tiredness that came from always standing at attention, always being steadfast, always being brave. The baker appeared with the soft cloth and knelt down as well. "Let me help you," they said gently. "Even the steadfast need rest sometimes." The soldier hesitated, then lowered his rifle and allowed himself to be carefully dried and carried to the table where the others sat. The baker set him on a small wooden box, the perfect height for him to reach the table, and his eyes widened at what appeared before him. A dollhouse-sized plate held a single spiced cider donut hole cut in half, a thimble filled with warm, spiced cider, the surface perfect as a mirror, and a tiny vessel, perhaps a bottle cap, filled with what looked like caramel sauce. "For the soldier who never gives up," the baker said, "who stands his ground no matter what." The soldier looked at the food, then up at the baker, then around at the other travellers who were all watching him with such kindness, and something in him, something that had been held tight and rigid for so long, began to ease. "Thank you," he said quietly. Then, even more quietly, "I'm very tired." "I know," Meg said gently. "We all are. That's why we're here." The Tin Woodman leaned down carefully, his metal face kind. "You're a soldier of tin like me," he observed. "We're cousins in a way." "You're much larger," the steadfast tin soldier noted. "Size doesn't matter when it comes to having a heart," the Tin Woodman replied. "And you, I think, have an enormous heart. Anyone who could love as truly as you did, who could be as constant, that's real courage. The kind that comes from the heart, not from orders." The soldier carefully lifted half of the donut hole and bit into it. Despite his size, he ate with perfect military precision, but there was pleasure in his small face. The warmth of the spices, the sweetness of the sugar, the comfort of the soft interior, it was exactly what he needed. He sipped from the thimble of cider, and the warmth of it seemed to reach all through his small tin body. "I've been marching for so long," he said softly, "always on guard, always ready, always alone, since she—" He didn't finish. The paper ballerina had been lost long ago, and the grief of it still ached. "You're not alone now," Mowgli said simply. "Here we're all together." "Yes," Gulliver agreed. "And perhaps that's what we all needed most. Not just food and warmth, but company. Others who understand what it is to have travelled far and strange paths." They sat together then, these 5 travellers, the man who had been too large and too small, the woman who cared for everyone, the man made of tin who found his heart, the boy raised by wolves, and the steadfast soldier who never gave up, sharing the peace of the rainy day bakery while the storm raged outside. The baker moved quietly among them, refilling cups and plates without being asked, somehow knowing exactly when each person needed something more. More cider appeared in Gulliver's mug, more tea in Meg's cup, a small dish of berries and cream for Mowgli, another heart-shaped cookie for the Tin Woodman, a tiny cube of apple cake for the steadfast Tin Soldier. The fire burned low and perfect, never needing tending, its warmth spreading through the bakery like a benediction. "I wonder," Meg said softly, "why the storm brought us all here tonight, on this particular evening to this particular place. Does there need to be a reason?" the Tin Woodman asked. "Perhaps it's simply grace, the universe providing what we need exactly when we need it." "The jungle has no why," Mowgli observed. "Things happen because they happen. The rain falls, the fruit ripens, the pack gathers. We don't ask why, we simply are. But humans always ask why," the steadfast Tin Soldier said. "It's what makes you human, I think. Even those of us who aren't quite human anymore. We ask why because we learned it from you." Gulliver stirred in his armchair, his eyes reflecting the firelight. "I've spent years asking why," he said. "Why did I travel to those strange lands? Why did I see what I saw? Why did I return only to find I no longer fit in the ordinary world?" He paused, sipping his cider. "Tonight, I think, I'm content not to know. Just to be here, warm and fed, with good company. Sometimes that's enough." "It's more than enough," Meg said. "It's everything." The rain began to ease, its drumming rhythm slowing to a gentler patter. The storm was passing, moving on to trouble other streets and other travellers. The baker appeared one more time, carrying a large brass platter. On it sat a magnificent creation, the centerpiece that had been in the display case, now brought forth for sharing. The spiced cider donut holes arranged in a perfect wreath, each one glazed with apple butter and dusted with that shimmering gold sugar, interspersed with fresh apple slices and clusters of sugared cranberries and small sprigs of rosemary. "For grateful hearts," the baker said simply, setting it in the center of the main table, "for those who found their way home through the storm." One by one, they each took a donut hole from the wreath. Even the steadfast Tin Soldier, carefully climbing down from his box, took his portion with ceremony. They ate together in silence, not an awkward silence, but the comfortable quiet of people who have found exactly where they belong. The donuts were perfect, warm still, the spices just right, the sweetness balanced by the slight tartness of the apple butter. The gold sugar dissolved on their tongues like wishes. Outside, the last of the rain pattered to a stop. The clouds began to break, and through the bakery windows moonlight started to filter through, silver and gentle. "I should go," Meg said, but she didn't move. "John will be worried." "Time moves differently here," the baker said from somewhere in the shadows. You'll arrive home exactly when you need to. Stay a little longer." So they stayed. The Tin Woodman picked up one of the old books from the table beside the armchairs and began to read aloud. A poem about autumn and harvest, about gratitude and gathering in. His metal voice, which might have been harsh, was somehow musical, and the words fell like gentle rain themselves. Mowgli stretched out on the floor near the fire, comfortable there as he would have been on a tree branch, his eyes half closed in contentment. The steadfast tin soldier sat on the arm of Gulliver's chair, his single leg crossed, his rifle leaning against the velvet upholstery, finally at ease. Meg poured more tea for everyone who wanted it, moving among them with that natural grace she had, making sure everyone was comfortable, but this time doing it not out of duty but out of joy. And Gulliver, old traveller Gulliver, simply sat and felt himself finally the right size, not too large, not too small, simply human, simply here, simply home. The baker dimmed the lamps one by one, until only the firelight and moonlight illuminated the room. In that gentle darkness, everything became softer, dreamlike, perfect. "Thank you," Meg whispered to the room, to the baker, to the universe that had brought them all here. "Thank you for this night." "Yes," the others murmured in agreement. "Thank you." And in that moment, they understood. They had each been travelling, not just through the storm tonight, but through their lives, through their stories, through all the strangeness and wonder and difficulty of being themselves. And here, in the rainy day spiced cider donut cottage bakery, they had found what every traveller ultimately seeks, not just shelter, not just food, but a moment of perfect peace, a moment of belonging, a moment of coming home. The fire crackled softly. The last donut holes disappeared from the wreath, leaving only the brass platter gleaming in the firelight. The moonlight grew stronger, painting silver rectangles on the warm wooden floor. One by one, their eyes grew heavy. Meg rested her head on her arms at the table, a gentle smile on her face. The Tin Woodman's book slipped to his lap as his eyes closed, his oiled joints finally still. Mowgli slept as he had learned to sleep in the jungle, lightly, peacefully, ready to wake, but deeply resting. The steadfast tin soldier leaned against Gulliver's arm, his rifle cradled like a child's toy, his small face serene. And Gulliver, last to surrender to sleep, looked around at his unlikely companions and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Not since before his travels, perhaps not since childhood. He felt truly, completely, utterly safe. "Sleep well, travellers." The baker's voice came softly from the shadows, warm as an embrace. "You're all exactly where you belong." Outside, the storm had passed entirely. The sky cleared to reveal stars beyond number, bright and cold and distant. But inside the rainy day spiced cider donut cottage bakery, there was only warmth, only peace, only the gentle breathing of 5 souls who had wandered far and found their way, for one perfect November night, home. The fire burned low, never quite going out. The scent of cinnamon and apples and comfort filled every corner. And in the morning they would each wake in their own beds, in their own homes, in their own stories, with the memory of this night resting in their hearts like a gift. But that was tomorrow. Tonight they slept, safe, warm, fed, together, and all was well. The coziest rainy maple pecan cottage bakery, a Christmas winter bedtime story for adults. The rain began just after twilight, soft at first, then steadily building into a proper winter storm, the kind that turns streets into rivers of reflected lamplight and makes every lit window look like a promise of sanctuary. On Hawthorne Lane, nestled between a bookshop that never seemed to close and a clock repair shop where time moved differently, the Maple Pecan Cottage bakery glowed with particular warmth on this stormy Christmas evening. Golden light spilled from its frost-edged windows, and even through the downpour the scent of baking, sweet maple mingling with toasted pecans, brown butter and cinnamon, drifted into the wet December air like an invitation written in warmth itself. Inside, the bakery was a study in coziness. Exposed wooden beams crossed the ceiling, dark with age and hung with bundles of dried herbs and cinnamon sticks tied with red ribbon. The walls were cream-coloured plaster, hung with old copper moulds in the shapes of stars and hearts. A stone fireplace occupied one corner, flames dancing behind its iron grate, casting shifting patterns of light and shadow across the wide planked floor. The fire crackled softly, a sound that blended with the gentle percussion of rain against the windows and the almost imperceptible hum of the ovens. Small round tables dotted the space, each with its own candle in a glass holder, each casting a gentle circle of light. Mismatched chairs, some wooden, some upholstered in faded velvet, surrounded the tables, and in various corners stood comfortable armchairs with quilted cushions, positioned near shelves of old books and windowsills, where potted herbs released their quiet fragrance. The bakery cases gleamed with their evening offerings, maple pecan cream puffs, their golden shells dusted with crystallized maple sugar, pecan pralin tarts arranged like small treasure boxes, their caramelized tops catching the firelight, maple butter cookies shaped like snowflakes and stars, and a magnificent maple pecan layer cake displayed on a pedestal stand. Its frosting swirled into soft peaks that reminded one of snowdrifts, decorated with candied pecans that gleamed like amber. Behind the counter, in the warm shadows near the oven, moved the baker, a presence more felt than clearly seen, wearing a flour-dusted apron, hands always gently busy, always seeming to know exactly what would be needed next. The bell above the door chimed softly, and the first guest stepped inside, bringing with him a rush of cold air and the clean smell of rain. Jim Hawkins shook the water from his coat, his face flushed from the wind, his hair plastered to his forehead. He was older now than when he'd sailed to Treasure Island, perhaps 20, perhaps ageless in the way that characters in stories can be, but he still had that alert, observant look of someone accustomed to watching horizons. His boots left wet prints on the welcome mat as he pulled the door firmly shut against the storm. quite a gale blowing out there," he said to the warm room, his voice carrying traces of coastal speech. "Almost like a nor'easter, though we're far from any ocean, I know." The baker appeared at the counter with a soft smile. "Come in properly, dear. Get warm. You look like you've been travelling." "I have been," Jim admitted. "Seems like I'm always travelling these days. Sometimes I miss being young enough to have an inn to return to, a mother waiting with supper." "Then you need something that tastes like homecoming," the baker said gently. "Try one of these maple pecan scones, just out of the oven. There's butter to go with them, whipped with maple syrup and vanilla." The scone was placed before him, still warm, its top golden and studded with pecan pieces. Jim broke it open. Steam rose, carrying the scent of maple sweetness and toasted pecans. He spread the maple butter carefully, watching it melt into the warm bread. The first bite made his shoulders relax. Tension he hadn't known he was carrying releasing all at once. It tasted like comfort, like arriving somewhere after a long journey. "That's something special," he said quietly. "Thank you." "Sit anywhere you like," the baker told him. "There's hot coffee by the fireplace." Jim took his scone and a thick ceramic mug of coffee to a table near the window, where he could watch the rain and feel grateful to be dry and warm, and for the moment, still. He had barely settled when the bell chimed again. The young man who entered moved with unconscious grace, as though always slightly aware of the space around him. His dark hair was wet, his simple clothes soaked through, but he didn't seem bothered. Mowgli looked around the bakery with open curiosity, and when he smiled at the warmth and light, it was the unself-conscious smile of someone who had grown up among wolves and learned to appreciate shelter without taking it for granted. "Is this a place where travellers can rest?" he asked, his voice carrying an accent that suggested languages learned in jungles. "It is exactly that," the baker assured him. "Come in, dry off by the fire." "From the jungle once," Mowgli said, stepping inside. "Though I've been walking through many different lands since then. Sometimes I miss the trees and the night sounds, but tonight..." He glanced toward the rain-battered windows. "Tonight I am glad for walls and a roof." Jim looked up and nodded in recognition. Not because he knew Mowgli, but because he knew that look, that weathered expression of someone who had lived a story worth telling. Rough weather to be out in. "I've been in worse," Mowgli replied easily. "But I've also learned that comfort is not weakness. The wise panther taught me that." The baker handed him a towel warmed by the oven. "Dry yourself, then come see what appeals to you." Mowgli approached the bakery case with careful attention. His gaze travelled over the offerings, lingering on a tray of small tarts. "These," he said, pointing to the pecan praline tarts. "They look like small treasures." "They are," the baker agreed warmly. "The praline is made with maple syrup and cream, cooked until it's golden, then poured over toasted pecans and baked into a butter crust. Like finding wild honey," Mowgli said with quiet pleasure. "I will try one, please." The tart was served on a small ceramic plate, accompanied by tea that smelled of cardamom and ginger. Mowgli took both to an armchair near the fire, settling into it with the contentment of a creature finding a perfect spot to rest. He ate slowly, savouring each bite, his eyes closing briefly with each taste. The fire crackled. The rain continued its gentle drumming. The two guests sat in companionable silence, each grateful for the warmth. Then the bell chimed once more, a delicate sound that seemed almost uncertain. The steadfast tin soldier stood in the doorway. He was exactly as tall as a tin soldier should be, which is to say quite small, but he carried himself with perfect military bearing despite balancing on only one leg. His uniform was painted on red and blue, but he wore it with dignity. Rain had collected on his metal shoulders, tiny droplets catching the candlelight. "Forgive the intrusion," he said in a voice braver than it was loud. "I saw the light and thought perhaps there might be shelter here." The baker came around the counter immediately, bending down to address him at his level. "Of course there is shelter here. Come in properly, brave soldier." "Tin doesn't feel cold the way flesh does," the tin soldier said honestly, "but I confess the warmth here is very pleasant indeed." Jim stood and approached. "You're a soldier, then? I've known a few in my time. Good men, most of them." "I try to be good," the tin soldier replied, hopping forward with practiced grace. "I stood at attention in a playroom once, loved a paper dancer, went through terrible adventures, and somehow ended up here, travelling, always travelling." "Then you need something fortifying," the baker said gently. "Something that reminds you that bravery deserves rewards." She prepared a small plate, perfectly soldier-sized, with a maple butter cookie shaped like a star, and beside it a tiny cup of hot chocolate, rich and dark with real cream floating on top. "This is far more than I deserve," the tin soldier said quietly. "It is exactly what you deserve," the baker corrected him kindly. "Now come, there's a spot on the hearth that would be perfect for you." She led him to the fireplace where a small wooden stool sat at the perfect height. The tin soldier settled there, balancing carefully, and took a small bite of the cookie. The maple sweetness seemed to reach something deep inside his tin heart, and for the first time in what might have been years, he allowed himself to relax his rigid stance just slightly. "Thank you," he whispered. Mowgli looked over from his armchair. "You have the bearing of a warrior, different from jungle warriors, but the same core of steel, or tin in your case." The tin soldier gave a small, dignified nod, and something like the beginning of a smile touched his painted features. The bakery settled into peaceful quiet again. Rain pattered, the fire whispered. 3 travelers from 3 different stories sat in warm companionship. The next arrival came with a presence that preceded her. The door opened and suddenly the air seemed filled with the scent of distant spices, of desert nights and silk pavilions. Scheherazade stepped inside gracefully, her travelling cloak beaded with rain. She was beautiful in the way that storytellers are beautiful. Her eyes held countless tales. Her movements suggested narratives. Her dark hair was pinned with combs that might have been ivory, or might have been light itself captured and carved. "What a perfect haven," she said, her voice rich and measured. "I felt drawn here from blocks away. The light, the scent, it called like the opening lines of a particularly good tale." The baker smiled with recognition. "Welcome, dear storyteller. You must be weary. 1,001 nights is a long time to speak without rest." "I have learned to find rest in the speaking," Scheherazade replied, removing her cloak. "But yes, there is a weariness that comes from always needing to have another story ready, though I'm grateful to be past those desperate nights. Now I travel and tell stories because I wish to, not because my life depends on each one." The others looked at her with the automatic respect that one traveler gives to another who has survived something difficult. "Please choose whatever calls to you," the baker invited. Scheherazade approached slowly, studying the offerings. "The maple pecan layer cake," she said finally. "A slice of that, if I may. It reminds me of something from one of my tales. A feast prepared by jinn, sweets that granted wishes. Though I suspect your cake is magic of a more gentle sort." "The best kind," the baker agreed, cutting a generous slice. The layers were visible, dark cake alternating with maple cream filling, all encased in swirled frosting studded with candied pecans. "And mint tea, please." Soon a pot of fragrant tea sat steaming beside the cake. Scheherazade carried both to a table near the center of the room where she could see everyone. She took her first bite and closed her eyes in appreciation. "Oh," she said softly, "this is exactly right. It tastes like celebrations, like the ending of long ordeals, like rewards earned and peace found." "That's the maple," Mowgli offered. "It comes from trees, tapped in late winter, the first sweetness after the cold." "And the pecans provide the story's texture," Jim added. "The crunch, the depth, like how adventures need both sweetness and substance." The tin soldier nodded from his hearthside stool. Even a simple tin soldier can appreciate that. Balance. That's what this is. Scheherazade smiled at them all. "You understand stories then, all of you, even if you live them more than tell them." She took another bite of cake, then added, "Though sometimes the best part of any story is simply this: the pause, the rest, the moment of comfort before the next chapter begins." The rain intensified outside, but inside the bakery it only made the warmth more precious. The fire crackled. Candles flickered gently. The scent of maple and pecans hung in the air like a blessing. They sat together in companionable quiet until the bell chimed again. Softer this time, more tentative. The old man who entered was small and slightly stooped, with a craftsman's hands and a woodworker's careful way of moving. Geppetto's face was weathered and kind, carved by years of solitary work. Wood shaving still clung to his vest, and he smelled faintly of pine and varnish. "Forgive an old man," he said, his voice accented with Italian warmth. "I was walking past. I have a small shop 2 streets over. I make music boxes and toys, and the storm caught me. I saw your light. Come in, come in," the baker said immediately. "Get out of that rain. You're welcome here." Geppetto stepped inside, gratefully removing his rain-soaked cap. "Grazie, thank you." It is not the storm I mind so much as the loneliness of it. When you live alone and work alone, the sound of rain can make a house feel very empty. Scheherazade looked up with instant understanding. I know that particular loneliness. The one that comes from having given so much of yourself to your creation that you forget you're also a person who needs comfort. The old craftsman's eyes glistened. See, yes, exactly that. Then you need something that tastes like home, the baker said. I have just the thing, maple pecan biscotti, perfect for dunking in coffee. They're made with almonds and pecans both, the way good Italian biscotti should be, but with maple sugar worked into the dough. You are too kind, Geppetto said, smiling now. Soon he sat at a table near Scheherazade, a cup of strong coffee before him, and a small plate of biscotti still warm from their second baking. He dunked one carefully and took a bite. The sound he made was pure contentment. Perfetto, he murmured. Tastes like Sunday mornings when I was a boy, when my mother was still living and the house was full. After a moment he spoke again. I had a son once. Well, not a son precisely. A puppet I carved from pine wood, whom I loved as a son. And through some miracle, he became real. Became a real boy, flesh and blood. That sounds like a happy ending, the tin soldier said from his spot by the fire. It was, Geppetto replied. It is. But when someone you've made with your own hands becomes their own person, they leave. They must leave. And you are happy for them and proud of them and... He paused. And the workshop is very quiet, Mowgli spoke up softly. I left my wolf family when I had to return to the man village. It was right, but it hurt. For them and for me. I left my mother's inn to seek my fortune, Jim added. Came back changed. Sometimes I wonder if leaving ever really stops. Perhaps we're all leaving and returning constantly, Scheherazade mused. In the stories I tell, heroes make their journeys and come home transformed. But the home is never quite the same, and neither are they. But there are places like this, the baker said from behind the counter, her voice gentle but firm. Havens between the journeys, resting spots where all are welcome, where the sweetness exists without the bitter for just a little while. They all absorbed this wisdom, and Geppetto reached for another biscotti with a lighter heart. The evening deepened. The storm outside showed no signs of stopping, but no one seemed anxious about it. The bakery had become its own small world, its own shelter outside of time. Then came the softest knock at the door, so quiet it was almost lost, beneath the rain's percussion. The baker moved immediately to open it, and there on the doorstep stood a child. The little match girl was perhaps 10 years old, thin and poorly dressed in clothes that had been mended many times, but were still inadequate against the cold. Her hair hung damp around her face, and her small bare feet were red with cold. She held a bundle of matches close to her chest, protecting them from the rain, and she looked up at the baker with eyes that had seen hardship, but had somehow retained a kind of wondering hope. "Please," she whispered, "please. I saw the light, and I just wanted to be warm for a moment. I won't take up much space. I have matches. I can pay. Put those away, child, the baker said immediately, her voice infinitely gentle. Put them away right now. Come inside. The little match girl stepped over the threshold with disbelief on her small face. The warmth hit her like a physical thing, and she swayed slightly. Geppetto was on his feet immediately, his craftsman's hands reaching out to steady her. Dio mio, this child is frozen. Come, Piccola, come to the fire. He guided her to the hearth, to the chair Mowgli had been occupying. Mowgli moved without hesitation, giving up the warmest spot, settling on the floor nearby in the easy way of someone comfortable anywhere. I'm sorry, the little girl whispered, shaking now that the warmth was reaching her. I don't mean to be trouble. You are the opposite of trouble, Scheherazade said firmly, rising and bringing her own shawl to wrap around the child's shoulders. You are a guest, and you are most welcome. The baker appeared with a large mug of hot chocolate, real chocolate, thick and rich and topped with fresh whipped cream, and a dusting of cinnamon, and beside it, on a plate fit for a princess, sat 2 maple pecan cream puffs, their pastry shells golden and perfect, their maple cream filling visible where one had been gently split. These are for you, the baker said, setting them on a small table beside the chair. Take your time, get warm. You're safe here. The little match girl stared at the offerings as though they had descended from heaven. I can't. I don't have money. These are not for sale, the baker said simply. These are gifts. Take them. The child's hands trembled as she picked up the mug, feeling its warmth seep into her cold fingers. She sipped carefully, and the hot chocolate seemed to bring life back into her, colour returning to her pale cheeks. Then she reached for a cream puff, so carefully as though it might vanish, and took the smallest possible bite. The taste made tears spring to her eyes. Not sad tears, but the overwhelming kind that come when something is so much better than you expected. When kindness touches something deep and hurt inside you. She ate slowly, savouring every bite, and the room watched over her with protective tenderness. I used to see things in the match flames, she said quietly after finishing the first cream puff, when I would light them to keep warm. Beautiful things, feasts and warm rooms, and my grandmother who loved me. I thought they were just dreams. Maybe they were promises, Jim said gently. Visions of what could be. In the jungle, Mowgli added, we believe that all dreams are real somewhere. Perhaps your match flames were showing you true things, just not in your time yet. The tin soldier spoke up, his voice firm despite its small volume. I was thrown into a fire once, melted almost entirely. I thought it was my end, but here I am, somehow whole, somehow still standing. Fires show us endings, but also transformations. And every story worth telling, Scheherazade said, has moments of darkness before the light, but the light always comes, little one. Even in the longest night, dawn arrives. Geppetto patted the child's hand gently. You remind me that every child deserves warmth and sweetness and love. Thank you for reminding an old man of that. The little match girl finished her cream puffs and hot chocolate, and the baker quietly brought her more. A cup of warm milk this time, and a paper bag filled with maple butter cookies. For later, the baker said, for whenever you need them. Will they last? The girl asked. As long as you need them to, the baker promised, and there was something in these words that suggested magic more reliable than matches. The rain continued outside, but it had gentled now, become more of a lullaby than a storm. The fire in the hearth had burned down to perfect glowing coals, radiating steady warmth. The candles on the tables burned low in their holders, creating small pools of golden light. The baker moved among them quietly, refilling cups, offering more treats. Another biscotti for Geppetto, a second tart for Mowgli, a fresh scone for Jim, another star-shaped cookie for the tin soldier, another slice of that magnificent cake for Scheherazade. I have travelled far, Scheherazade said into the comfortable quiet, through deserts and across seas telling my tales, and I have learned that the best stories always come back to this, finding shelter, finding kindness, finding peace in the company of fellow travellers. I have sailed to treasure islands and back, Jim added, faced pirates and storms, but sitting here now with rain outside and warmth inside with people who understand what it is to journey, this feels like its own kind of treasure. The jungle taught me many things, Mowgli reflected. How to move silently, how to read tracks. But it did not teach me much about human comfort, about the value of soft chairs and sweet food and gentle conversation. I am learning that now, and it is good. I stood at attention in a playroom for so long, the tin soldier said. I loved a paper dancer and thought that was the whole of what life could be. Standing straight, loving from afar, being brave. But this, being welcome despite being only tin, despite having only one leg, this teaches me that bravery is also allowing yourself to be cared for. I carved puppets for years, Geppetto said softly. Gave them my skill, my time, my love. And then I loved one so much he became real and grew beyond what I had made. I thought my role was to create, to give. But being here reminds me that I too need giving to. Old men forget that sometimes. The little match girl, wrapped in borrowed warmth, full of cream puffs and hot chocolate, looked around at all of them with wonder. You've all had such adventures, such important stories. I've only ever been cold and hungry. Your story is just as important, the baker said firmly. Every story is. The ones about grand adventures and the ones about trying to stay warm on a winter night. They all matter. You all matter. Besides, Scheherazade added gently, the best stories are often the ones about finding your way from cold to warm, from lonely to companion, from fear to safety. And you, little one, are in the middle of that story right now. The child smiled, a real smile, the kind that transformed her entire face and settled deeper into the chair, the blanket tucked around her. The baker's cookies clutched in her hand like a promise. The evening settled into its final phase, that deep, quiet time when conversations become murmurs, when eyes grow heavy with contentment, when the world outside ceases to matter quite so much. Jim found a book on one of the shelves, old sea poetry, and read quietly to himself, occasionally sharing a particularly good line. Mowgli stretched out on the floor near the fire like the cat he'd once been friends with, comfortable and content. The tin soldier maintained his post on the hearth, but his rigid military bearing had softened into something more peaceful. Scheherazade produced a small journal and began writing, recording the evening perhaps. Geppetto whittled something small from a bit of wood he found in his pocket, gentle work that his hands knew by heart, and the little match girl slept, truly slept, warm and safe and full, dreaming not of match flames but of the real warmth that surrounded her. The baker moved through the space like a benevolent spirit, occasionally adding a log to the fire, replacing candles, ensuring each guest had exactly what they needed. The ovens behind the counter glowed softly, always ready, always producing the most perfect aromas. Outside, the rain finally began to ease. The drumming on the windows softened to a gentle patter, then to occasional drops. Through the glass, the ski showed signs of clearing, clouds breaking apart to reveal stars between them. But no one moved to leave. The maple pecan cottage bakery held them all in its embrace. These travellers from different tales. These wanderers who had found their way through storm and story to arrive at exactly this place, at exactly this moment. The fire crackled its approval, the candles burned steady and true, the scent of maple and pecans lingered like a benediction. "Thank you," Jim said to the room in general, to the baker specifically. "For this, for all of it." "You are always welcome," the baker replied. "All of you. Whenever you need shelter, whenever you need sweetness, whenever you need to remember that the world can be kind, this door is here. This warmth is here. For you." "For all travellers," Mowgli added. "For all who journey," Scheherazade agreed. "For the brave," said the tin soldier. "For those who create," said Geppetto. "For those who just need to be warm," whispered the little match girl in her sleep. The storm passed entirely, leaving behind the clean smell of rain-washed air and the promise of a clear morning. But inside the maple pecan cottage bakery, time moved differently. Here, the evening could last as long as it needed to. Here, rest was not rushed. Here, peace was a real and tangible thing, as solid as the wooden beams overhead, as warm as the fire on the hearth, as sweet as maple and pecans blended into perfection. One by one, as the night deepened toward its most restful hours, the guests settled into their chosen spots. Jim in a chair by the window watching stars emerge, Mowgli on the floor, at ease with earth and warmth. The tin soldier at his post, which had become a place of honor rather than duty. Scheherazade at her table, surrounded by words and paper, and stories waiting to be told. Geppetto in a comfortable armchair, his skilled hands finally still. And the little match girl in the warmest spot of all, wrapped in blankets and shawls and kindness, sleeping the sleep of a child who knows she is, at last, safe. The baker dimmed the lights to their softest glow. banked the fire to coals that would burn through the night and moved quietly into the shadows behind the counter, present but unobtrusive, guardian of this sacred space. Outside, the world continued, other stories unfolding, other journeys beginning, other storms gathering. But inside the maple pecan cottage bakery on Hawthorne Lane, between the bookshop and the clock repair shop, in that place where time moved gently and magic was just another word for kindness, 6 travellers rested, and the rain, having done its work of bringing them all here, fell silent at last, leaving only peace, only warmth, only the most perfect quiet of a winter night when all is exactly as it should be. The bakery kept its vigil through the darkness, its windows glowing softly, its door unlocked, its ovens warm, ready for whoever might need shelter next. Because there are always travellers, there are always storms, and there will always be places like this, magical, mundane, miraculous places where the weary can rest, where the hungry can be fed, where the cold can get warm, and where every story, no matter how difficult its beginning, can find at least one chapter of peace,